people's voices, lived experiences to the world. I think that's really bold and something that is extremely needed. So I'm really looking forward to traveling this journey with you all. The vision for a rebuilt India really looks like having different people here along with me right now, who look different, who speak different languages, and yet all of us are connected with a sense of deep community spirit, of empathy, of also a common goal. So a rebuild.
Rebuild India Fund's journey actually began during the peak of the second
it's the greatest industry to be involved with, especially in this day and age, especially in India, right? But the vibrancy and the impact that we
been giving in our own way, but we're not amping up. We weren't stepping up.
Hello, everyone. Can I request you to come ahead? Hello. Let's. I have that written. Hi, everyone. We'll begin shortly. Please come on ahead. You can bring your coffee and water with you. Good morning, everyone. A very warm welcome to the 10th edition of the Dasra Philanthropy Forum, Rebuilding India. My name is Vrinda, and I'm your host for today. This is my first time doing this, so please be nice. And if you like it, let me know. If you don't, that's fine. Just keep it to yourself. With that, before we get started, I just want to get some housekeeping stuff out of the way. We have water right there. There's coffee in the back. If you go straight and take a right, you'll have the washrooms there. And we'll try and wrap up by 4:15, 4:30, and then please join us for some cocktails after. We also have a couple of breaks, so that'll give you enough time to chit-chat with everyone, and we encourage you to have your independent conversations and connections. If you want to be connected to anyone, then there are Dasra volunteers with orange badges. If you need anything, feel free to reach out to them. It's amazing to see all of you in the room, some familiar faces and some new faces, and hoping to get to know all of you better in the break time. And some of you have been part of Dasra Philanthropy Forums in the past, and we've done things differently every year, and we try and do them twice a year in India, in US, and in the UK. And this is the 4th time we're doing it in the Bay Area, so that's a testament to all of you and the community that we've built out here. So thank you again for being here. We really appreciate it. And it's lovely to see you all after the disaster or the blessing that was COVID. And we welcome you and encourage you to have conversations, go through some of the documents on your table, which we'll talk about in a little bit. And I just wanted to set the tone for today. You've been to philanthropy forums in the past, and we try and bring different players of the philanthropy ecosystem together. We try and spotlight India's development on these forums, but this time around, we wanted to focus it on a particular theme. COVID was difficult for all of us, and in Dasra, and especially in India, it made us really realize the value of community-based organizations in India and the role they play in working with vulnerable communities all across India. And hence, that led us to launch the Rebuild India Fund, which some of you know about and support and have been very appreciative about. And that is essentially a long-term resilience movement to support 100+ organizations, community-based organizations, with the premise of providing them unrestricted, long-term, and flexible funding. And we were very clear that we wanted to do things differently, have a GEDI focus, which is gender, equity, diversity, and inclusion. And that's why we launched this fund. And you'll get to hear from some of the leaders of this fund and some of the members of the Rebuild India Fund today, and get diverse perspectives about what's really going on in India and what each of us can do to help. With that, I'd like to call upon Vishal, just to give the opening address. Most of you know Vishal. He's been in Dasra for now 13 years. And he leads the Rebuild India Fund and also plays the role of being our ambassador here in the US. So over to you, Vishal.
Thank you, Vrinda. Becoming like the furniture in the Dasra living room, which I love. Super to see familiar faces, and welcome to all the new faces here to the Dasra family. As Vrinda said, it's, with COVID, it's taken us all a while to get comfortable being in the same space physically again. And this past week, we've had amazing meetings, wonderful people hosting us and opening up their homes and their hearts to us, and some of our leaders who've traveled from different parts of India and the world to be here. So thank you to all of you, and thanks to everyone here for the courage to re-engage and to be physically, mentally, spiritually present. And we do think there's a lot of magic and amazing connections that are made when we do these things. So welcome once again. Who are you, and why do you want to know about us? A 6-year-old Paniya Adivasi girl studying in a first-of-its-kind indigenous school for particularly vulnerable tribal groups in Gudalur, a faraway tea-growing district with elephant whisperers and a history of labor exploitation and caste discrimination in Tamil Nadu, asked the Dasra team while they introduced themselves at the school's very unique assembly. At this assembly, children from 4 different tribes bring objects from their natural surroundings, sometimes a yam, a flower, sometimes an oddity, like a pen that lights up when you press a button, a gift from a parent who has migrated to Bangalore or even Delhi in search of a better livelihood and dignity. India currently has 5 different poverty estimates that suggest between 34 million and 373 million people live below the poverty line. There is an absence of data from the grassroots. The last census was conducted back in 2011. The average earning of men is 2.5 times that of women. Furthermore, historically oppressed communities such as Dalits, Adivasis earn 33% less than other caste groups. India is recovering from a crisis that has really laid bare the experiences of inequity, discrimination, and exclusion like never before. 6-year-old children are untrusting of the environment, and at an age marked by curiosity, they already seek to protect their unique identities. However, community voices are louder than ever before. Sometimes, some at the grassroots and others through diverse media and movements. In the renewed fight for dignity, community-based organizations are at the forefront of amplifying these voices in their own language of resilience building. There is a need to bring together these communities, their leaders and organizations, so the narrative for dignity and resilience can be implemented with lasting impacts. With the collaborative Rebuild India Fund, which my colleague Vrinda spoke about, Dasra is traveling. We're learning, listening, and building a community of communities. A growing, power-sharing, open-source, multi-stakeholder platform creating path-breaking trust between funders, proximate leaders, and vulnerable communities. A movement that we have brought here today to the Bay Area, with powerful voices and stories from community-based leaders, from proximate leaders you will hear directly from. In Dasra's mission for a billion thriving, Rebuild has, in less than a year, already brought us close to positively impacting 7 million lives, experiencing vulnerability and living in remote, complex geographies. Through our portfolio of 75 plus nonprofits, and we have some brochures on the tables and other materials for you all to browse through during the day. But through this portfolio, we're serving 25 unique vulnerable communities across 21 states and union territories. And we're at 75 now, and as Vrinda said, each year we will be growing this community by 100 proximate leaders and are looking at least 500 over the next 5 years. These communities, as an example of what they include ancient tribes experiencing climate change and crisis of struggles between economy and identity, religious minorities building communal harmony through education and youth leadership, sex workers in search of mental health support, well-being and safe spaces, domestic workers aspiring for their own digital services hub, LGBTQIA+ collectives innovating new models of governance, and fishing communities battling through substance abuse. Today, we will discuss how to rebuild India through new pathways of giving that honor and trust the wisdom and experience of community leaders who have experienced violence, exclusion, disability, gender norms, and more. We will also learn directly from givers who are changing the landscape of giving by putting power back in the hands of communities to shape their collective futures. Discuss how the impact of this unrestricted trust-based giving can be measured. We will listen and talk to Indian nonprofit leaders from diverse sectors to understand their visions for a new India and the challenges they might be facing. We will also discuss climate philanthropy with a fresh lens that puts community at the center. In some ways, we will ask ourselves what the 6-year-old Paniya girl asked the Dasra team. Who are we? How are we giving? And why? We begin a day of reflection, learning, and sharing by hearing from the strong inspiration that propels each of us as we get to know her better, Deepa Pawar, an intersectional feminist and nomadic tribal from the Gisadia Lohar community. She is founder and director of Anubhuti Trust and an investment committee member of the Rebuild India Fund. Deepa's NGO is also a recipient of the 5-year trust-based Flexible Rebuild India Fund. And as a member of the investment committee, Deepa, along with Deep, who you'll also hear from, and 3 other experienced and diverse NGO leaders, select our partner, our portfolio of nonprofits for the portfolio. Deepa will also be reading today from her soon-to-be published book, Iron Women, a first-hand and first-time feminist account by a woman from the iron crafting community of Gisadia Lohars about the experience and role of women in making iron. From Deepa, Dasra has learned and continues to learn about the issues of nomadic tribes and denotified tribals, about continuing struggles for identity, and the power of community-based organizations in galvanizing change at the grassroots. It is an honor to have Deepa here with us to talk more about her experience as a community leader. And with that, if I can invite Deepa on stage, please.
जय भीम, जोहार सबको। मैं महाराष्ट्र ठाणे से हूँ और मैं 10 से 12 मिनट है मेरे पास। कोशिश करूँगी उसके अंदर सारा जो है चीज़ें रखने की।
I'll be translating for Deepa, and right at the onset, it'll obviously not be as powerful as her words, but I'll try my best. Deepa comes from the Thane district in Maharashtra in India. She comes from the Ghisadia Lohar community. She has around 10 to 12 minutes to start us off, and she'll try her best to cover everything she wants to in this time.
तो मैं एक्चुअली नोमैडिक डिनोटिफाइड ट्राइब का जो भारत का वॉइस है वो रिप्रेजेंट कर रही हूँ। कोशिश कर रही हूँ कि मैं उनको रिप्रेजेंट करने की कोशिश करूँ। तो मेरा बुक के बारे में अभी जो विशाल ने बोला उसके अंदर के 2 पैराग्राफ जस्ट मैं आपके सामने शेयर करना चाहूँगी।
So Deepa is reading an excerpt from her book that Vishal just mentioned. She's reading a couple of paragraphs, which she's actually reading in English. So over to her.
Translation का time बचा है हम। We were born in the open and grew up in the open. Our parents never slept at the night when we were growing up in that 2-sided tent. My father would still sleep on some nights when he came home having had something to drink. But mother eyes remained alert, they never closed. All 4 of us sisters were tall, strong-limbed, with long hair, and we grew up very quickly. There were many who looked at us with no good intentions. And mother and father did not have the courage to question their gaze. They must have thought it better to get us married and hide us from all gaze, though wrong. That is all that they could have afforded. Having the freedom of choice and the decision making is not enough. The social wealth to be able to make a choice need to be available. I feel like saying this to Shantabai here. Whenever it rained, the hair on our body stood on end. The furnace laid cold. There was no garbage to pick, no waste to sort, no mill working to sweep their folds for dropped grain. There was no option but to bake food in this condition. We experienced many days and nights when we only had food that baked to fill the fire in our bellies. We built tents there, set up shops there. Those were cremation grounds, spot used for human defecations, useless land full of weeds. And yet, it became difficult for us to stay there because as long as this land were dirty and useless, nobody even looked at it twice. But as soon as we cleaned up them and set up our homes there, people in power could not bear it. People in the village who were of powerful caste would come to beat us many times, and they would threaten us. We labored day and night and did not earn enough even for an hour worth. I have seen that the human heart does not value hard work. If it had, the way that our family labored, we should have comfortably made a living and even have some to spare. We work hard beyond measures, but when it came to compensate hard work, I always seen that will of the owner class cracked. These people were certainly very big, it came to money, but always poor when it came to their hearts, who only made our poverty more painful. ये इस तरह के कई पैराग्राफ्स जो है मैंने महाराष्ट्र में रिसर्च करते वक्त औरतों के भीतर जाके समझे. मुझे लगा था कि शायद ये मेरी ही स्टोरी है, लेकिन ओवर द पीरियड ऑफ टाइम 22 साल इस फील्ड में काम करने के बाद समझा कि वर्नेबिलिटी ये बस पॉवर्टी नहीं है. ट्रांसलेशन बिग टास्क.
Thank you so much. Just like these two paragraphs, there are many more paragraphs in Deepa's book that she has written basis her research, her experience with many women like herself in Maharashtra. For 22 years that she has been in the sector, she often thought that this was only her story, only to realize that it was the story of many others and that vulnerability goes beyond poverty.
Yes. मेरा अपना एक्सपीरियंस जो है वो एंटी नोमैडिक ट्राइब में रहा है. मैं ये अभी कॉन्फिडेंस से इसलिए बता पा रही हूँ क्योंकि इसके साथ डिसऑनर जुड़ा हुआ था और मैं वो डिसऑनर को चैलेंज करती हूँ. मुझे लगता है अपने आइडेंटिटी को लेकर हमें काफ़ी कॉन्फिडेंस से, काफ़ी सम्मान और डिग्निटी के साथ लोगों के सामने बात करनी चाहिए, क्योंकि उसके रूट कॉज को जिम्मेदार ये कम्युनिटी नहीं है. कई पावरफुल सिस्टम है. एस्टाब्लिश एक सोच है जो पावर हायरार्की से आती है, कास्ट से आती है, डोमिनेंट रिलीजन से आती है, कैपिटलिज्म से आती है, और इस तरह के कई ज़्यादा जो पावरफुल सिस्टम है वो किसी कम्युनिटी के पेन कंट्रीब्यूट करने के अंदर सफ़र करते हैं.
Deepa belongs to the NT-DNT nomadic tribe. The reason why she can very confidently say this today is because she has been able to rise above the dishonor she felt with her own identity. She has been able to challenge it, and therefore she believes that it's very important to have confidence in one's own identity. It's not the marginalized or vulnerable community that is often at fault, but the system and other stakeholders around it, like caste, dominant religion, capitalism, and many other factors as such that create an atmosphere of vulnerability and oppression for marginalized communities.
नोमैडिक डीनोटिफाइड ट्राइब का पॉपुलेशन भारत के अंदर कुछ रिसर्च के अनुसार करीबन 22 करोड़ का है, और इतना बड़ा पॉपुलेशन होते हुए करीबन 200 के आसपास जनजाति होते हुए, कई तरह के आर्ट परफॉर्मेंस, भाषाएं, साइन लैंग्वेजेस होते हुए, इतना रिचनेस और इतनी अमीरी होते हुए बहुत बड़े पैमाने पे ये पॉपुलेशन लैंडलेस है, होमलेस है. और लैंडलेस होना अपने आप में कई मायनों में जो है वो पावरलेस होना है, क्योंकि उससे जुड़ा आपका हुआ डॉक्यूमेंटेशन है, आपका लाइवलीहुड, आपका एजुकेशन, सोशल सिक्योरिटी, स्टेबिलिटी, पावर, डिमांड करना, विरोध करना, रिकमेंडेशंस देना, ये सारे ब्रिज जो है वो धीरे धीरे सीमित हो जाते हैं.
The NT-DNT population, the nomadic tribes and denotified tribes population in India is as high as 22 crores or 220 million. It has 200 plus tribes, a rich history and culture of art and art performers. Despite all this, this community is largely landless, homeless, and therefore powerless. They don't have access to land-allied resources, to documentation, to entitlements, to rights.
इसका ब्रीफली मुझे हर बार बताना ज़रूरी लगता है, क्योंकि नोमैडिक एंड डिनोटिफाइड ट्राइब को हम समझ नहीं पाते हैं कई बार. जब मैंने काम की शुरुआत की, मेरे काम की शुरुआत एंटी-डीएनटी आइडेंटिटीज़ को बताते हुए ही होती है. तो ड्यूरिंग ब्रिटिश पीरियड 1871 में अंग्रेज़ों ने ऐसे आदिवासियों के खिलाफ क्रिमिनल ट्राइब एक्ट फॉर्म किया, जहाँ पे लिस्ट की आदिवासीज़ की और उनके खिलाफ फोर्सफुली माइग्रेशन बाय लॉ प्रोविजन के साथ क्रिमिनलाइजेशन. एक जगह पे आप रुक नहीं सकते हो, आप रिसोर्स ऑक्यूपाई नहीं कर सकते हो, आप किसी भी सर्विसेज के ऊपर क्लेम नहीं कर सकते हो. ऐसी कई सारी जो धारणा है, प्रोविजन है, वो इस्टेब्लिश किए. आफ्टर इंडिपेंडेंस इसके अंदर सुधारना हुई, चेंजेस हुए, लेकिन लोगों के नज़रों के अंदर चेंजेस करने में थोड़ा सा जो है वो बिटर ट्रूथ है, हम कम पड़ रहे हैं.
Deepa always finds it important to explain her context and explain the context of the NTDNT community because people often struggle to understand the nuances. During the British Raj, when the British had occupied India, they passed a Criminal Tribe Act in 1871. They drew up a list of Adivasi communities, which they criminalized by law. And this meant forceful migration for these communities. This meant no rights to occupy land. They had to move from the land that they occupied anywhere between 3 to 30 days. And while this was remedied by law after independence, there still remains a culture or an outlook of marginalization from the other communities towards the NTDNT community.
हम एक्चुअली एनजीओ सेक्टर, सोशल डेवलपमेंट सेक्टर जिस भी विषयों को लेकर काम करता है, फिर वो सेक्सुअल रिप्रोडक्टिव हेल्थ हो, एजुकेशन हो, लाइवलीहुड हो, नोमैडिक डिनोटिफाइड ट्राइब, डिस्प्लेस किए गए ट्राइबल कम्युनिटीज़, इनके कॉन्टेक्स्ट में आएंगे तो इंटेंसिटी ऑफ डेप्थ बहुत हाई हो जाती है, जहाँ पे ड्रॉप आउट रेट, डिज़ास्टर को डील करने का कैपेसिटी, गवर्नमेंट के साथ बात करने का एक्सेसिबिलिटी, ये सारी चीज़ें जो है वो लिमिटेड हो जाती है.
In the NGO sector, organizations work across many themes in many sectors. The moment you start to look at the sectors with an intersectionality of displaced tribe and NTDNT communities, this intensifies problems severely. The access to education, livelihoods, political power, and agency is all the more difficult for communities like Deepa's.
मैं अगर मेरा पर्सनल जर्नी की बात करूँ तो मेरा एडोलेसेंट, मेरा यूथ एज, मेरा मदरहुड, चाइल्डहुड, प्रेगनेंसी, डिलीवरी, ये टेंट कम्युनिटी में ही गुजरी है, कच्चे पक्के घरों में ही गुजरी है. और तब मैंने देखा कि सेक्सुअल रिप्रोडक्टिव हेल्थ जैसी चीज़ें हो, एजुकेशन जैसी चीज़ें हो, आपका सोशल लोकेशन उसको तय करता है. आपका सोशल लोकेशन से जुड़ा हुआ पावर डायनामिक जो है वो धीरे धीरे ऐसे कम्युनिटीज़ की ताकत जो है वो कम कर देता है.
Deepa's personal journey, right from her childhood, adolescence, youth, pregnancy, motherhood, delivery, all of this has happened in tent communities. And through this experience, she has realized that the social location of a person determines the access and the quality of rights that they have.
इसलिए मुझे 2 मिनट यहाँ पे वर्नेबिलिटी को लेकर बात करनी है कि शायद हम एक दूसरे के साथ बात कर कर और समझ पाए कि हम वर्नेबिलिटी को किस कॉन्टेक्स्ट में देखते हैं. क्या बस वो स्लम में है, क्या बस वो पॉवर्टी में है, या इस इंटरसेक्शनलिटी में छुपी हुई कई सारे कतारों में है. वर्नेबिलिटी कोविड का जब हम एक्सपीरियंस करते हैं, अभी कोविड का सीज़न गया, लोग थोड़े से अवेयर हो गए, लेकिन कोविड का लॉन्ग टर्म इंजरीज़ के बारे में हम थोड़ी बातें अभी कम करने लगे हैं. कोविड के ड्यूरिंग जो डिज़ास्टर हुआ है, साइक्लोन आए हैं, फ्लड इम्पैक्ट हुआ है, आप समझ सकते हो बेटर कि उससे कई एनटीडीएनटी कम्युनिटीज़ का हिस्टोरिकल डिटोरिएशन हुआ है. फर्स्ट कम्युनिटी में पढ़ने वाले जो यूथ थे, जो बच्चे थे, वो ड्रॉप आउट हो गए हैं. ये हिस्टोरिकल डिटोरिएशन है. यहाँ तक आने के लिए कम्युनिटी को कई साल लगे हैं, जहाँ पे वो ताकत बना पाए और अपना हेल्थ, अपना एजुकेशन, थोड़ा सा स्टेबलाइजेशन जुटा पाए. और कुछ होता है, कभी पॉलिटिकल डिसीजन, कभी डिजास्टर, और कम्युनिटी फिर से कोलैप्स हो जाती है.
Today, Deepa wants to talk about vulnerability and how she understands it. It's important to ask ourselves the question that is poverty, or for someone who lives in urban slums, is that the only definition of vulnerability? The answer, according to her, is no. There are intersectionalities that intensify developmental challenges faced by some communities. For example, we haven't been speaking about COVID as much as we used to, but the long-term impacts of COVID are most severely felt by marginalized communities. For example, the climate impact that has been intensifying over the years, or the school dropout rates that have increased due to COVID are most severely felt by communities like Deepa's, because these communities took a long time to get their children into school, and now because of a disaster like COVID, children have fallen out of it again.
तो मेरे ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का नाम अनुभूति है. अनुभूति मीन्स एक्सपीरियंस. हमने शुरुआत इसलिए की कि लोगों के एक्सपीरियंस के पीछे के ट्रूथ क्या है ये लोग भी जानते हैं क्या, क्योंकि कई बार अपने एक्सपीरियंस के लिए हमें ही क्रिमिनलाइज किया जाता है, आपको ही जिम्मेदार ठहराया जाता है, आप नाकारे हो, आप कैपेबल नहीं हो, आप रिस्पॉन्सिबल हो। इसी तरह के नरेशन जो है वो कम्युनिटी के अंदर बिल्ड किए जाते हैं। तो अनुभूति की शुरुआत ही उस थॉट से हुई है कि हम वो जर्नी तय करें कि लोगों के डिस्क्रिमिनेशन के, एक्सप्लॉयटेशन के सेंटर्स वो खुद जानते हैं क्या।
Deepa runs an organization, has founded an organization in Mumbai called the Anubhuti Trust. Anubhuti means experience, and the core value that Anubhuti operates with is highlighting the truth behind people's experiences. A lot of times, vulnerable people are blamed for their own vulnerability. Therefore, Anubhuti's work is to create awareness and to empower people to realize that their centers of vulnerability don't lie within themselves, but somewhere else.
मैं एक एग्जाम्पल कल देवल से शेयर कर रही थी जब हम खाना खा रहे थे कि हम जहाँ पे रहते थे, एक्चुअली हम साउथ बॉम्बे में रहते थे। तो जब भी मैं किसी को बोलती हूँ मैं साउथ बॉम्बे से हूँ तो सबको लगता है कि एलिट एरिया है। हम उन्हें बोलते हैं कि आपके बिल्डिंगों के पीछे कई सारे एंटी कम्युनिटीज़ है, थोड़ा सा और दूर जाओगे तो ट्राइबल सेटलमेंट भी है, और वहाँ पे रहने वाले लोगों की इंटरसेक्शनलिटी देखने का शहरों के भागदौड़ को टाइम नहीं है, क्योंकि शहरों की अर्बनाइजेशन की डेवलपमेंट की रफ्तार बहुत ज़्यादा है। और उस रफ्तार के अंदर हम बोलते तो आज जाओ आप सफ़र करो रफ्तार के अंदर, लेकिन आपके किनारे तक आने के लिए भी हमने वो एक्सेसिबिलिटी या वो अलाउ किया है क्या? ये बहुत ही ज़्यादा ब्रेनस्टॉर्मिंग करने वाला मुद्दा है।
Deepa was sharing an interesting story or an example with Deval yesterday. She actually has grown up in what she or all of us from Mumbai call South Mumbai. This is the heart of the city, arguably one of the most elite areas. And what a lot of people don't realize is behind many of the tall and fancy buildings that are in South Bombay, there are many tribal and NTD communities and settlements. Cities often lose track and forget about the vulnerability that is created and intensified in the midst of mainstreaming and urbanization. And how can we think about the intersectionalities of poverty and everything else that goes on in urban cities with vulnerable communities is an aspect that we can all speak about and brainstorm a lot.
हमारे घर के सामने एक बिल्डिंग थी, वो बिल्डिंग को कभी छोटी सी आग लगी थी। वो आग बुझाने के लिए फायर ब्रिगेड की गाड़ी आई, सारे लोग इकट्ठा हो गए और सारे लोग बहुत वरी करने लगे कि अभी इस बिल्डिंग में क्या होगा। मैंने भी वरी किया, मुझे भी डर लगा कि शायद आग लगी है तो क्या होगा। लेकिन बिल्डिंग के इंटरनल लोग, बाहर के लोग, फायर ब्रिगेड और सारे डिसीजंस मेकर जो थे वो चाहते थे वो आग बुझे और लोग सेफली बाहर आए। कुछ दिनों के बाद बारिश का मौसम शुरू हो गया और हमारा जो टेंट हाउस था वो ब्रिज के लग के थोड़ा सा हिली एरिया में था, और बारिश के प्रेशर के कारण ऐसे 3-4 घर ऊपर से नीचे गिर गए और मुझे लगा शायद हमें भी वही बिहेवियर मिलेगा। लेकिन कई ज़्यादा लोग इकट्ठा आए, बहुत देर के बाद फायर ब्रिगेड आया, तब तक हमने अपनी सारी चीज़ें कर ली थी। हमारे खुद के सपोर्ट से सारे बच्चों ने मिलकर, औरतों ने मिलकर, जिसके अंदर प्रेग्नेंट औरतें थी, पर्सन विद डिसेबिलिटीज़ थे। लेकिन एक सुर वहाँ से आया, जो वो सुर वो आग लगी थी तब नहीं दिखा। वो सूर ये था कि ये लोग कहाँ से भी आकर बस जाते हैं और हमारे कॉम्प्लिकेशन बढ़ाते हैं। तो ये जो सूर है ये बहुत डिस्क्रिमिनेटिव है।
The story that she was narrating was that many years ago, in front of her house, there was a tall building that caught fire. Very quickly, the fire brigade, the fire marshals came. There was a lot of help that arrived at the scene, and everyone seemed to be very worried. Everyone wanted to help out. And so was Deepa and her community. A few days later, when the monsoons came, and one fine day when it was raining a lot, because of the pressure of the rain and the position of the tents that Deepa and her community stayed in, some of the tent houses collapsed onto each other. They expected similar help, similar pace of help to arrive. However, fire brigade and all other help only arrived after the community had already helped themselves. what they heard that day and what they saw that day was an attitude from everyone around them that it's their fault that they occupied spaces that they were apparently not supposed to occupy. And it's their fault that they were in the situation that they were.
लेकिन ये सुनने के बाद हमें भी बहुत जनरल लगा, वो ज़्यादा कंसर्न था कि ये लोगों को भी लगा कि ये लोग सही बोल रहे हैं और वो लोग वहाँ से निकल गए जो हमारे कम्युनिटी से थे। ये सारे ऐसे कई डजन भर हज़ारों एक्सपीरियंस से मैंने ये समझा है कि जब तक कम्युनिटी का करेज बिल्ड नहीं करेंगे, लोगों के लीडरशिप के लिए उनको तैयार करने के ब्रिज हम नहीं बनाएंगे, तब तक जिन लोगों के पेन है, जिन लोगों के स्ट्रगल्स है, उनके लिए जब तक दूसरे चश्मे में से बात होगी, उनके चश्मे में से बात नहीं होगी, तो नंबर अलग अलग होंगे। किसी को दूर दिखाई देगा, जिनको इनको नज़दीक दिखाई दे रहा है, तो उनके चश्मे में से बात होने की बहुत ज़्यादा ज़रूरत है। और इसीलिए अनुभूति जो काम करता है, मैं बिल्कुल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन प्रमोशंस नहीं करना चाहती हूँ, लेकिन मैं अपना थॉट बताना चाहती हूँ कि अनुभूति जो काम करता है वो लीडरशिप बिल्डिंग पे काम करता है। लोगों के सवाल लोग ही छुड़वा सकते हैं, वो बेटर समझते हैं, उनके पास सॉल्यूशन है, लेकिन इन लोगों के सवालों को और उनके जवाबों को हम बैकवर्ड समझते हैं। तो ये सारे चीज़ें हम निकाल दें तो लोग बेहतर तरीके से आगे आएंगे और वो काम करेंगे। और इसके बाद फिर क्यों मैंने ऑर्गेनाइजेशन शुरू किया, ये विशाल 2-3 मिनट है मेरे पास। हमेशा कंजूस।
After the experience that they had of people blaming them for their own situation, what shocked Deepa the most was that her community members did not find anything wrong with that attitude of people around them. And that's when she realized that the most important work that she needs to do is build courage, dignity, and respect amongst her community about their identity. Therefore, this is exactly what Anubhuti Trust does. They work on leadership building so that people can ask their own questions, they can decide what they should ask, what answers they should get, because nobody can do it better than they can for themselves.
कम्युनिटी बेस्ड ऑर्गेनाइजेशन की जब मैंने शुरुआत की, एनजीओ जब फॉर्म किया, मुझे अपने जैसे लोग इर्द गिर्द नहीं दिखे। बहुत ही एलिट, थोड़ा बिटर है, सह लीजिएगा मुझे, थोड़ा एलिट, काफ़ी ज़्यादा प्रिविलेज, सेटल्ड, एक तरह की लैंग्वेज जानने वाले, एक तरह के रिसोर्सेस रखने वाले, एक तरह के सर्कल में उठने बैठने वाले। तो जब ग्रासरूट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन अपने लिव्ड एक्सपीरियंस से कोई लीडर शुरू करता है, वो प्रॉक्सिमेट होता है, वो कम्युनिटी का होता है, तो सबसे बड़ा तो स्टीरियोटाइप वही होता है कि यहाँ से कैंची से ब्रेक कर कर फिर आगे जाना है, राइट?
When Deepa started her organization, she didn't see a lot of people like herself around her. She apologizes for sounding brash, but she saw people who were resource rich, who were settled, who were comfortable with speaking the language and the kind of language that people in the sector were used to hearing. And that's what she says is a challenge, that when people from communities start organizations, when proximate leaders start organizations, they always think that they will need to navigate the system to get where they want to.
2-3 चीज़ें, 1 मिनट लास्ट विशाल, पक्का। तो कम्युनिटी बेस्ड ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के साथ कंट्रीब्यूट करना क्यों ज़रूरी है, ये मुझे अपने लेंस से क्यों लगता है। मैं दासरा से जुड़े हुए इन्वेस्टमेंट कमेटी पे क्यों हूँ, क्योंकि वो कमेटी है इसलिए मैं नहीं हूँ। मुझे लगता है कि वो कहीं तो एक प्लेस है जहाँ पे ग्रासरूट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के बारे में हम बात कर पाएंगे, उन लीडर्स के बारे में बात कर पाएंगे जो ग्रासरूट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन लीडर खुद फाइनेंशियल क्राइसिस में होते हैं। हमारा इंटेलेक्चुअल डेवलपमेंट हो गया, मतलब हमारा फाइनेंशियल डेवलपमेंट नहीं होता है। सही जगह पर अगर हम कंट्रीब्यूट ना करेंगे तो उनका मॉरल डाउन होता है, उनको लगता है कि हमने सोचा सही था लेकिन फील्ड सही नहीं है, वो निकल जाते हैं। फिर भी जो अपने ताकत के साथ कंटिन्यू कर रहे हैं, CBOs, कम्युनिटी बेस्ड ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, यकीन मानिए काफ़ी स्ट्रगल में है। कई बार पॉलिटिकल डिसीजन, डिज़ास्टर इन ग्रासरूट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के एग्जिस्टेंस के ऊपर सवाल उठाता है कि ये टिकेंगे या नहीं टिकेंगे। बाकी की चीज़ें थोड़ा सा एलिट फॉर्मेट में हम बोल भी पाएंगे, आइडियल वेजेस, वेल बीइंग, सारी चीज़ें, लेकिन अफोर्डेबल है क्या ग्रासरूट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन को? और वो अफोर्डेबल होने के लिए कंट्रीब्यूटर्स को ही अपनी जिम्मेदारी लेनी होगी। सस्टेनेबिलिटी का सवाल हर प्रपोजल में मुझे तो आता है। जो मेरे ट्रांसलेटर है, मैं उनको बोलती हूँ, उनको लिखो आप कैसे हमें सस्टेन करोगे, हम तो ऑलरेडी सस्टेन नहीं है, हमारे घर ही नहीं है। हम टेंट हाउसेस में रहने वाले, माइग्रेटरी एटीट्यूड में रहने वाले, फिर जाके हम चैलेंज ले रहे ग्रासरूट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन तैयार करने का। तो यहाँ पे बहुत ज़्यादा चैलेंज है। और दुनिया का पॉलिटिकल कल्चरल माहौल जो भी बदल रहा है, उसका सबसे बड़ा जो एक अटैक है वो ग्रासरूट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन पे है, क्योंकि सबसे ज़्यादा आवाज़ उठाने वाली जो संस्थाएं हैं वो ज़मीनी है। तो ऐसे में सबके हाथ होने की वहाँ पे ज़्यादा ज़रूरत है।
Why does Deepa think that CBOs need support? Why is she a part of the investment committee of the Rebuild India Fund? It's mainly because she finds that to be a space that empowers grassroots NGOs to speak about themselves. It's important that there are spaces where CBOs can develop, community-based organizations can develop, and there are many who have developed intellectually, but this does not guarantee financial development and financial stability. Often CBO leaders have to leave the sector because while their mission is strong, they are often not as resource rich or don't have access to enough resources. A lot of funders often ask CBO leaders how sustainable they are. But the real question is, how sustainable can this ecosystem make CBOs? Because they already have access to on-ground support. They already have reach with the community. All they need is support so that they can continue to do the excellent work that they do.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Deepa, and thank you, Shreya, for translating for Deepa. Have had the pleasure of spending the last 1.5 weeks with Deepa, and she really makes you question your own privilege, biases, and values. So thank you so much, Deepa, for not only shaping the journey of the Rebuild India Fund, but for shaping all of us today. Anjana and Bonnie asked Deepa, what motivates you? And she said, the challenges I have to conquer every day motivate me. So that's testament to her. With that, I'd like to introduce our next session, which is called Unlocking Philanthropic Potential, the Future of Giving to India. The session bases its discussion of the 23 edition of the India Philanthropy Report, which was launched earlier this year in partnership with Bain & Company. This year's report focuses specifically on the emerging philanthropic trends and how philanthropy is now adopting a GEDI lens, and especially when it comes to giving to India. With that in mind, the session also aims to discuss the findings from the report, shed light on the gap in funding, and what is it that all of us can do to bridge some of this gap. I'd like to introduce Ashish Shah. Ashish leads the GIVE strategy to grow philanthropy from the United States to India with a focus on foundations and high net worth individuals. Ria Forbes, who works on digital initiatives, communication, and strategy for Forbes Marshall. She also works to remove barriers to success for leaders in the Indian social sector, particularly those from marginalized communities. And Donald Lobo, who likes to be referred to as Lobo, who serves as the executive director of the Chintu Gudia Foundation, a private family foundation based in SF, and funds organizations developing open source software for public good. This session will be moderated by my colleague from Dasra, Shreya, who you heard earlier, and Shreya is responsible for this entire event and leads key relationships for the Rebuild India Fund.
Thank you, everyone, and thank you, Ashish, Shreya, and Lobo, for agreeing to do this. This is my first time moderating a session, so I'm very happy that I have no reason to worry. A lot of the talking, as I've been told earlier also, is going to be done by the three of them. So welcome, everyone. This is the first sort of panel that we're doing for the day, and there's a lot that Deepa has left us with to reflect on. Like Vrinda said, this is a session that talks about the takeaways, the insights, and the lessons that we have had from the philanthropic ecosystem over the past few years. We know that India is a fast-growing economy. It's on a very healthy growth trajectory. It has a robust growth rate of around 8.7% in FY22. Economists are placing the growth rate for 23 at around 7%. And the middle class in India has been growing steadily, and the nation is striving to become a whopping $5 trillion economy by FY 2025. Despite all of this ambition to be a national, or all this ambition of national and economic progress, and also being on the right trajectory for it, there are many systemic inequalities that continue to persist, a glimpse of which Deepa gave us in her last session. How can we address these inequalities as we go forward? One of the answers to that is public spending, right? And public spending has grown by 35% in FY22. What we are here today to talk about is what philanthropy can do, what private spending can do, because even today, public spending carries the weight of about 95% of the capital that goes into the development sector. And therefore today, at this session, I would like to invite all of our speakers to help us think about the future of giving to India, while reflecting on everything that we have been doing right and have been doing wrong in the ecosystem so far. For starters, I think, Lobo, I would like to start with you. We were talking about this before, and even a couple of months ago when I got a chance to speak with you, that you occupy a unique position in the kind of stakeholders that exist in the civil society. Lobo runs the Chintu Gudia Foundation, through which he is a donor, he's a funder, and you also run Tech for Dev, through which you're a grantee. Given your experience of seeing both sides of the coin, can you talk to us a little bit about what sort of gaps exist in the giving ecosystem right now?
So I'll just rephrase the question, right? And I'll answer the question as to my perspectives as a person from both the funder side. Oh, sorry, you can't hear me? Is this on? Yeah, okay, yeah. Can you hear me now? Oh, great. So I'll just give you my perspectives as both as a funder and a fundee, and my expectations from both, right? So before I really go into it, I'll say that as someone seeking funds from foundations, I think I'm in a slightly better position than most people, primarily because I can go in with a lot of confidence, and to a large extent, they treat me as peers. So to some extent, it's my experience is very, it's very skewed, right? That's the bottom line, but I think it still gives a slightly nuanced version of it. Again, I look at it from a funder perspective and how I've grown into it over the past 20 years and the ups and downs. And they will probably tell you a lot more stories about this, but for the first 10 to 12 or maybe even 15 years, I really wasn't very involved in the Indian funder ecosystem. And luckily for me, I met Deval and Neera a long time ago before we started on the journey. And I realized that, hey, if we aren't going to do too much with the Indian NGO ecosystem on a personal basis, we might as well trust someone to actually do it for us and to do a much better job for us out there. And so for the first 10, 12, 15 years, Deval and Neera and the Dasra team actually handled pretty much all of our India giving. Right? And it would be like, we'd probably have a couple of hours conversation with them and they would do it. So for many of the donors and funders in the room, right, I would say that if you're not willing to invest, and many of us don't have the time, right? So you don't necessarily have to give your time, but if you understand and accept the fact that you don't have the time, and maybe you're not very interested in it either, right? It's okay, all of us may not be interested in the sector. It's okay to delegate. It's okay to kind of give a third party, like in this case for me it was Dasra, the responsibility and tell them like, here's the approximate guidelines. Now looking back, I'll also tell you one of the big mistakes I made, right? Or I wouldn't say mistakes, but just learnings. As with many immigrants and with many people from my generation, and I see this in many new donors also, right? You always think that, hey, education is what got me out of education basically helped bump my income quartile from a low level to a slightly high level. Hence, we want to give hence we want to donate to education, help the education system, etc. Totally valid cause, great cause, definitely do it. But if I had to go back 15 years ago, right, or 18 years ago, I would probably spend more time learning about other sectors in the ecosystem. So the advice that I offer many donors today is like, lots of NGOs come in through the Bay Area. Like, it's totally worth it, irrespective of whether you want to fund them or not. Just go spend 1 hour with them, learn from them, understand what they're doing, and you'll just broaden your scope a lot more. Right? So that kind of gives you a better understanding of who's doing what the sector is trying to do, etc. We've met many, many NGOs over the past 20 years, but the thing that has probably helped me the most, again, from a funder perspective, is when our kids were growing up, we really wanted to volunteer with our kids in India, right? It took me like, and we wanted to do this since they were 6 years old, but it took me like 3 or 4 years to figure out an NGO in India who would be willing to take us as a family, etc. And again, they will kind of gave me the referral with 17,000 feet in Ladakh. And then for the next next 5 years, I think we basically spent 2 to 3 weeks every summer volunteering with our kids, and because our kids would hate us if they only had to deal with us. So we always would manage to convince another family with kids their age to come with us and share the experience. So the kids could complain and whine about how their parents separately. And but those experiences, means I think that's where I learned the most about the sector, right? When I would spend 2 to 3 weeks, obviously disconnected from, in Ladakh, we didn't actually have mobiles and anything. There was no internet connectivity out there. But that, I think, raised my level of understanding and empathy. When I say raised, the bar is really low. It went slightly above the low bar, right? I don't think we'll ever come into, I don't think I'll ever understand what Deepa said, right? Means I think I might appreciate it and everything, and we'll try to come close to walking in her shoes, but we'll never, ever be in her shoes. And just getting that understanding and figuring that out, I think, was probably my biggest takeaway as a funder, right? Now, switching to the other side, as a grantee, here's the things that if a funder tells me, like, hey, what do you want me, how can I help you? The first thing I tell them is, like, the best thing is just give me a check and then go away, right? I'll give you quarterly reports, right? I'll tell you exactly what I'm doing. If you're going to ask me questions, means I love, like, if you want to engage with me, if you want to ask me questions and everything, I'm more than happy to answer all of your questions, right? You can ask me as many questions as you want. You can make suggestions. But if you make a suggestion, right, be willing and be humble enough is too strong a word, but have the conviction to realize that you might not know as much as either the NGOs or even some of us have the experience, but be willing to listen and understand and appreciate what we are doing and why we are doing it. And be willing to push us. So just as an example, right, over the past year, we've been working with this grant of an amazing funder-fundee relationship, right? We've been working with Omidyar Network India for a fairly large grant, right? And it's actually taken us over a year. But, and they've pushed us really, really hard. But I would say like 95% of what they wanted us to do was the things that we should have been doing or we would be doing in the next 3 years, right? So even though the amount of work we've had to do for that grant, right, from a paperwork perspective, from a bureaucratic perspective, was insane. But I probably agreed with most of what they wanted us to do. And in the few cases where I disagreed, right, I was willing to talk to them, means I could push back to them, and they would listen and they would come back and compromise. Right? So I think having that open channel of communication and being generous with your time with your grantee, listening to them, listening to what they need is important, right? Means I could go on and on about unrestricted funding and everything. The main problem which I have with that is many times we'll give unrestricted funds to our grantees, right? And we'll tell them, like, hey, spend it on what you think is right because we trust you. But over the past few years, I've actually changed my model on that, right? So these days, it's still unrestricted, but I also tell them, like, if you want to spend on your staff, if you want to increase salaries, if you want to give, make your employees happier, etc., spend it on that. I encourage you to spend it on that before, like, putting it on programs, right? If you want to put it on programs, great. But do think about making life for your staff and for yourself a lot better. Right? Probably because I realized that many NGOs would always feel that I cannot ask for this, right? This is not something I can ask for, right? So I figured, like, hey, just getting this upfront in the conversation and telling them, spend it on you and your staff is like, I'm not putting a restriction on the funds, but I'm giving you an option to do it, like that you might be a bit scared to raise it with me. And yeah, means don't make them do too much reports. Means we make them do reports, but we tell them do it in your own style. Send us an email, but do it once every quarter. But means make everything flexible. Listen to what they want. Like, don't set your own priorities on them. Let them tell you what their priorities are and make them accountable to their priorities, right? Not to your priorities. So I could go on and on, but I'll stop there.
No, thank you so much, Lobo. And the point that you made, there's obviously a lot of takeaways for the kind of giving that a lot of us here in the room are doing. But you brought up an interesting point about how sometimes, despite having access to unrestricted funding, NGOs continue to do things in the hardwired way. And we were talking with Deepa and Deep earlier this week, where they said that we need vehicles that give us unrestricted funding, that give us space to discover and teach us to dream again. Because they started organizations with excellent objectives and excellent missions, but somewhere along the way, with the kind of support that they have gotten or with the kind of ecosystem that we've all together created, they have just been hardwired to think that the programs are the only things that they need to do. So this came from, obviously, our conversations with the NGO leaders here. But that's a great segue to you, Ria, actually, because I know that you are on your own sort of journey of speaking to a lot of NGO leaders, understanding from them what they need. And it will be great for us to hear from you what are some of your lessons that have come up from these conversations. And also Lobo spoke of how he's volunteered with his kids at an NGO. You've also had a very rich legacy that you received from your mother. We were speaking about it earlier. And it'll be great to hear a little bit about how you've taken lessons from that, as well as things that you've learned on your own from your conversations with NGO leaders, and how that's sort of shaping the way you are thinking about giving.
Sure, thank you. And thank you for having me here. It's really a pleasure, and I'm sort of bewildered about why I'm on this panel, but with these two, but thank you regardless. No, as Shreya said, I'm very lucky. I've grown up in a family where there's been a very strong and rich legacy of philanthropy and giving. My mother's done a lot of work with Dasra over the last decade or so. And so it was easy and generous to kind of fall into the spaces that she created for me. But I just really resonate so much with what Lobo said. If I wasn't holding this mic, I'd have been clapping. I think that, so, you know, even this point about education, that's another example of us putting our perspective of what we think matters on the development space. Whereas I think really what I've learned so much from talking to NGO leaders is they live in these communities, they know these worlds, they know them better than we ever will. When Deepa talks about vulnerability, she's using that word in a way that we will not fully understand in the way that she understands. And so what I found is the best thing to do really is to just give that space, right? And to trust and to say, you know what your community needs. I'm not going to tell you that it's education and career development, because those were things that were helpful for me in my development journey. Maybe for your community, what they need are some things that are totally different. And maybe there's some aspects of that that will come into it. And so what I found is building, one thing that my mom and I have talked a lot about is around building sector resilience. And where we think our role as donors in that can be is to say, how do we create space for innovation and pilots? So for example, yes, the founders are very heads down in program design. But if we give unrestricted funding to pick up on that, can we then encourage them to take risks and try something out that others would not fund? Others would say, this is unproven, so we won't give you funding for this. We'll say, let's go for it. Let's test it out as a pilot. Maybe ways that we can contribute is in collaborations, opening doors to other organizations through whom they can partner and spread the work that they're doing. Maybe it's through leadership development, right? So maybe it's for the frontline people within the organization to grow themselves. Maybe it's through technology integration, which I hope that Lobo talks about a little bit later. And then really, maybe it's about encouraging the people who are doing this work that we all agree is so incredibly important to take care of themselves and to think about what does well-being mean for themselves, for their teams, and how do we make sure that this work continues, because it's a marathon and we hope that they'll be doing this quality of work for many decades to come. And they need support as human beings to do that. So I think, I don't know if that answers your question, Shreya, but maybe we can start with that.
Yeah, no, that does. It's always very nice to hear about how someone who has started or is on their own giving journey is understanding what they're hearing from the sector, from the people within it. And you brought up a really good point about collaboration. It's something that all of us realized is extremely crucial during COVID. I mean, when nobody was able to do much, grassroots organizations and community-based organizations were rallying support amongst themselves on the ground and helping communities because we couldn't go to the communities, right? So it's definitely a very important point that you brought up. And I was thinking also of, and this brings me to you, Ashish, collaboration within similar stakeholder groups is obviously the key, but you are someone who's had rich experience in working with the diaspora giving community here. We recognize at Dasra, and I think generally, that the diaspora giving community needs to continue to do what it does, but the Indian philanthropic community is also already stepping up, and it should continue to do so. What can you sort of, maybe, if this is the right question to ask, but what can you tell us about how can these two giving groups collaborate with each other? And it doesn't mean a union of sorts or like coming together to one forum, but there might be areas that, let's say, the Indian giving community can step up on more, or various ways to collaborate. So if you can talk to us about that.
Yeah, thanks Shreya, and it's great to be here. I can give a couple of examples of from the diaspora context as to how a couple of first generation communities or categories how they can provide an example of how this might play out in India. So the two categories, the category one is the people who moved in the 80s and 90s. These people spent the 80s and 90s accumulating wealth, becoming successful, bringing their families over. So the first couple of decades were really focused on that. And so while philanthropy was on the to-do list, it was not a top priority. Now the same group has accumulated the wealth. They are looking to give back, they're looking to engage. They're thinking about philanthropy in a very strategic way. And they are reprioritizing their lives, and they want to give, and that's the focus of their lives. So in terms of philanthropy to India, I think activating that community is okay. We are doing well. There is this other community, the other category of first generation Indians who are in their 30s and 40s, and they are accumulating wealth at a massively fast pace, through work, through entrepreneurship, through an equity event. They also want to give, but they are not at a stage of life where they have the time. And it has been a real challenge to engage this community. They are all people who want to engage, but we've not successfully found pathways to engage with that community. And I think we need to do that, because the giving from that community is ad hoc. It is not very consistent. And so moving that to the India context, I think stage of life is important. I think people at a certain stage of life will reprioritize and will give. And I think the first category or the first community of people are easier, targets is the wrong word, but the easier community to really, for us to create pathways for them to take big bets. I think the other piece is also wealth crystallization, and I think it takes time. Wealth is crystallized. People want to make sure that they are safe, their families are safe, and there has to be a certain passage of time before that community starts giving. So I think if we can simultaneously do something for the people who are accumulating wealth much faster, it will be awesome in the India context, because that is what we've learned here, that it's been a real challenge. We are stepping up. We are trying to do things. We are trying to go to them, because they are not coming to us, because they don't have the time. So I think that would really help in the India context.
No, thank you so much. And Ashish, this is amazing, because you keep saying things that help me segue to the next question. So you spoke about how givers essentially fit into different categories. Stage of life is so important. And I really wanted to ask Ria, because even in the India Philanthropy Report, I know that we've spoken about some of the funders that we engage with, including yourself, as next gen, inter-gen, new gen givers. And therefore, with all the titles that have been attached, there's a certain amount of pressure and responsibility to really do things differently. While you might or might not want to do things differently as people expect you to, can you talk to us about maybe a couple of things that you are very excited about as someone who has the ability to shape, to some extent, the future of giving to India, or how things will happen in the years to come?
Yeah, thank you. So I've been, again, like I've been lucky that, so my mom has, done a lot of work in philanthropy over the last few decades, and recently she said, look, I want to be more strategic about my personal philanthropy, and so we decided that we would spend, over the last couple of years, really engaging with Dasra and saying, let's really craft what her personal philanthropy looks like. And that was a great opportunity for me also to work with her and really get a sense of what's important to her in terms of her giving. It's a deeply personal conversation. We all give for different reasons. We're motivated to do things for different reasons. So it really helped me also understand a lot about her motivations. And what I realized is that actually, Shreya, I don't think we need to do things that differently. I think a lot of the values, at least maybe I was lucky, they're there. And there are decades of experience in philanthropy that we don't need to throw away. What we do need to do is to push for things that maybe some philanthropists were already doing, but others maybe need to do more of. So having a gender equity, diversity, and inclusion lens is something that we decided to really bring into our work. We said we want to really focus on the most underserved causes and communities, and that's where we want our resources to go. We said that we want to work with proximate leaders because we've actually heard a lot of those conversations here in this space around Black Lives Matter and feminism and so on, but we don't hear it as much in the Indian context. And we should think about supporting proximate leaders in that context as well. Well-being were things that we brought into our sort of giving lens as well. So I don't think that these were things that I'm bringing in as a new gen. I think that this is just vocabulary. Mental health is a great one. I think before there was a focus on mental health, but it perhaps wasn't spoken of in the same way. And so I think that where we can make a difference, and what I'm really excited to see, is that we have language around all of this now. And so we can push for that. We can learn from global communities and how they have made change happen. And we can think about what that translates to in an Indian context. I think that's really powerful. And so we don't need to throw things away. We just need to reshape the language a little bit.
Can I make just one point? I was just reading a statistic recently that in 1980 or in the 80s, there was just 2% of the second and third gen or next gen diaspora in the US. Now that is 35%, and so it is going to continue to grow. And what Ria just mentioned, the risk-taking ability, it has truly the ability to change, bring a different dimension in how things are funded, what is being funded, and how the entire ecosystem is funded. And I think if we have to succeed, we have to address, we have to make sure that we are providing these pathways, because that percentage is only going to, increase in the US.
Thank you so much, Ashish and Ria. So this is the last question that I have for the panel, and then we'll open up for Q&A so that we have some time to do that. But quickly, before we go on, Lobo, Ria mentioned that there are things that we are already doing, that we need to develop language around it so that it can be contextualized essentially to different geographies. While that was, my previous question was about new gen. One question for you that I have is, there's a lot of not new but new-ish conversation that's going on in the Indian civil society about how tech needs to really come in. Funders are pushing for NGOs to invest in tech, and that it's being touted as not a solution as such, but a massive enabler. With Tech for Dev, you do a lot of this work. We've had interesting conversations in the past about this. So can you please just share a little of your viewpoint around that?
Yeah, sure. And this again comes down to what I think funders should and shouldn't do, right? And so we are running Tech for Dev, and we are working with quite a few foundations across India. And my least favorite way of engaging with NGOs in this is when a funder tells us to work with a few NGOs, and we push back heavily against it. Because whether we like it or not, right, and even with me, right, though I try to minimize the power dynamic, there is always a power dynamic between the funder and the fundee. And if a funder says like, hey, why don't you look into this, right? For the fundee, it is like, I better basically put my best person on this thing because this might lead to a lot more money. It might lead to a lot more engagement. It might lead to a next grant, right? If I don't do anything with this, I'm going to get asked about it, and and conversations will die on that, right? So that's why it's my least preferred method. And we keep telling the foundations, like, let the NGO decide. If tech is a priority for NGOs, let them, or irrespective of what let them make the priority list, and then you can support them in executing their priority list. I just had a conversation with one of India's largest, and at least to me, like Dream a Dream Foundation, Vishal and Suchita, and for the funders in the room who haven't met them, right? To me, they are the power couple and extremely inspiring individuals. And that's where I met Sonal also at the last Change the Script conference. And when we are having this conversation with Suchita, right, my view on tech is like they've been running this large multi-million-dollar organization without significant tech. And my conversation with her was, you really don't need tech, right? You've got to decide if you want to put tech in your programs. Like if you decide you want tech in your programs, and if you're convinced, then we can help you. But we don't feel that tech is needed in everything and everywhere. But I do think it's important for us to allow the staff at NGOs, the people running the organization, to make that decision. Because unless they are driving it, unless they are pushing it because of their belief, it's not going to work. And hence, again, like I think funders should advise, funders should nudge, and then funders should back away. Right? Means beyond that, so again, like while I do love tech and everything, but I don't think it's a universal solution. It's just an enabler. It's going to allow NGOs to do a lot of good things, but it's not necessarily the thing that every NGO should just get started on right away.
Can I build on that? I think it's important to say this also because we're sitting in Silicon Valley, that innovation and tech are two different things. And we need to think about innovation in the context that these organizations are working in, right? So innovation does not always mean a mobile app. Innovation does not mean a WhatsApp API. I'm laughing because we have an NGO founder who I really like in the front row saying, thank you. Say that. But I think, we should really think innovation means doing something different and taking a risk in a bootstrapped context. And that can mean a different and innovative kind of program design. It can mean a community intervention at Anubhuti Trust that teaches youth about constitutional rights. We've worked with Sadbhavna that works with women and girls in Lucknow to give them a sense of agency. And the way one of their interventions is through filmmaking. So they help women and girls make documentaries to tell the stories of their lives. That's innovation. What Sonal is doing with Protsahan and using art in a really interesting way to heal childhood trauma, that's innovation. So I think it's important also for us to decouple innovation and tech. Sometimes tech can be the right answer, and sometimes innovation looks entirely different.
So just, again, sorry, building up on your building up, right? So means to me what innovation is giving them the time, money, flexibility, and advice for experimentation, right? So we encourage all our NGOs, right? Like experiment, like try to prove your model, try to get some sense of data or some sense of gut feel as to why what you're doing is going to work, right? Change the model, like don't go down the same path all the time, right? And you don't necessarily need tech. Like the way you go on different paths could be one of many different things that we have mentioned. So give them the money to be flexible and try to experiment and fail, right? Failure is not a big deal. Like within Tech for Dev, we've had projects which we've just scrapped because like, hey, we don't think we are the right people for this at the right point in time. We'll continue doing our pilots. Maybe it will succeed, maybe it won't.
Thank you so much. I'll quickly go into Q&A now. We might have some time. But before that, I think my most key takeaway from our discussion today is that no matter how much we want to believe, a power dynamic exists. As funders, we just need to be conscious of it As NGOs, we need to build the ability to challenge it, to question it, and to hold our own. And as an ecosystem around NGOs, it's everyone's responsibility to enable them to do that. So I think, thank you so much for leaving me with that takeaway. And I'll open up for Q&A now, and we have mic runners around the room. Yeah.
Thank you. It's Alex Counts from the Indian Philanthropy Alliance. And I don't know about the rest of you, but I find in philanthropy there's a lot of ageism. That we say to young people, wait your turn until you've accumulated wealth, had family, sent them to college, kids, et cetera. And so I'm wondering, you talked about second and third gen, next gen. What are some effective ways to engage youth in philanthropy focused on India? At the Alliance, we've launched a national essay competition on philanthropy in India, and it's in its 4th year. And thank you, Ashish, for being supportive from Give. But what are the success models out there? What works?
I think it just depends, Alex. I think it depends on, for second and third gen, it depends how close their ties are with India, if they had any lived experience. I personally think at Give, the way we think about it is we need to solve for trust, discovery, and scale. Because if you don't solve for that, you can package it to a donor based on their journey. You know, some people may need more of a curation and a cultivation. Some people may just need, might be at an early stage where they just need more of that learning and curiosity generation. So we can package it to the stage of the donor. But I think if we don't solve for trust in organizations, if we don't, I mean, discovery, like we need to know all the anubhutis that are in India. I think discovery is the key, especially if you're here. You hear of 10, 15, 20 organizations, but there are so many small and medium-sized organizations that have the right interventions, that have the ability to scale, but lack the fundraising muscle to be in front of a US donor. So how do we make discovery easy and also scale? You know, people here, especially in the Bay Area, are motivated by scale. They think of how do I solve this problem and how do I solve it at scale? So, you know, trust, discovery, and scale. And to answer your question directly, I think people who are getting in, how do we create these pathways where we meet them where they are in their journey? So if they just have an interest, how do we create, like the essay competition, how do we start early? How do we create that learning environment, that initial curiosity around giving to India and the ecosystem in India?
And maybe also just to add that I think it's really important to build it around sort of a learning mindset as opposed to a savior mindset, right? Because that's the risk that we can run sometimes. And so I think just having to focus on learning and exposure and saying, look, just be embedded in some of these communities. Just understand how they live as human beings, as you would with any other human being, is a really nice way of actually setting the ground rules for then a more shared engagement, as opposed to one in which some of the power dynamics we've been speaking about can get easily exacerbated.
I mean, I just build on what Ashish said, right? At least for my kids or for my network, right? I'm not as concerned whether they give or whether they are very involved with giving in India, etc. Like, I just want them to be global citizens. So I'd be really happy, even if they're super involved with organizations and causes in the US or in their neighborhood or in their colleges, right? But I think building the social muscle, right? Building that empathy gene in them, like getting them to think about what others, like trying to get them to walk in other people's shoes a bit more. To me, that's more important than, and I think later on in time, hopefully they may or may not ever go back to India, right? But that's totally okay for me.
Hi, my name is Bhavik from MSI Charitable Trust, and thank you so much for putting this session together. This question is specifically for Lobo, and I'm curious to understand, so in recent trends, a lot of open AI technology, I mean, open AI of course, but like a lot of open AI focused nonprofits first raise a bunch of funding, and then as soon as they get traction, they have an offshoot, which is for profit, and then they transfer the IP rights, etc. So how does your foundation, has it come across such case studies? How do they navigate it? And for future, possibilities where people reach out, what would you advise to family offices, etc., in order to guard themselves from such an event?
Yeah, I mean, son, this is a whole different conversation, and I could spend hours on it, right? With regard to open source licenses and etc. But the nice thing about open source or licenses, right? So two things, right? First is, I don't think there's anything wrong with someone starting up a for-profit to sustain the non-profit, right? Depending on the ethics, morals, principles of the founders. Actually, Tech for Dev very recently incorporated a for-profit, right? Because we want to be sustainable, and I think tech companies should be sustainable. But the nice thing about open source is when people decide to close source and move their stuff and IP to a for-profit company, they really cannot move their stuff and IP to a for-profit company. Because what you've done and what you've funded as open source today, right, remains as is with that license now and forevermore. You just can't change the license on something existing. You can change it for the future, but what you've already done stays as is for now and forevermore, right? So that really prevents it. The second thing that we, again, like many of the times, the way we've started off was we allowed NGOs to make the decision and everything, and then I realized like recommendations sometimes don't work. So pretty much today, any of the funds that we give, especially for technology, our rule is if it's not open source, if you haven't made it open source before, we are not going to fund it, period, right? When you make it open source, then give us a call and talk to us. But don't tell me that we will make it open source when it's ready or we will release it to the world when it's ready, because I know and you know you'll never be ready and it's not going to happen. I know this has happened to me multiple times, right? And so now it's like, first put it out there, give me the link to it, and then again, means like I have had emails saying like, oh, our stuff is open source, and my next email is like, send me the link. So far, out of those approximately 10 emails, only one person sent me the link, right? So again, like it's really easy for, and I don't think they're doing it, means most NGOs really don't know anything about open source to do it, but I think from an intention perspective, they mean well, but from an execution perspective or from a sharing perspective, it does not mean anything, right? It's actually quite useless. Sorry.
We have time for one more question. So.
Hi, this is Shruti Diora, India Energy and Climate Center, UC Berkeley. So I have a question for the panel, anybody, but basically climate giving currently is a very small portion of global philanthropy, and climate change is, promises to be a huge challenge for India, so much so that it might nullify gains on other sectors that we see. So my question is there an upcoming interest from philanthropic circles in terms of giving on climate change issues for India, and if yes, what's the approach? What's the approach that philanthropists are taking? Thank you.
So I think there is, Shruti, I think there is interest. You see a lot of activity where there are funds being created, collaboratives being created. I think people are, it's clear that it is the defining issue of our time. It has intersectionality with health, livelihoods, income. If we don't solve for climate, this is, it is going to be it's going to be a problem. In terms of philanthropy capital, I've seen a lot of adaptation adjacent work being put in front of philanthropists. So things around reforestation, livelihoods, anything that impacts communities. Yeah, so I think it is happening. I think there is a lot of interest, and in the next few months and years, you will see several organizations, several philanthropists focused on this. At least we at GIB are also working on adaptation adjacent funds. So, and I know several others are. So there is going to be a lot of interest.
And I think also, for us, it's something that we're just trying to learn. Because I think beforehand, this is something that my thinking on has really evolved. I think before I always thought that, oh, I'm going to focus on marginalization first, and climate can wait. And over time, I've just gotten a much deeper understanding that no, climate change really affects the most marginalized disproportionately. And so you have to bring that lens in. I mean, we were talking with Deep yesterday, who works in the Northeast. He's working in land that's going to be affected. Deepa's work, I mean, these are real things that are going to affect communities that are the most vulnerable and are the least likely to be resilient to these kinds of changes. So it's an area where I think, for me, I'm still very much learning. I'm very interested to learn, and that's why I'm excited about the session this afternoon. because I think that is really a way for me to understand also what does it mean for us to bring that kind of lens into the existing work that we do in a way that we haven't done before.
Yeah. I just wanted to, that's absolutely true. I think the more you learn and research, the more you find out that there's so much that you just don't know. Like people talk about reforestation, climate smart agriculture. We just realized quickly in 3 months that we just lack the depth. We are no climate experts. We are good at fundraising, we are good at donor management, but when it comes to climate, we don't know anything. And we were talking about tree plantation. There are so many things just in tree plantation. If you don't plant with purpose, the whole the purpose is defeated. And so just the last 3 or 4 months has been just an eye-opener that this is going to be a long slog, but we need to get started.
Thank you so much. And before we close out and go on to the next session for the day, just a quick observation that we've had through the Rebuild India Fund around climate is that we are very excited to find donors look at climate as an intersectionality, as a horizontal, because exactly like Ria said, marginalization happens also because of climate. So for example, the Rebuild India Fund has around 30% or more of its NGOs that work on climate as one of the issues. And it'll be interesting to see funders also come up and realize that it might not be a one-off, but something that's a part of all of their programs. So yeah, just closing thoughts on that, but thank you very much everyone for being so patient, so nice, and thank you to our panelists for taking the time.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ashish, Riya, Lobo, and Shreya. Really appreciate the very candid conversations, reflections, and learnings along the way. With that, I have a couple of Gen Z team members who are constantly texting me to tell you all to follow us on social media. So we are the Rebuild India Fund. We are on LinkedIn, Twitter, and YouTube. So please follow us. And the hashtag for today is Empowering Grassroots. We are also posting live, so feel free to retweet and talk about your own experiences. There are little tents on all your tables, which have the QR code for the Rebuild India Fund website. You can scroll through the resources, and the events page has the entire agenda for today's Dasra Philanthropy Forum. With that, we'll disperse for a short break, so enjoy yourselves, and we'll see you back in 20 minutes.
Rebuild India Fund's journey actually began during the peak of the second wave of COVID pandemic in India. We all know what the situation was. There were, fires burning in the gardens, and the parks of New Delhi. The whole world was watching as this crisis unfolded in India. Now, what we learned during this period was most important for us, that led to the Rebuild India Fund.
What Rebuild India does is in terms of helping us as leaders evaluate where our organizations are in terms of their strengths and weaknesses, and also charting a path for working on improving our capacities, whatever they might be.
It's a wonderful platform for people like me to learn across, and this fund is really going to help us a lot in conducting different activities for the betterment of persons with disabilities. This will fill up a huge gap.
फंड का जो उद्देश्य है वो ये है कि जिस तरह के मुद्दे गांव में हैं और जिस पे हमको सपोर्ट नहीं मिल रहा है, तो उस पे हम आराम से काम कर सकते हैं। तो ये एक बहुत अच्छी अपॉर्चुनिटी है। मेरे को लगता है कि जो मुद्दे जिसको अभी तक कोई हाथ में ले सका, वो इस फंड के माध्यम से हम हाथ में लेंगे और आगे बढ़ेंगे।
The two critical areas are, one, the most secluded communities, and historically they have been marginalized, Dalits, and the lowest among the Dalits. Number two, after the pandemic, the unorganized workers have suffered a loss, and their socio-economic vulnerabilities demand from us that we need to intervene in this context.
महिलाओं पे जो हिंसा हो रही है और महिलाओं की जो हेल्थ की प्रॉब्लम्स है और माइग्रेशन की वजह से जो बच्चों का एजुकेशन रुक रहा है, तो वो हमारे लिए बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज है।
I come from an area which is child marriage prone, child labor prone and child trafficking prone. So I would really, emphasize on working with children and for the betterment of children so that our future can be better.
The violence against women, that is the core issue we are trying to understand, because discrimination and then this inequality in society is bringing this violence and it is normalizing that. So therefore that is the most critical thing, to create the understanding about gender equality, how it is beneficial to all.
For us, the vulnerabilities that are seen among the nomad communities, especially the ex-criminal tribes, are very much important for us, as well as the kind of marginalization happens for the tribal communities, especially the primitive tribes like Kolam and Gond and others. So those vulnerabilities are very important.
So the Rebuild India Fund is unique for a number of reasons. One is we are talking about supporting specifically small grassroots organizations. These are organizations that in today's parlance in philanthropy we call proximate leaders. So these are basically local leaders who are embedded based in the communities that they are serving, that the communities that they are serving are actually very vulnerable, highly marginalized communities, and that they are part of those communities, and that we want to be able to support them with long-term unrestricted funding.
The vision for a rebuilt India really looks like having different people here along with me right now, who look different, who speak different languages, and yet all of us are connected with a sense of deep community spirit, of empathy, of also a common goal. So a rebuilt India would really look like more people sharing this space, that space for diversity to be there, and that space for also participation with that strength and that hope that we are all able to do right now.
With the communities, we are all providing support to each other. We can co-create programs that can support many organizations, and it will be a great learning and sharing, like an exchange platform to contribute what we know and learn from others. So together we can create the whole society and the country which are fully developed, which is more equitable, and justice and peace is prevailing in the country. So that is what is our लॉन्ग टर्म विजन।
जिन हाशियाग्रस्त समुदाय के साथ हम काम करते हैं, कहीं ना कहीं लंबे अरसे से वो अलग अलग हिंसा के शिकार रहे हैं, अलग अलग तरह से मौक़ों से वंचित रहे हैं। तो हमें लगता है कि ख़ासकर जिनके साथ हम काम करते हैं वो गरीब वंचित हैं।
तो हमारा ऑर्गेनाइजेशन को जो विजन है एक जेंडर इक्वल सोसाइटी, तो ये फंड ये जो हम काम करेगा वुमेन एंड चाइल्ड राइट्स के लिए हम काम करेंगे। तो वुमेन एंड चाइल्ड का जो एजुकेशन, हेल्थ, उनका राइट्स के लिए हम काम करेंगे। लाइवलीहुड, स्पेशली लाइवलीहुड का ऊपर हम काम करेंगे।
We are looking at supporting 100 new grassroots non-profits every year.
समाज में किसी भी समुदाय में आप जब देखेंगे तो जो पिछले पायदान पे लोग खड़े हैं वो किसी भी समुदाय का हो सकता है, उनको बराबरी के दर्जा में लाना, एक साझा मंच के साथ उनको खड़ा करना, ये कल्पना है। इसके साथ ही हम लोग आगे बढ़ सकेंगे। जब तक सभी समुदाय के लोग एक साथ एक मंच पे एक आवाज़ में आगे नहीं बढ़ेंगे तो शायद हम जो भारत का जो विकास की बात करते हैं वहाँ हम पीछे हो जाते हैं।
So the goal here is for this to be a long-term resilience initiative where the most vulnerable, the most marginalized are supported by local leadership closest to them, and that there is many more thousands of such local leaders that are comfortable playing this role, stepping into this role, assuming this role, becoming grassroots non-profit leaders with a community and a movement, not just a fund, that they are a part of.
I am Brito, working with Van Muhil Trust based in Tirunelveli in southern part of Tamil Nadu. We have been working among Dalit children, unorganized workers and working adolescent girls, particularly in textile sector. We have been focusing on mostly Dalits in all aspects, and particularly the lowest rank among the Dalits, Arundhaviyas. So we have been focusing on education and forming workers collectives, and they need capacity building and they need education support and livelihood support and institution building. So we are part of this Rebuild India Fund because we are working in this category and to do the most important job for these vulnerable sections. We are in a situation that we need to come together to rebuild India in this particular context. The context demands that civil society groups of this sort should come together, and we want to address the crucial issues, particularly working among the most vulnerable and marginalized sections. As I said earlier, the two critical areas are: one, the most secluded communities, and historically they have been marginalized, Dalits, and the lowest among the Dalits. Number two, after the pandemic, the unorganized workers have suffered a loss, and their socio-economic vulnerabilities demand from us that we need to intervene in this context.
We have constituted an investment committee of 5 representative non-profit leaders, civil society leaders, who will actually make the ultimate decision of which organizations to include into the Rebuild India Fund, and they will be supported by the Rebuild India Fund's team in sharing due diligence and other information that we have used in coming up with a short list of organizations. But ultimately the decision is actually with a group of representative leaders, most of whom today are recipients of the Rebuild India Fund itself, and in the future all 5 members of the investment committee will be members of the Rebuild India Fund, because we want the fund to be completely participative in terms of the recipients being the ones who select organizations into the fund, because they know best which kinds of organizations should really be a part of this.
I'm Sujana from Under the Mango Tree Society. We are an NGO that works in 3 states, Gujarat, Maharashtra and Madhya Pradesh, among smallholder farmers, primarily below poverty line farmers in tribal communities. So the core of our work is helping to increase agricultural yields for these farmers through beekeeping with indigenous bees. So we're thrilled to be part of the Dasra Rebuild Fund, primarily because fundraising over the last couple of years has been extremely challenging. This is more so in the post-COVID scenario. So for smaller organizations like ours, it has been a very tough situation. This is where untied funding, which is what the Dasra Rebuild India Fund gives, which helps to strengthen organizations, is in fact the need of the hour. If we want a stronger civil society in India, funds like these will go a long way in strengthening the civil society sector in India. I think what Rebuild India does, helping us as leaders evaluate where our organizations are in terms of their strengths and weaknesses, and also charting a path for working on improving our capacities, whatever they might be. For most of us, the gap is organizational strengthening, capacity building. So this is where the Rebuild India Fund could be extremely critical for smaller organizations like ours. 86% of India's farmers are small and marginal farmers who own less than 2 hectares of land. Climate change has made farming a lot more difficult and challenging than it was earlier. So it's extremely important to improve agriculture per se and create other livelihoods around agriculture in rural areas, typically in very backward districts. So this is the constituency that we work with at Under the Mango Tree Society.
So there are a few very unique characteristics of the Rebuild India Fund. First is that it is a pooled fund which is looking to provide long-term flexible funding to small grassroots organizations. The second is that we are trying to integrate, or rather we are integrating, principles of participatory grant making into our sourcing as well as our selection process, by which I mean we are reaching out to existing collectives of grassroots organizations, existing databases that have been compiled by many groups and other funders as well in the country, and we are looking to use and leverage the information and the diligence that they have already compiled, so that we don't keep putting this pressure of data compilation and sharing on the part of the small grassroots non-profit leaders. So we are looking to be participative by reaching out to existing collectives and having them recommend organizations into the Rebuild India Fund.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Can we come back to the room and get seated? We'll have a lunch break soon, so there'll be time to chit-chat further, I promise. is a new way of getting people back, but I don't know if it's working. Hi, everyone. Can we please come back? Okay. Shh. See, that works. Okay. Awesome. We have a lunch break coming up soon, so this can happen again, we promise. The next session is called Breaking the Cycle of Vulnerability, the Rebuild Way. And this makes for a good segue because in the previous discussion, we spoke a lot about power dynamics, the inequity which exists in the development sector. So we're going to unravel some of those layers. And I have the opportunity to interview two amazing people who represent different sides of the coin. So we have Bhavik, who represents the grant-making side of things, and we have Deep, who's part of the Rebuild India Fund, and also part of the investment committee of the Rebuild India Fund, who represents a non-profit farm to food. So we'll get the opportunity to grill them both and hear about their experiences when it comes to things like trust-based giving, flexible funding, and what it means for different organizations and players in the development sector. So Bhavik manages the education portfolio for grant making at the Sarvamangala Family Trust, and he currently serves at as a director of impact investments at MSI. He was in India earlier and then moved to California a few years ago. Deep Jyoti Sonu Brahma, that's his full name, and if you have any questions on why his name is so long, he's happy to answer it. He comes from the lovely state of Assam in northeast India and is an advocate of mainstreaming agriculture as an aspirational livelihood, especially for vulnerable youth through his leadership in the Farm to Food Foundation. He is also part of several other community-based organization collectives, and we'll hear from the both of them. So Bhavik and Deep, if I can invite you to come on stage. Thank you. And the session is moderated by plain old me, who you've been hearing since morning, so I'll keep it brief, I promise. We were going to keep this session a little more kosher and very simple, but hearing the last panel has really empowered all of us, so we're going to try and make it a little more controversial. And I've told Deep and
I'll try my best.
I have changed their questions, so they don't know what I'm going to ask them, but I'm going to start with a small story. This is back in 2019. I took a couple of funders for a field visit. And we went to the state of Bihar, and we were seeing some education-based organizations in Bihar. We went to a couple of schools, and the funder turns back and asks me, why don't we ask these schools to give us a monthly report? And I look at them saying, why? Because the school is not performing well. And in my head, I said, why the hell do they have to give you a monthly report? But obviously, I couldn't say that. I was relatively new in Dasra, so I couldn't be as controversial as I would have liked to be. And right then, we go to a temple, because that's what you got to do sometimes on funder visits. They make me buy milk for them to serve at the temple, and they put money in the donation box. And I was thinking, are you going to ask them for a monthly report? Why are you doing this, right? And that was how funding and philanthropy was a few years ago. But I'm very grateful to be part of the Rebuild India Fund, where we challenge some of these norms. And Lobo, Ria, Ashish, and Shreya spoke about the ever-present power dynamic. And while, of course, I think we're making strides, we still have a while to go. And I thought it would be interesting to hear from Bhavik and Deep both about their experiences. And with that, Bhavik, even with MSI, right, there has been quite a shift in grant making. We were in Orange County a week ago, and Bhavik and his team took us through the work they've done. So they've supported large organizations, and they've supported organizations in India and the US, and now you're a partner and supporter of the Rebuild India Fund. So I wanted to understand from you, what has your journey been like in the philanthropy ecosystem? What have been some shifts in grant making?
Great, thank you for the question, and please feel free to have as many candid comments to the funder community. I'm not representing them, but definitely I can speak for MSI. So just to give you a quick background about just where I come from. About 10 years back, I was actually volunteering for one of Dasra's, I think, they were class 2 or class 3 non-profits, Lend a Hand India. And I was volunteering for them in 2013. Actually, I ran a marathon for them. And so I've kind of been connected with Dasra for a very long time. And today, MSI is one of the primary supporters of Lend a Hand. So we've seen sort of their entire ecosystem of one nonprofit taking that entire trajectory and actually growing to scale. So that is one aspect. But with that sort of preface, I want to highlight that I've been on the nonprofit side. And I've understood, I've traveled, and one of the things that kind of stands out is, as a nonprofit, you're very empathetic. You're always in that activist volunteering phase where you want to make a difference. And that's fine. But what you really lose out on often, not saying all of us do, is brevity. And when you reach out to funders, donors, what you have to really empathize with them is that they really have a short amount of time, and you need to explain your decades of experience in the language they understand the best, right? So so to come back to your, going full circle, but coming back to your question, how has my journey been? I think I've increased empathy towards funders, which I lacked when I was in the nonprofit side. I realized that, the people are intentional, and I can speak for MSI because I'm going to be finishing 4 years in July. So I understand that they come with intention. They want to help, but at the same time, you have to make their job easy as a nonprofit. You need to explain to them the way they would understand. And now you might complain that, how am I supposed to know that? Well, that's your background research. That's your job, right? Of course, one of the primary responsibility of family offices or philanthropic organizations is to make it easy for the nonprofits to get some breadcrumbs. And that's one of my efforts. And that's where I bring my empathy from the field, where I kind of almost handhold nonprofit leaders who are intentional. They have the right mindset, but they probably lack the lexicon that would help them get their foot into the door. And that's probably where I kind of come in to help them. So, probably that's where I would like to leave, and open to hearing your thoughts and questions.
And before I come to Deep, I just want to, sorry, can you hear me? Okay. So before I come to Deep, Bhavik, I just want to ask you a follow-up question. Do you think that you should go towards the nonprofits and understand their language, or they need to rise up and kind of get into the lexicon you were speaking about? Or do you think it goes both ways?
So no one is rising down or drowning in. They're all trying to come somewhere midway, right? I mean, so it's not about, so one of the things is that definitely almost how much ever trust-based philanthropy talks about putting the sort of the focus on the fundee, but at the end of the day, it's the fundee's job a lot of times to kind of explain their story. And that's one onus that the fundee will inevitably have, no matter what you say. So I think it's sort of like a two-way street, in my opinion. As long as you have your 2 minutes of airtime, if I may, and kind of you are given that platform to explain, it's truly a 50-50 partnership where you have to come midway and explain, and at the same time, from a donor's point of view, you have to empathize, kind of expand your lexicon, where, and if, let's say, you understand in terms of numbers and ratios, you probably need to go beyond that and kind of understand what they're trying to say. So it comes both ways, yeah.
Thanks, Bhavik. Thanks for elaborating that. So Deep, if I were to turn it over to you, and luckily we've together had the opportunity to meet with a number of funders in the last 1.5 weeks. So I'd like to understand from you, right? So what have been some of the shifts you've noticed in philanthropy? What have been some of your conversations like in the last 1.5 weeks? And have they been very different from the ones you've had in the past?
So I was just telling someone that, in fact, yesterday also we were talking about that, my entire experience for the past 20 days, close to 2 weeks. Prior to this, in India, I have been interacting with lots of donors, funders, HNIs, and most of the 99% of the experience has been very, very bitter. So much so that I had developed this theory that the size of the house or the car is inversely proportional to the size of the heart. bigger the house, tinier the heart. But out here, for the past 2 weeks that I have been interacting, I have never seen so much warmth, so much love, and so much openness to learn and to treat you as equal, rather than saying, you know, you are my grantee, I can give you I can give you money, you know. So then my theory has now changed that, you know, the size of the house is directly proportional to the size of the heart, you know. And in fact, in many cases, almost 99% of the cases, it has been 2 times the size of the house. So therefore, that's the change that I have seen. You know, the problem with development sector is also, in fact, the conversation that in the previous group was having about the power dynamic. And we are talking about the vulnerability. Now, power dynamic and vulnerability is very, very closely associated with the cycle of oppression. You know, the oppressed people, and the entire cycle of violence, entire cycle of oppression happens in such a way that the power dynamic keeps on shifting, you know. For example, a man may be working in a very, very dehumanizing condition, but when he goes back home, he will, you know, he will engage in domestic violence against the women in the house, and the mother will then in turn show the same kind of behavior to the child. So this cycle continues, and the child will go outside and do similar kind of socially unacceptable behavior in the society. So it continues, and it continues from the moment then, you know, if you talk about the donor and power dynamic, continues from the fact that I'm giving you money, you better send me a report. I'm giving you money because I don't like agriculture, but I like children, so can you please focus on children rather than on agriculture? You know, I like climate, not so much on agriculture, not so much on children. So then we try to fine-tune, try to adjust our program around that. But what is happening right now over the years, and what I have also seen here, is there's a certain trust in the partnership, that we together, it can't be just my responsibility as a development sector leader, and it can't be just your responsibility as a donor to change the world. We are living in the world together. You know, if there is a climate crisis, if there is pollution here in USA or in Delhi, the schools, the villages out there in Assam will also be washed away in the floods. Children will be staying on the roadside because there is a polluting vehicle running in USA or in Delhi or in Bangalore. So everybody is related. And similarly, if those children are not getting productive economic engagement out there in Assam, then they will migrate to the cities, and where probably they might be engaged in some you know, socially not very acceptable activities. So therefore, and then everybody is paying ultimately. So therefore, it's a relationship, it's a cyclic relationship. So we are all in it together, and that is what forms the trust. And that's how whenever we talk about solution, like just in the previous session, Ria was talking about innovation. So innovation is, there will be certain ideas from the development sector, there will be certain ideas from the people who have exposed to the tech sector and the world of innovation out here. Together, we all can create, and believing that the community leaders have the agencies and the skills also to create solution is very, very important. And for the development sector leaders, the fact that that the people who have the money also have a heart is also very, very important. Then you come together and sit on a table together and create that beautiful partnership of not 50-50%, but 100% partnership together, because each one has to give 100% into the partnership. So trust-based is what I have seen over the year. It's also giving us the space to co-create a beautiful world together.
Thank you. Thank you, Deep. And you brought up a very important point of community leaders, right? So my follow-up question to you is, do you think the way community leaders, community-based organization leaders are perceived, is it different from the way leaders of mid to large size organizations are perceived? And I want to get your thoughts on how is funding, attention, amplification then different, right? Because you've been leading a community-based organizations and you have a very strong network of people who lead community-based organizations in the Northeast.
Thanks. Very, very important question, because people who are from the grassroots organization leading community actions in the in most of the vulnerable communities, vulnerable areas, have lots of emotions, have lot of stories, but they do not have the lexicons and the language that is spoken in the world outside. So whenever we are, like you, in the morning you have heard Deepa, she is not very comfortable in English, but she's trying to do. She's trying to communicate with you. You know, she's taking that two steps forward to meet with you. So when we see that the other person are also taking 2 steps forward to meet you up, I think that's where you know, that's where a beautiful relationship develops. You know, and community leaders, especially from the smaller organizations, are usually led by people who are experience the most vulnerable aspect of life. You know, they are the one who has probably seen their houses being washed away during the floods. They are the one probably who have been asked to come to the table while staring at a barrel of a gun. You know, they have been asked to draw up a proposal despite the fact that they have never been to a school. So those are some of the challenges that these smaller organization faces. For them, working in the community is not out of a choice that I want to do something good for the society, I want to do something good for the community. They are there because that's their lived experience. You know, for Deepa, for example, if she doesn't stand up, then she is the one who's going to suffer. Her family is going to suffer. Her community is going to suffer. If I don't stand up for the kind of work that I am doing, if I don't stand up, then ultimately I am the one who's going to pay for it. You know, there may, in future, there might be some more leaders who might stand up and say, we want to do this or we want to do that, but that's not going to impact my life. If I want to impact my life, I will also have to ensure that my surrounding, my community is also impacted. So therefore, trusting community leaders is very, very important. Giving them space, that enabling spaces for co-creating solution is very important.
Thank you, Deep. And that brings me to you, Bhavik. So you've, of course, worked with LAHI. MSI has supported mid to large scale organizations and mostly large organizations, right? So what made you support Rebuild India Fund and leaders like Deep, right? Was it the stories? Was it the lexicon? Or what was it?
For us, we wanted to try it out. But to kind of elaborate on that, I think the funding space is definitely moving towards they're sort of deriving ideas from the VC ecosystem, and people want to expose their capital for a wider audience, right? And I think one of the theses for us to support Rebuild was the kind of portfolio or the kind of reach Dasra has, at least for us, was impressive, especially when we want to spread out to all the states and with a credible name. And for us, of course, there were great references. One of the themes that were pretty much synergetic between what MSI kind of upholds was, being catalytic. So one of the things that we kind of really stress on is being catalytic donors or funders. So what that means is, if let's say, and let me give you that example with a case. So in 2015, we started a partnership with Pratham, wherein, of course, everyone in this room probably knows what Pratham does. However, we wanted to see if there's something different we can turn our relationship into. And we wanted them to come up with a model which would provide digital content at an open source level for hundreds and thousands of nonprofits across the world that speak in those languages. And we started that effort with them. And towards the end of 2 years, they came up with 16,000 content pieces in about 14 languages, 10,000 being videos and puzzles, etc. Then the second check they got was from Tide Foundation, from Google. And that was something where, of course, the scale that Google would be able to get them to would be far bigger than a private foundation. But that's how we define, or that's how we use as a use case as catalytic. So I think partnering with Dasra allows us to, again, experiment this, but at scale, because now you're solving the deal flow for us. And of course, me knowing Raj and Sunanda helped, because now I have a reference that, okay, this works. Look, I knew them since 2009. And again, they're not related to me. I just supported them. I ran for them in a marathon. And that's how much I know them. But I see that they kind of scaled over the last decade. So that's how it kind of came together, of course.
Thank you, Bhavik. Appreciate it. I would now like to open it up to the audience. We have some time for questions, so whoever's interested, please ask them questions. Don't ask me any.
There's hardly any controversy going on here, so we can do a better job.
Thank you. It is really fantastic to be in this whole thing and to think about this Rebuild India Fund. My name is Ranjani Saigal, and Bhavik, of course, we've known you. I'm from Ekal Vidyalaya. So I wanted to ask, I think maybe you, I just want to understand a little bit better. When we are talking about, supporting really capacity building, right? I think that's what I'm hearing from this. What if you want to start something new within the organization and really maybe have to do a pilot, to do a more professional team? Is that something you think there might be opportunities? Because I often feel that, we start the pilots with volunteers again, and, but at the same time, so that kind of doesn't bring that level of, outputs and repeatability and all of that. So I don't know if I'm being a little confusing about this, but I'm just curious from all of you to think if that might be something that we should invest in from your perspectives.
So just to clarify, when you say we, you mean as a nonprofit leader or as a donor?
So would a donor support such a project, say within Ekal, I'm just going to, if I want to do something new, but I want to take a real professional team to make the pilot happen, is that something that we can think about? Because usually they say, you've done it before, show us some track, in what we have done. Just like what you did with Pratham, right? I mean, it was a new thing that happened. And the question is, can we actually have a professional team come in and, do that kind of work?
Definitely. So thank you for the question. Of course, I've known you for a while, and it's been a pleasure working with you. So this is a pretty deep question, but I'll try to keep it pretty concise. It's a combination of course, track record or what the vision is, but I think intent sort of supersedes over here. That's because if traditionally an organization has not functioned, let's say, for example, in tech, and now you want to completely overhaul your infrastructure and move towards tech, it's a tough case for someone to buy in, just because historically you've not focused on that. However, if there's a very clear plan and you have a thesis, you've done your theory of change, and essentially are here to really look us in the eye and be like, this is what we want, this is where the world is, and we're ready as a team. We need your support. Of course, a donor is not going to just write a 7-digit check just from day zero, but the best thing you want to know is if they want to support a pilot and see if there is any output. And then, of course, you can double down if the milestones are completed. So if that supports.
Hi, Anjana Patel of Avila Family Foundation, and I have a question for you, Deepa. I'm curious as a funder, and we've talked about community leaders, power dynamics. From my perspective, I try my best to mitigate that power dynamic, but from your experience, what are some practical things that we can do to really make you feel like an equal partner, you know, from your first conversation until, you know, the work starts? I would love to hear your perspective.
Thanks, Anjana. You were a super host when we visited you. So it's not a rocket science. I think all of us know the language of love. I think that's enough. You spend some time, you give some time, you listen to, you share your vulnerability, you hear others' vulnerability, and you meet without those walls around you. And it's very simple. You just talk to and start loving each other, and a lot of things will be solved if we start loving each other. Thank you. Thank you. But yeah, that's very important. It's very simple, but very difficult to follow.
Hi, Bhavik. Hi, Deepjyoti. Thank you so much for your incredible words so far. So I'm Ayushi. I work with Give Directly, and a lot of my work so far has been in the space of evaluation. And we've been talking about lexicon and languages. Lexicon is definitely a word I'm taking away today from the conference. So a part of the language that nonprofits and sort of donors and funders speak is in terms of stories. I've been working with data and numbers. And the fact that results-based financing has been picking up in the ecosystem in the past few years, I just wanted to understand how that language has been working out. For instance, when we look at grassroots organizations, metrics like quality of life or just quality of life in general matters, let's say, over metrics that donors would be looking for in terms of what the reach looks like and what the numbers actually look like. So have you experienced any sort of friction there? And what did the possible solution look like? Thank you.
Do you want to go first? This was tough. I need some time to think.
Thanks for the question. Let me give you a chotu sa example, tiny example. So Northeast for almost 4 decades now has been through a very, very violent period. We have for almost 60 years, we have had a fantastic law called AFSPA, Armed Force Special Power Act, which gives them the sweeping power to shoot anybody that they think are enemy. And that has been there in the Northeast for 60 years. Yeah? So when people come to us and talk about peace and development, we say that we are looking at the barrel of the gun every day. We haven't seen police when we were growing up. We only saw military. So very difficult period we grew up. And suddenly we saw that there was an economic opportunity, things were booming, economic activities were booming. So people started moving from those violent period into the sustainable economic engagement. And suddenly we see that the metrics will say that 10,000 young people engage in economic activity with, let's say, 1,000 rupees a month, salary or income. And everything looks very nice and happy. But many of you may be aware that there is a crisis going on in Manipur. Yeah? Because we did not talk about those wounds, we did not give the time for the wounds to heal. We did not give time to reconciliate. We did not spend time on reconciliation. And spending time to talk about the pain that I have gone through, the pain that I have I have caused you. I mean, AFSPA is also there for a certain reason. You know, it wasn't like, you know, somebody dreamt about it and said tomorrow we should put AFSPA in the northeastern region. So there has been lots of violence and lots of loss that both of the party has had, but nobody wants to sit down and talk about it. And that happens in the family also. You know, I might say something harshful to my wife, or I might say something harshful to my daughter, and she'll, you know, run away inside her room. Later on in the dining table, we will all be like in a stony silence. And the next day, we will all be doing our own activity like nothing has happened. But each of these tiny moments are very, very significant, and they create a huge impact in the psyche of each of us. We try to cover it up with other activities like economic activity, like social activity, go and watch some movie, but we don't talk about those incidents. Let's go to a party, but let's not talk about the hurt that I have caused you. And that doesn't show up in data. That's the challenge. And therefore, we probably need to make the data speak more, make the data talk about the, what's one of the heavy words, intersectionality, you know, of the life. You know, quality of life may be very, very different. For a young person growing up in Delhi, Delhi is like one of the most polluted city, you know. They will always say that my life is so better than the young person out there in Assam because his school has been washed away in the flood water, so there's no place. I don't have to see the barrel of the gun every day, so my life is so good. But that's not reality. That's not true. You know, some young person out here in the US might say, my life is very good because I've got all the infrastructure, all the facilities here, such a beautiful weather. But is it true? Do you have the relationship? Do you have the trusting relationship? You know, so everybody is somewhere out there, you know, struggling, and those struggles do not come in the numbers. They come in the stories and emotions. That needs to be captured. I'm sure many of you who are in the tech world and play with the numbers will probably somewhere down the line find some solutions, how to take out those, bring out those emotions in the numbers, you know, and we'll also be benefited from that. Thanks.
So firstly, you know, it's tough to match up with whatever he said, but but I can share from the family office that I work with, and feel free to extrapolate, right? So definitely data-driven decision-making is super essential for us. That, I mean, being in the Bay Area right now, I'm not gonna speak against data, but at the same time, family office, of course, where we work, we care about data. However, if I can use the VC analogy, that you can talk about the story, get in the door, and take that angel check, but if you want follow-on funding, you need to show traction. And you cannot get traction through stories. You have to show why your case fits for scale. And that's really how I would kind of bridge the gap. Of course, and I love that midway where you kind of need to keep the story, you know, alive, because that's kind of attaches you back to your mission and vision and why you're doing what you're doing. And that's kind of a deeper question for all of us, no matter which sector. But yes, coming back, of course, the kind of relevance to data, especially if you want to solve a problem, cannot be replaced or substituted. The way you communicate it is a matter of choice upon the listener, and that's when you have to be a wordsmith as a master fundraiser. That helps.
Hi, my name is Neelu, and I just wanted to follow up this conversation from a perspective of a funder and something that's been hearing a lot in circles, which is as a funder, shift your focus away from outputs to outcomes. Right? And both these things are, you know, we are so used to measuring output, like how many butts and seats, this conference, how many people came to it, how many people sat in it, right? But what is the change that you were looking to make? Right? And those are harder to measure, those are subjectives, but if we focus on the outcome and if you focus on asking organizations, what is the outcome that you want, and then working on that, and that I think the measurement of it is difficult, but we need to focus on that part. And I think as a funder, shifting away from that would be helpful.
No, I think you can answer. Sorry, we can continue the questions. Or you can ask it and we can answer it later.
You know, we get into this dynamic of it's stories versus data, but the question is whose data, right? My friends at BRAC, they said to me something, they said, too often in philanthropy, northern money requires northern data, right? And so what data is valid for making a decision to pilot something or to scale something? Is it data defined that's useful to the implementer, or is it data defined by someone who's sitting in Silicon Valley working on a whiteboard and trying to figure it out and over-intellectualize it? And so that's what I would add to that.
Thank you, everyone. Really appreciate the questions and perspectives. And sorry, we have to move on to the next session, but there'll be a lunch break shortly, and you'll have time to engage with Bhavik, Deep, and others. And as we conclude this session, we've left it at an interesting note. There's data, there's stories waiting to be told, stories need to be heard, and we'll see where data comes into the mix. And then you have Dasra, and funders ask us all the tough questions, to be quite honest. So we'll continue playing that role, and we just have one short video we'd like to play, and Deep, over to you. Sorry, 2 short videos if we have the time. And Deep, over to you, and then we'll move on to the next session, followed by lunch. Thank you.
It's very short, so please give all your attention. Wait.
सेवन में जब सितंबर में मास एनजीओ चालू हुआ तो एक ये मेंबरशिप ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है, तो इसके अंदर अराउंड 3,800 अबो देवदासी वुमेन मेंबर हैं कि देवदासी के लिए जो इतने सब उन्होंने परेशानी झेली है, जितना इकोनॉमिकली हो, सोशल हो, सेक्सुअली हो, उनको जो भी उन्होंने सहा है, ये नेक्स्ट जो भी उनकी ये है, उनके बच्चे हैं या ग्रैंड चाइल्ड है, ये सिस्टम उन्हीं तक ही रुक जाना चाहिए, ये मेन उनका टारगेट है। और जो उनके चिल्ड्रन या ग्रैंड चिल्ड्रन है तो उनको अच्छा एजुकेशन दे या उनकी लाइफ अच्छे से ये करे, तो उनका एक मेन इंटेंशन है मैम उसका। जैसे महासभी 97 में चालू होने के बाद इसका जो भी बोर्ड मेंबर्स हैं तो एक देवदासी वुमेन ही है मैम। इसके अंदर हम ज्यादा पढ़े लिखे या ग्रेजुएट वगैरह कोई भी उनके अंदर डायरेक्टर टीम में नहीं है। सीईओ मैम है सीता जोड़ाटी, जैसे आप जानती हैं, वो भी एक एक्स देवदासी वुमेन है। तो में एक करेज है कि ये सिस्टम पूरा रुकना चाहिए हमारे बेलगाम डिस्ट्रिक्ट में, और हमारे बच्चे दूसरों बच्चों की तरह ही इज्जत से जी पाए।
Can you stop? Pause for a minute.
गांव की जो महिलाएं लीडर।
Yeah. So the first video that was for about 1.5 minutes. It wasn't very long. It talked about proximate leaders. Only the person who's standing in the rain will know the importance of an umbrella, right? So, so therefore, a leader who has been through that experience, I mean, we call it proximate, nice fancy word, but that's the reality. So that's what we wanted to show. I will talk about all these 3 videos in a while together, but if you can play the second one.
गांव की जो महिलाएं लीडर महिलाएं हैं, जैसे अभी हम जिस कम्युनिटी के साथ काम कर रहे हैं, तो वहां से हमारे काम में से भी कुछ लोग आगे निकल के आए हैं। जब हम लोगों ने काम शुरू किया था तो हम लोगों ने 10 गांव को लेके काम शुरू किया था, लेकिन अभी हम बीड डिस्ट्रिक्ट में 300 विलेजेस में काम कर रहे हैं। लेकिन अभी जब गांव कम्युनिटी तैयार हो जाता है, महिलाएं तैयार हो जाती है, तो वो खुद अपने आप भी काम करने लगते हैं। तो अभी हम इसके वजह से लीडर्स, महिलाओं को, कम्युनिटी के कुछ लोगों को ट्रेन करते हैं और वो लोग आगे लेके जाते हैं। हमने जो शुरू किया था ना ताई का, तो एक वॉलेंटियर बेस पे ही शुरू किया था, सिर्फ ट्रेनिंग देना, तो ट्रेनिंग के लिए आने जाने के लिए छोटा सा एक्सपेंस होगा, या ट्रेनिंग के लिए जब वो रहते तो यहाँ रहने का, खाने का बंदोबस्त हम लोग करते थे। लेकिन आगे जाके हम लोगों ने क्या किया, थोड़ा सा अभी हम 2 साल से थोड़ा सा मूड चेंज किया है काम करने का। जैसे हम डायरेक्टली काम करते थे जाके, अभी हम डायरेक्टली नहीं जाएंगे, वो लीडर लोग के थ्रू जाएंगे। तो वो तैयार हो गए ना गांव लेवल। अभी हम लोग क्या कर रहे हैं, हम जो एक लीडर है जो गांव लेवल पे 10 एसएचजी संभाल रहा है, तो 100 महिलाएं अगर 100 रुपए भी करेगी तो हर साल देती है। जैसे
So in business term, probably it's called the multiplier effect. Yeah. So out here, building the agencies and skills of the community and community leader that we trust you to develop the solutions. Like again, going back to that example of it's the person who's standing in the rain will know what's the best quality model of an umbrella. Umbrella is important, but it should also have the certain aspect of it. So here at Rebuild India, we have been able to engage with these leaders who are themselves creating more leaders in the field. You know, rather than one Deep, Jyoti, Sonu, Brahma with 4 names, I'm the only person I'm going around. I won't be able to change much. But if there are more people out there, more Deep Jyoti or more Vishal or Deval, more people out there in the communities, they themselves will know what is the solutions that will best fit them. So creating that trusting environment, community-centric solutions will come out only then. Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And we also, as an NGO, we work with government schools and low-income private schools. We've been running pillar to post, leaving no stone unturned to make the government school effective, functional, and delivering quality education. But the challenge is like, if you go to the zonal education officer and even if you go to directorate, like nothing happens. The political will of the government is not there at all. When we met children and asked them what they would like to become in future, they are very clueless because, and we asked them why you go to school, and then they said, we go to school because our parents and us and our friends are going to school. So they don't have dream at all. So what we do is like, even when we ask them to sketch randomly what's in their mind, so mostly children draw a gun.
When you ask the children in the Northeast to draw whatever comes to their mind, most of them will draw a gun because that's what they have been seeing all across them. So this also talks about, because at Rebuild India, we are also understanding that when we talk about vulnerability, there are multiple intersectionality, multiple layers of vulnerability. It's not just about poor child, it's also about the violence that he or she is going through. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Deep. Thank you. Thank you, Bhavik, for indulging me. And if you're interested to watch any of these videos or hear from our other community leaders, they're all available on our YouTube channel. And in fact, we are launching a report on Northeast very soon. And we're going to delve into some of the vulnerable groups there, the challenges they face, and what can we do as the philanthropic community. So stay tuned for that. On that note, I'd like to invite Deval, co-founder of Dasra, and Shivani Garg Patel, who's the Chief Strategy Officer of the Skoll Foundation, and she focuses on amplifying and developing the foundation's work. And Shivani has been a social entrepreneur, investor, advisor, and brings a very multi-sectoral view of her work. And we are lucky to have SCOL as our longtime friends and partners. We have the lovely SCOL team present with us today. And the principles which we've heard about since morning, be trust-based philanthropy, flexible funding, power dynamic, and equity, are some of the principles SCOL has been talking about for a while, and they've kind of helped Dasra think about our strategy and our principles as well. So with that, over to both of you.
Can you all hear me? Hi, it is such a pleasure to be here. Thank you for having me. It's been a great day so far, and looking forward to continuing the conversation. I'm going to kick us off by, we're going to ask each other some questions, and I'm going to start. So Deval, Deepa this morning kicked us off with a very powerful encouragement on rethinking how we frame vulnerability beyond poverty, potentially with more intersectionality in many different dimensions. And at Dasra, you all have really centered vulnerable communities, been prioritizing them, thinking about how you involve that into the work that you do. Can you share a little bit with the group about the journey you've been on and how that manifests in your work?
No, of course. So for those of you who don't know, we've been around now for 24 years, and we've had the privilege to serve multiple nonprofits across India, helping them dream big, helping them scale if that is part of their dream, and supporting them through that process. And it wasn't until sort of a year or two before COVID hit that we realized, just because myself and Neera, who are the co-founders of Dasra, were born and brought up outside of India, we ended up finding organizations and supporting leaders who looked and felt more like us. Not by intent, not by design, but it was what we did. And I think it was sort of a year or two before COVID hit that we realized that we needed to sort of use the same learnings that we had in working with amazing leaders across the country, but really take it a step to sort of include those that have had those lived experiences. And so we started looking at the various collaboratives that we're running and saying, okay, well, how is the community influencing the design of these particular interventions? How are they part of the process in terms of where we go as Dasra as an organization? And how do we start supporting sort of more of these groups to bring their voice to a table that usually they've not just had a voice on. And so our work with adolescents and sanitation sort of shifted to us funding slightly larger organizations and enabling them to sort of execute their programs, to creating an advisory council, which is based with youth in India that tells us what to do in our adolescents' work. In sanitation, we supported lots of great organizations focusing on the technology of the treatment of waste and the scaling up of those programs across India, but we realized the sort of implementation of these government policies very rarely included sort of the community voice. And so how did inclusion become part of that process in ensuring that the most vulnerable communities, number one, are identified, and number two, are actually used not in a negative way, but their inputs actually drive what then local governments do in terms of placing the sanitation in areas that they need. And so these were sort of aspects that we used not just in the collaboratives, but also with Rebuild India Fund, which was how do we then support more proximate leaders, individuals who have lived experiences with the same level of support that we gave in Educate Girls, a Magic Bus, and Akshay Patra, and so many other organizations that we were so lucky to sort of help when their budgets were under 1 crore rupees. For the last 24 years, and we've seen them really create greater impact. But how do we use those same principles to work with another type of organization, ones that are just closer to the ground, and to be honest with you, therefore, we feel that will be just more sustainable, because as Deep said in the last panel, these NGO leaders, it's not a choice. This is a necessity. And so if we can support them in their communities, we feel that we can create greater impact. So with that, I'm going to ask you a question. So I know we've been very lucky, at least with Dasra and the work that we've done, to have some of our NGO partners be awarded the SCOL Fellowship, whether it's Educate Girls or Rahman. And since sort of the fellowship has taken steam, there's many other sort of big bets that have come about, or prizes, whether it's Audacious, McKinsey Scott, Co-Impact. And so I guess my question is, as Skoll sort of looks at diversity and inclusion, and while you support 4 to 6 organizations annually, where sort of is your strategy based in terms of focusing on other sort of leaders who may not be the 4 to 6 that get selected at Oxford every year?
Yeah, thank you for that question. And for those of you who don't know, the Skoll Foundation was founded 1999 by Jeff Skoll, our founder, and he was the first president of eBay. And it's really his wealth that drives the foundation's work, and his vision for a sustainable world of peace and prosperity for all. And that for all piece is really important as I get to answering your question. For the first 20 years, the Skoll Foundation did really have our portfolio driven by the Skoll Award for Social Innovation, and it's been 4 to 6 Skoll awardees, as we call them, that get the award, and it's a 3-year award, and we celebrate them and champion them every year at a convening that we hold at Oxford University, which you were referencing. About 4 years ago, we hit that 20-year milestone and really took a look at, okay, well, what is the impact collectively of these, the work that the foundation has been doing? And we had amazing organizations in our portfolio, still do. And yet we have always been driven by change that's durable and lasting, often called in the philanthropic lexicon systems change, has been the thing that we have been after. And for us, it felt like we could do more, and the community of Skoll awardees were telling us, you need to do more. And what that meant was really take the assets that we had, not only our dollars, but as an institution who had been in the field, there's a lot of credibility. There's networks that we're part of, doors we can open, the convenings that we can hold that can provide access to other networks and resources on behalf of the portfolio. And so we decided to really focus in on issue spaces. So we have focus areas now where we can concentrate these assets in the hopes that maybe we can try to do collective work to actually drive durable change in those spaces. So that includes health system strengthening, climate action, inclusive economic growth, democracy and governance, and justice and equity. And some of this work is in the United States, but most of it is global, and some of that includes a big presence in India as well. And for us, when we did that shift 4 years ago, it became really important to center equity in the way in which we did the work. So who we fund, how we make those decisions, and who's on the team, who's on our board. So it really was kind of like an inside out kind of an approach. And that was sort of imperative for us. If we were looking at durable change, we had to look at examine sort of how we were centering that ourselves so that we were removing barriers for progress, both within the philanthropic ecosystem, but also then looking at the solutions that we were looking at and how those solutions were actually lasting to durable change. And for us, sorry, I'll get to the response here, but the value that we really kind of came back to is that we have as a foundation is trust those closest to the challenge to drive the change. If we're going to have that lasting durable change, we have to include people and solutions, which we've heard so much about today, from the communities where the challenges are born out of. And so one way that manifests is partnering with organizations like Dasra. We are a US-based foundation. Most of our staff is here in the Bay Area, but we are not, yet we have a global footprint in terms of who we fund. But we're not local, we're not proximate, we're not embedded. So we have to trust those organizations like Dasra to be able to scale the dollars and the impact that we can have, and trust you all that you are working with those who are most proximate. And we have many partnerships like that. So intermediaries is one way that manifests in our strategy and our approach. Okay, so I want to ask you a little bit of a different question in terms of, in the context of India, we have such a huge population of youth. And I know that Dasra has had a focus on adolescence for many years. We also have a lot of climate vulnerability, which has been mentioned, and how critical and intersectional and cross-cutting climate is. Just to give some of the data, India has one of, I think, the largest adolescent population. More than 50% of the population is under 25. and less than 65% of the population is under 35. So there is this, huge opportunity to think about climate solutions, leveraging this youth talent, and so many other things. But just curious how you think about the intersectionality of both the youth and the climate piece in the work you're doing.
No, I think it's definitely been top of mind, and I know somebody asked a question about climate earlier today as well, and I think, so a couple of things. I think sitting here in the Bay Area and in the West, I think a lot of the conversation around climate overall has been around how many people are going to be moving out of poverty, therefore, how do we reduce their carbon footprint? And that's bullshit. We're sitting in a country where we're very small in terms of size and population, yet 25% here in the US. We contribute, I think the US contributes close to 25% of the carbon footprint. Globally, 40% of our global population, just to give everyone a sense, are considered poor, yet they only contribute to 8 to 9% of the carbon footprint. And so a lot of the conversations that we've heard from many foundations sitting in this area and in New York and in Chicago has been around, well, how do we ensure the groups that are moving out of poverty reduces their carbon footprint? And our view at Dasra has been that that cannot be the conversation. I mean, yes, there's a need for electric cars and all the rest of it, but when you're dealing with communities who've never even had a ceiling fan, much less an air conditioner, sort of leading by how are they going to reduce their carbon footprint is not the right answer. And so I think what we've been doing at least is spending a lot of time in meeting organizations in various sectors, because we've realized, again, the intersectionality is not just a climate NGO. Regardless of what you're doing, you will be affected by climate, just like people have been affected by COVID, and really listening to communities on the ground to understand what their needs are, to ensure that they're able to access education, healthcare, livelihoods, and the rest of it. And so today, in fact, in Bangalore, with a phenomenal Indian foundation called Rain Matters Foundation, we just launched Climate Rise, which is an alliance of close to 50 NGO partners coming together who are driving the conversation on climate for India, listening to the communities they serve, and really creating sort of dialogue around how climate can be and should be an additional grant to every single thing you support, because unfortunately the communities that you all want to support and we want to support are being affected by climate day in and day out. And actually this has been happening for about 5 to 10 years in the Indian context. And so it's again humorous for us to see sort of the political rhetoric in this country about is climate change real or not? And we're like, well, we see it in front of us. 9 to 10 major cities in India this year were flooded, which has never happened before. Deep was talking about Assam. It was common that they had 2 floods a year. Now there are multiple floods a year, and literally those living by the rivers, their houses, their schools, et cetera, are being washed away. And a great NGO leader that we admire spoke at our philanthropy week a few months ago in Mumbai, Chetna from Mandeshi. And they run a phenomenal organization focusing on women in livelihoods and microfinance. And she was saying that for the longest time, she also was like, no, I focus on livelihoods, not on climate. But then most of the borrowers of loans who have an agriculture-based enterprise have said, look, we cannot grow the stuff we used to grow because of climate anymore. And so even Chetna was saying that if she doesn't include the climate lens in her livelihoods work, then women aren't going to get livelihoods. They're not going to be able to take loans out. They're not going to be able to repay them, et cetera. And so I think for us, it's really been about changing the narrative from sort of a Western-driven, how do we ensure that more people use electric cars, et cetera, to now really focusing on what do the community need today, because they are dealing with climate change, and how are they driving this conversation versus sort of multilateral agencies abroad. And so this is sort of our first attempt to look at climate. It seems more sort of attuned to our own vision of really letting communities determine solutions versus technology. determine solutions. But we're excited, and Ashish spoke about this earlier, we're excited to see other sort of climate initiatives like this take place in India, because I think there's a need for multiple sort of, types of groups to be sort of focusing on this, because it is a definitely critical need. And to your last point sort of about youth, I mean, they are the ones who are going to be most affected, and they're also the ones who are willing to change the fastest. And so a lot of the work that Deep does, or Deepa does, or many of the NGOs in the Rebuild India Fund does, works with, those youth are the ones who are driving some of these conversations, because they're seeing, the effects day in and day out. Yeah, so that's sort of where we see sort of that intersectionality. I guess my question back to you is, when you think about sort of donors who are starting their journey, SCOL has been around for many years, large team, large amount of resources, et cetera. When people are starting their donor journey, what are some of the sort of things you think they should keep in mind to be more impactful, to be active and deep listeners, and to really enable more than sort of do the opposite?
Yeah, and I'll share some thoughts with the humility of, it's not like we have it all perfect. There's a lot that we continue to learn and examine in our own practices and approaches. And so from that space and that, learning orientation, I'll share a couple of things. I think ultimately it comes down to learn by doing and don't do it alone. And those are the two things that continuously come to us and we keep coming back to, is the urgency of the moment we're in and the challenges we're in. It's like, let's just get the capital moving and get it out into the hands of those who are able to, who have the solutions, right? And move with trust, move with love, as Deep encouraged us to do. But need not do it alone, because I know it can be daunting. We also heard that on the stage. It's deeply personal. It can, philanthropy can be deeply personal. It can be confusing to know where to start and what's right and what's not. But there are others who have done the work to feel like hopefully they can give you some credibility, some comfort, and we do that all the time. We figure out what our role is. We don't fund early stage, we fund kind of more mid-stage organizations, so that we can kind of be a platform and a pathway to Audacious and Co-Impact and some of these other bigger places. And that's where we leverage and rely on Dasra and others in this room to tell us and work with us and partner together in terms of who we should work with. So it's really about looking at who are the other funders that have sort of shared values, and how can you come together and do the work. The other thing I would say is we do a lot of collaborative, work, and it's taken us not just working with other foundations and philanthropists, but kind of this journey of centering equity in our work, acknowledging that we are, speaking to that power dynamic piece, we are just as much a part of these systems. So not looking at it from an outside-in perspective, really looking at what you have to bring to the table beyond the money. And if it isn't anything, honestly, then just write the check. But if you do have access to networks, relationships, other funders, et cetera, then think about what role you can play that's additive without forcing that, right, on any of the people that you partner with and fund, but truly, honestly, coming to the table in partnership. And that's a spirit that we try to continue to push on. Should we open it up for questions?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm also the mic runner, so.
I think you brought it from home.
I thank you both for this really insightful panel. Shivani, I actually have a question for you, something about what you just said. SCOL, I'm one of the nonprofit leaders here today, and you have mentioned that SCOL, and I know SCOL has typically been sort of a mid to upper size funder, or funds organizations that are mid to upper size. How do you define that? Because my organization, we employ about 60 full-time employees between Bihar and Jharkhand, but our budget is still pretty small. And so I'm just trying to understand and wrap my head around what does it mean and how do funders define that size based on geography of where the work is taken? If I employed 50 or 60 people here, my budget would be much bigger. And so, but as an organization, we're sort of precluded from funding opportunities because, well, we just don't have the budget, even though we have. So I'm just curious if you could elucidate that a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I can share from this goal perspective. When we talk about kind of like growth stage, it's really growth in terms of the impact and the scale of impact, not size of an organization or the organization's sort of, budget. So we don't necessarily look at like a threshold in terms of the financials or org size, et cetera. It's really about your model and the innovation. Has that reached like past proof of concept? Have you been able to see scale of that in terms of like replication in a different geography or a different space? And that could be a different district, that could be a different state, et cetera. It depends on the context and the geographic piece. And what is your aspiration for that change? And for us, we're not really looking at organizations that are trying to like, necessarily, that's not the measure. It's like that we intend to like grow. It could be really deep engagement, but how are you trying to like drive that change that's gonna be lasting? And who are the people that you're working with? How are you working with other NGOs, governments, the private sector where appropriate, or how are you thinking about that in terms of that growth phase and that aspiration for change? So those are the kinds of things that we look at school.
Yes. Okay. Thank you both. That was really interesting. Shivani, to pick up on something you said about, I'm soliciting advice for funders. And so I think, when we support proximate leaders, like one option is to write the check, get out of the way, and that's it. Another option is, as you said, also think about opening doors, using your network and connections. And I'm wondering what are other things that funders can do if they want to give time and thought to enable these leaders to be as successful as possible? Like, what are ways that are useful to engage and not intrusive to engage?
Yeah, and I would really welcome the nonprofit leaders in the room too to answer, add to the answer or add to the things that we've seen work, so we can make it a conversation, because it's really important. I think for us, what it's come down to is something that has been said, I think, multiple times, is about trust. So building those really trusted relationships with those that we partner with and that we get to fund and support, to then be able to have, hopefully, I mean, the power dynamic is always going to be there, but to hopefully have those honest conversations around what are the toughest things you're facing right now? What are the things that are really hard right now? And then thinking about, are there things we can do in our capacity to help? And in some cases, there's a mismatch. We won't have the skill set or the perspective, but maybe we could connect them to someone who does, maybe not. Maybe it's just about, spreading the word, and what we do have is really good storytelling or really good convening power. So, okay, we have a partnership with TED. Let's try to get you on like the main stage, right, at TED or at like a TEDx conference, and you can, have that space. And we also actively are looking for those partners that will provide that leverage. And for us, it's, we are an institution, so I know that as an individual or family, office or individual philanthropist, it's very different. But I think ultimately it comes down to just that relationship and trying to build a space of trust to understand what will be most helpful. What are the things that are, and actually not even putting on the nonprofit to tell you, because they don't know what you bring to the table, but what are they struggling with? What are their hopes and what are their needs? And then thinking about how we can come to the table. But yeah, please, others who are in, I don't know if you want to add to this.
Yeah, I was just going to add, because what we've been doing with Rebuild India Fund, at least, is after an organization gets committed 5 years of support, then we work with the organization for them to do an internal diagnostic on their institutional capacities. And so the money is guaranteed, number one, and I think that's important. And the reason I say that, especially with Rebuild India Fund, our goal is to find organizations that, again, are proximate, that are doing amazing work, as you've heard so far, but honestly have not had the same experiences to speak the lexicon, to do these kind of things that other donors may expect them to do. And so We sort of work with the organization. We focus on finance and compliance, strategic communication, strategy, succession planning. And so there's about 7 or 8 metrics that we sort of help the organization to rate themselves on, and we give them some sort of exposure on, this is what this organization did, this is what this organization did. And then post that, we ask the leader, again, extremely, it's voluntary for them, in no way does it affect their funding, but if they want to choose one area to sort of improve upon, then Dasra can help them sort of either ourselves, or we'll find, like you were just saying, resources or others that can sort of help them along. And now that we have a cohort of 75 organizations, what you'll always see in any sort of cohort is you'll find organizations, their peers, that are actually doing amazing work in certain of these areas. And they've had the same sort of limitations in terms of budget size, in terms of perspective or whatnot, which means their solutions are actually the most accurate than anything, let's say, we would have seen with some of the larger organizations. But I think sort of doing that post-funding, and I know Omidyar Network, I know Lobo mentioned them earlier, but I know when they sort of started supporting us in 2012, they were fantastic at that. In fact, they had a very strict confidentiality policy that the grant-making team, after the grant was made, they had a talent team who would come out and support the NGOs, and that talent team was not allowed to share any data with the grant-making team. It was that level of confidentiality, but it really allowed us then as leaders to open up, and to be honest with you, with Owen, we would have opened up to anyone, but I think having that sort of sense and just making sure that the organization knows they won't be penalized if they're being honest and upfront, I think is important. And I think to Shivani's point, it starts with sort of that trust building, that guaranteeing that, look, we have your back, and you've already proven enough and more before we started funding you. So now it's like, how do we help you get to the next level? And usually that means identifying areas that you're weak at, because there are some sort of hurdles that you'll have to go on.
I just want to add 2 things real quick, and then I know we have maybe time for one more question or 2, is also just in the way that we interact. I think there's a lot we can do to take burden off. So I think it's been mentioned before, however much we can think about flexible funding, limited reporting, and really centering and focusing on, like, how do you define success, and let's learn alongside you. Those are all things that are tremendously helpful given the current construct of how philanthropy, sometimes operates. And then the second thing I'll say is championing. I mean, it doesn't cost us anything, but there's change all happens through relationships, and funding also happens through relationships. So constantly championing the people that you're getting to fund is proven to us to be one of the highest sort of value things we can do. If our CEO contacts another CEO and says, hey, there's this really great organization that might fit something you're doing, there's nothing like that, that connection and that championing and that advocacy on behalf of.
A microphone. There's a question in the front. Oh, is the question over there too? Okay,
There
yeah,
is
so we
a
can.
question over here.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead, and then we'll come here. Sorry about that.
No worries at all. I was way at the back. I'm Ash. Thank you again for a lovely talk. I am a master's student at Berkeley, and I work with
Go
Katie.
Bears.
Woo! And I work with Katie, an agritech nonprofit in Hyderabad. Shivani, this is just something that you mentioned with regards to a lot of conversation in past couple of years, maybe even decades, regarding systems change and a question of balance along different areas. For example, particularly when it comes to understanding the immediate concerns with regards to the climate crisis, but more sort of longer term change when it comes to root causes, for example. Both for Skoll and Dasra, how do you sort of internally, what is the decision-making process to create that balance?
Such a good question. Do you want me to?
You go first?
Okay.
Or, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's a constant tension. It's really hard to operationalize as an organization, like focus areas and like how are you gonna, prioritize your work when these are all long games. These are generational efforts that, before we're gonna really see kind of like systemic shift. And it's messy, it's not linear, and people want clarity, they want goals and metrics and things that they can sort of align their work to. And it is constantly a tension, and so the way that we reconcile it is just continuously reinforcing what is that North Star, and again, driven by those that we fund, like what is the objective that we have in the shared way? Is it, rates of deforestation go down, indigenous communities who are stewards of those lands in the Amazon or wherever it may be are having more economic viability. So we kind of try to pull back from like, what are those like near-term signals that can kind of indicate that there's some progress along the way, so that we can at least feel like, okay, what are the forces that are like helping us? What are the things that are like pushing against progress, and how are the organizations that we partner with actually shifting as a result? And it's all about a learning orientation for us, and then trying to think about like, are we making any sort of like collective progress towards those North Star aims, but not expecting that those big systemic shifts are going to happen necessarily even in our generation.
Yeah, I think from our side, what we've realized is sort of there's a need for groups to collaborate, and clearly there's one or two things, a whole sort of cohort of organizations, if they come together, they can sort of push for, which not one individual organization can sort of do. But that takes a lot of time, that takes a lot of effort, and there's still the need, clearly, for all of these organizations to provide direct programming and services to the communities they serve. And so what we've tried to do, in fact, with Rebuild is in the 10 different collaboratives that we sort of focus on at Dasra, whether it's sanitation, whether it's adolescence, whether it's climate, migrant workers, et cetera, what we're trying to figure out is how can, for example, with Rebuild, we support a larger group of organizations in each of these sort of areas, allowing those NGO leaders and those communities to do what they need to do, but at the same time link them to sort of these collaboratives that we're also running, so then their voices are being heard at sort of an advocacy level, but at the same time they're sort of doing what needs to be done today. And in that, I think it is a conscious decision, clearly, that the leaders that are already stretched so thin, they probably can only spend about 3 to 5% of their time on sort of a collaborative initiative. And the rest of the time they have to sort of do, be on the ground delivering. And so kind of like a donor, we want to ensure that we use these NGO leaders' times wisely. We don't sort of make them do a lot of the grunt work. That's our job. But they can sort of plug and play and be informed about what's happening at sort of a national level or even a global level. But at the same time, we give them the full freedom through Rebuild to do exactly what they need to do. And so I think having sort of this joint approach is really important. Otherwise, everyone's going to go for the North Star, which is important and we believe in, but without realizing that the community doesn't have the sort of ability to wait for that North Star to sort of be achieved. Sorry, I think we have one question here.
Thanks, Deval. Thanks, Shivani. I'm Rajiv Khanna from Thousand Currents. And as I'm hearing the conversations all day and from both of you, I'm noticing a bit of a tension, right, in this philanthropy industrial complex that we all live in, which is, as funders, are we implementing and devising strategies and then having community groups, selecting community groups that advance our strategies? Or is our theory of change to support community and grassroots groups and advance their strategies, right? Which is two different things. And then as we also do capacity building, right, are we asking community leaders and frontline community leaders to adapt to philanthropy as opposed to doing the opposite, right? Shifting philanthropy to adapt to the needs, priorities, visions, dreams, and practices of grassroots leaders. So I'd love to hear kind of your take on how you navigate some of these tensions and how we can shift philanthropy to really make it community accountable.
I mean, this is the hope and aspiration of like what you've laid out, is that we are community accountable. But I recently heard this stat, and some of you may have heard this before, but in the United States, there are more philanthropic foundations than there are dry cleaners. And what that really means is like, and every one of them is different, right? There's not, everyone has their own approach. It's so fragmented that, you know, we aspire and we work really hard to work on collaboratives with other funders, have sort of shared vision and shared aim and shared practices, but there is still this reality of how much fragment. So along that sort of reality in the philanthropic industrial complex that you reference, I mean, I think the more and more we can shift from ourselves, and at least from the school's perspective, it is trying as much as we can to really center the strategies and the priorities and the focus of those that we fund, learn from them so that they inform where we should be focused and how, and be open to shifting that. And it's, again, it's really hard to operationalize that, but because you're driving with change all the time, but that's nothing compared to those who are on the front line driving change. So it's sort of like, if we're in the work, we got to be in the work. And in the work means being led by those who are closest to it.
Yeah, I think from our experiences, and to be honest with you, we also started at the opposite side of the spectrum, but we're getting hopefully closer to having communities design, be in front in terms of leading some of these efforts, and in that sense, Rebuild is that effort, right? Every year, 100 organizations, they do whatever they want to do. And we just support them. And again, that unrestricted funding allows them to do the pilots, allows them to experiment, allows them to fail and all of that. And there's no questions asked around that. You just, you know, do what you do because they've been doing it again for decades or years well before we came along, and they'll continue to do it after, you know, the 5 years are up. But we are sort of grappling with how do we then ensure that their voice is being heard in these other collaboratives, because I think it's important. And with the Climate Rise Alliance that we just launched today in Bangalore, these were just the NGOs. It wasn't no sort of, it was literally speaking to 100 stakeholders, listening to them, and they're leading the effort. The co-chairs of this particular initiative are Bijal Ben from MHT in Ahmedabad and Harish Hande from Selco in Bangalore. And so they're really leading the efforts. There are questions again around, but aren't these organizations more established and whatnot? And so that's where we hope at least Rebuild can play a role in sort of getting the grassroots voice in there, and not just sort of the larger, more established organizations, but it's definitely a work in progress. A lot of the work that Dasra does, though, is educating donors and helping them understand, again, the realities of what's happening on the ground. And we're very, very lucky in Rebuild India, at least, to have funders who, to be honest with you, maybe 5 years ago, 7 years ago, or even 2 years ago, thought really differently about the way they gave. And that's their lived experience as well. But once we have, for example, members from the CSR community in India interact with our NGO leaders, come to a workshop, not for a presentation, but just see how these NGOs are interacting, what their challenges are, et cetera, most people are converted. But I think that exposure is important. And I think as Dasra, we realize we're so fortunate that we have that exposure day in and day out. And so how do you create that, you know, exposure more so? And it's hard. I mean, Deep and Deepa have families, they have organizations to run. They've been spending, you know, close to 2 to 3 weeks here in the US, and we feel horrible about that. But at the same time, we know what they can express, no one from the Dasra team will be able to do justice to. And so I think it's figuring this out, and I know Lobo's been pushing us for years on, like, every month, just bring NGO leaders to the Bay Area. They should be having informal conversations, et cetera. But I think it's finding, again, that balance and not putting all the onus on these leaders who are already so busy. But yeah, we still have a ways to go at Dasra. I think lastly, I just want to say, in terms of like everything we've heard in grant making, I just wanted to highlight this example where over COVID, we started working with migrant laborers. We created something at Dasra called Social Compact. And when we were speaking to the SCOL team, I guess about a year ago, we sort of sent them what our plan was. 3 to 5 year plan, I guess. This is sort of where we're trying to go. And we were waiting to hear back from SCOL on, okay, what are next steps? What are the proposal, et cetera. And literally within a few days, we got our plan written into a 2-page document, which was the grant agreement. We didn't have to write any proposal. They spoke to 3 people. They spoke to the NGO leaders. They spoke to the corporate leaders. I mean, they did a decent amount of due diligence, far better than, I guess, our ability to write in text, but they just gave us the grant. With no strings attached. And then in December, we got another call to them saying, look, we've given you this in 4 tranches, but if you want the money up front, we can even give you more now. And I think that's what sort of trust-based giving is about. And I was telling our team that we've never seen a donor in the 24 years that we've operated, that you just send them what our plan is and they make it into a grant agreement. And I think that's something that everyone should sort of practice, regardless of the language that you send or whatnot. But I think those conversations are important. And with Rebuild, at least, learning from Skoll and others, all we do is a 2-hour Zoom call with the NGO leader to understand the vulnerability and the proximate leadership of the community, and that's it. And then we actually create a one-pager that we present to the investment committee, which again, that 5 NGOs sort of then decide upon. But I think decreasing that element of proposal writing, but having a conversation, because again, all leaders will know where they want to go. They just don't have the time to put it on paper in a way that fits your format. And I think Skoll, the fact that they're doing it here in the Bay Area is a clear testament that this can work, and you can actually then focus more on, okay, what's happening on the ground and how can we help, versus how do you create a proposal in our template. So thank you for setting that trend.
Thank you, Deval and Shivani. It feels like you packed in 3-4 sessions in just one because of the variety of subjects you spoke about. And we'll also hear about climate a little later in the day, so please stay on for that. And now we break for lunch. We'll see you back in around 45 minutes. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Please start making your way back. Oh, yes, it worked? Okay, great. Hello, everyone. Hi, hi. Can we make our way back here? Shh. Okay, awesome. So we know post-lunch sessions can be a little hard, so we decided to keep this a little more fun and engaging. So what we're going to do is we're going to go on some dates. And we've all gone on good dates and bad dates, but we promise you that these are very, very good dates because we're going to be speed dating with a couple of NGO leaders. So we're fortunate enough that we've been joined by some fantastic NGO leaders from India, but we're also joined by NGO leaders who are based out of the Bay Area, and they're raising funds and support for causes in India. And the way it's going to work is that we're going to have each of the NGO leaders come and talk to you about their organizations for a little bit. And then we have tables assigned to each of these NGOs, and depending on your interest area, you can go and chat with them. And at a 20-minute mark, you can swap and go to another table. So in total, you'll be covering 3 organizations each, 20, 20, 20 in an hour. So yeah, make the most of it. And with that, if I can ask Sonal to come and talk about her organization. And we just have a minute. Okay.
Hi, I'm Sonal Kapoor from India, work in Delhi in 83 slums. Been working here for 14 years now. And our idea of understanding growth, I will not use the word scale, has been, if not different, a very reassuring or an assuring one. We work basically to heal childhood trauma in the lives of children who are from migrant communities, from Chhattisgarh, Rajasthan, Bihar, Odisha, Jharkhand, who've come and settled in Delhi. Sapna lekar aate hain. They come with a dream, the families come with a dream for a better job, but they don't get it. And what happens in the end is also the last child, the last person with the least amount of power just happens to be that little girl who's 10 years old and ends up being trafficked. Today, what we understand is not really trafficking, because trafficking as a term also stands from point of source and destination. This is really transactional sex, which means that for 3 hours or 2 hours of sex work, she's going to bring in 2 kgs of rice, 2 kgs of potatoes, and so on. These are communities where the girls are called, when they're born, they're called Antim or Kafi, which literally translates to the last one or enough. And with these girls, we are working not through 2 or 6 hour sessions or 2-month kind of conversations. These are not project-based pieces. These are program pieces that happen over a period of time. And what we have done in 83 slums, we are now taking it across to 9,000 orphanages in the country through an arts-based piece. So, yeah.
Thank you, Sonal. So Sonal's table is right there. Can we have Anup? Please keep it to 1 minute.
Hi, my name is Anup. I am the founding director of Sanitation and Health Rights in India. We believe that access to a high-quality, safe toilet is a right, not just a privilege. We actuate that right by improving access to shared toilet facilities in communities where people can't afford a private toilet or don't have dwelling space for one. We take over these government-built shared facilities and deploy a operating and maintenance system along with a monitoring and evaluation system, and track key quality, use, and cost metrics on a daily basis to ensure consistent delivery of high-quality services so that people can use these toilets on a daily basis, free of fear, free of shame, and free of stress. We are currently serving about 7,000 people per day, and we're about to scale to 50 new facilities in Jharkhand in the coming 18 months. Thank you.
Thank you, Anup. Can we have Sohani come up on stage? Yeah.
Hi, everyone. I'm Sohani from Maina Mahila Foundation. Some of you might have heard Maina is the bird that speaks a lot. So often women or people would tell me that you speak like a tota maina. That means you talk a lot, you're very chatty. And so we decided to actually have many more women exactly speak up like the chatty maina bird about issues they're most afraid to discuss aloud. So this includes sexual reproductive health, domestic violence, anything that a woman is afraid to speak about even within her family. So the organization now has 3 verticals. We founded about 8 years ago along with other slum community leaders. So we really focus on urban slums. And with these leaders, we formed 3 verticals, including Maina Health, where our focus is on sexual reproductive health and breaking taboos and stigma around women's bodies, where we create health products, health education that we provide in schools, as well as health services through doctors. Our second vertical, and it's more of an experimentation and pilot right now, is to provide scaled employment to women through their smartphones and through digital work. And the third is around research and collecting more data that we desperately need to even understand women's situation when it comes to urban slums to do with their agency, health, and employment. Thank you.
Sohani's table's way at the back, where my colleague Shreya is. Can we have Ricky on stage, please? Yes.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ricky, and I'm the co-founder of Adolescent Health Champions. And we work at the intersection of health, gender, and education. And our vision is to catalyze a youth-led movement to transform adolescent health and gender in India. And we do this by training a network of adolescent peer educators, or champions, who then lead the educational process in their schools and in their communities about the topics in adolescence that are most important to them. So there's been a lot of talk about proximate leaders today. We think youth need to be included in that conversation, and they need to be involved in every aspect of execution, programming, and evaluation, and that's something we really take to heart as an organization. And we focus on topics like nutrition and anemia, mental health, sexual and reproductive health, and gender. And we are working right now in 2 states in Jharkhand. We'll be in 105 schools this year. And in Rajasthan, where we'll be in 25 schools, and we'll be working with 26,000 youth in the coming academic year. So would love to talk more about it. Thank you.
Can we then have Hira, Deepa, and Lobo in the order, just to save time?
Hello, thank you, first of all, for getting us all here. There's so much awesomeness and heart in this space. I'm just absolutely glad and grateful. I'm Hira, the founder and CEO of Go Ladli. Ladli means beloved daughter in Hindi, and we are committed to powering a movement of young women, problem solvers, change makers, and leaders. We believe deeply in the vitality and dynamic potential of young women, and by providing them with early opportunities to be leaders, to make an impact, and disrupt the way society perceives them, we hope to create a pipeline of women who will be a force of change within their communities. By working with more than 300 volunteers across 5 continents and with more than $400,000 in pro bono support alone, we have already sowed the seeds of a movement. From touching 1,000 lives to 100,000 in the next 5 years, we are building a model of systemic change. Join me in this, and yeah, I'd love to talk to you more about it. Thank you.
Lobo, you can just come up because Deep and Deepa have spoken about their work. Thank you.
It's me again. So I'm talking on behalf of Tech for Dev, which is a technology initiative that we are running in India, an open source initiative, and we are working with 100 plus NGOs in India, including 3 or 4 from this group already. We have 2 major thrusts. One is platforms, and we've got a WhatsApp chat platform, mobile data collection, and many others that we collaborate with. And we've got a fractional CXO stuff where we deploy senior technology folks in NGOs. So to learn more about what we do and why we are trying to do all this stuff, come over to our table, where it is.
Hello again. So at Farm to Food, we are trying to create an aspiration for farm and food entrepreneurship among young people in the northeast of India. Thank you.
ओके अनुभूति जो है वो एक फेमिनिस्ट एंटी कास्ट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है नोमैडिक डिनोटिफाइड ट्राइब के लीडरशिप करेज और सोशल गर्ड्स बिल्डिंग के लिए हम काम करते हैं और डिज़ास्टर रेजिलियंस करियर लीडरशिप SRHR ये कई मुद्दों को लेकर कम्युनिटी लीडरशिप के साथ आ गया है उसके लिए हम कंट्रीब्यूट करते हैं थैंक यू
Anubhuti is an organization that works on building youth leadership and community leadership to help communities tackle challenges in SRHR and many other issues where rights to entitlement and public sorry, I did not get to write this down, but Anubhuti is an organization that works to build youth and community leadership, especially with the nomadic tribes and denotified tribes community, and it works in Mumbai. I'm very sorry I had to paraphrase this, but anti-caste and feminist organization. Thank you, Sonal.
Shreya, can you just guide everyone on the tables? I can. So Anup, your table is right here.
So I'll just quickly announce where each of the tables are, and this is meant to be a session where everyone can walk around, mingle. Please find the table which has the organizations that you're most interested to know about. We will have, like Vrinda has already mentioned, 20 minutes for each group to get to know about the organization at the table. We'll ring a very non-alarmist buzzer so that you can move on to the next table. And here, right at the start, we have SHRI, Anup, and his colleague Helen will be at this table. We have Sonal right there at the corner, Protsahan India Foundation. Tech for Dev is in the center there, where
just ahead of Vishal. Yeah, yes, that's Tech for Dev. Deepa Anubhuti Trust is behind this main pillar on my left. That's where you'll find Anubhuti Trust. Farm to Food Foundation is where Deep is sitting right now. And at the end, we have Go Ladli, the last table. In case I'm missing any, yeah, Adolescent Health is the second table in the front. Okay, so Hani will share. So it'll Go Ladli and Adolescent. It's fine, you can share the table, it's okay. Yeah, we are here. We can definitely help you, guide you, and take you to the tables that you're interested to go to, yeah.
Time to switch, everyone. Time to switch. Hi, everyone. Can we please start wrapping up? Hi, everyone. Request you to all wrap up, please. We're ready to move on to the next session. Our speakers are waiting. And feel free to sit on the same tables, and you can continue these conversations during the networking event. Shh. Always works. Thank you, everyone. You'll have more time to talk to everyone in our networking cocktails, so that should give you a chance to continue some of these conversations. Hope you all enjoyed the speed dating event. This is a format we tried a few years ago and it worked, so we decided to replicate it this time around as well. The next session is an interesting one, and it segues very well into some of the conversations we've been having since the morning. And you were just sitting with a couple of nonprofits, and I bet all of you, if not some of you, asked them about how they measure their impact. So the next session is leaning towards that. And we've spoken about power dynamics. We've spoken about how we can be more inclusive when it comes to just grant making to nonprofits. So now we'll talk about how we can be a little more inclusive and innovative when it just comes to measuring impact. And hence we have a great repertoire of speakers right in front of us. I'd like to call upon Rohit Menezes, who's a partner at the Bridgespan Group, has a deep experience in strategy, scaling, and systems change. Through his work, Rohit is committed to build a civil society reinforced by dynamic leaders, community-led nonprofits, and justice-oriented philanthropists. Shri Vidya is the former CEO of Antara International, a non-profit tackling maternal and child health in India. She's excited about designing programs and evaluating the impact that balances clear-eyed pragmatism with exciting goals, scale with deep impact, and complex ecosystems with focused missions. We also are joined by Paige, who is part of the evaluation and learning team at SCOLE. She's passionate about multiple topics such as racial justice, women's empowerment, and financial inclusion, and she really believes in the power of data. This powerful conversation will be moderated by Sonal Kapoor, who is the founder and board member of Protsahan India Foundation, and some of you have had the opportunity to interact with her during the speed dating session. So over to you, Sonal.
Thank you, Vrinda. I've been speaking so much, and thanks for water here already. But yeah, I'm going to be asking questions now, so the tables have turned. This conversation, this panel is going to be really with a lens of grassroots organization asking the big funders, data measurement ऐसे क्यों करते हो और ऐसे क्यों नहीं करते हो? Why do you measure data like that and not like that? Or are there best practices that you guys have evolved that we need to learn from? Instead of calling out people in terms of monitoring versus evaluation, or monitoring evaluation in a participatory framework of doing things versus in a funder-led framework of doing things, we're going to be calling them in with love, like Deep beautifully, set the context alive this morning. We will not be called as an NGO or a funder, we'll not call out on each other that why this was not set right, but calling people in with love and closing the piece as well. So a lot of conversation is going to happen with Rohit, Shri, and Paige, and bringing in perspectives as diverse as monitoring, evaluation, and the third big monster, learning, in the entire piece. How do we, if I can start with you, Antara, because you bring in a perspective, Shri, sorry, you bring in a perspective from the Antara, foundation, both wearing the grassroots organization founder hat and now a grant maker hat, right? Like somebody in the morning was also mentioning. How do you bring in this perspective where, is there a way where we can design monitoring and evaluation to measure empathy? And I've written this down because I didn't want to miss out on any piece here. How do we design M&E to measure empathy, participatory democracies powered by feminist politics, caste and gender as intersectionalities, mental health, care gap, equity, and so on, well-being, if you may. And if you can give specific examples, there's this conversation always around whether M&E is anecdotal or whether M&E should be data-led. How do you then, if it's data-led, how do you then measure the hurt and the wounds and the oppression and equity and the care and the well-being pieces that will always get missed out because randomized control trials don't always work to measure this, right?
Sorry, how many minutes do I have to answer?
You can take 4 minutes.
So thanks, Sonal. So good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for inviting me to share this space here. We've spent a lot of time talking about words like trust-based philanthropy and participatory grant-making, MLE, participatory MLE, impact measurement, theory of change. And I think most nonprofits and foundations and philanthropy would be in violent agreement that they want to do this stuff. So I think everybody directionally believes in these principles. And then you get to a table with a nonprofit and a funder, and we are stumped because you don't know how to operationalize those principles. And so that's the lens I come from. I will have very few answers to those questions, but my learning agenda is, how does one get pragmatic? I'm unapologetically pragmatic about this because the principles are fine, but eventually there is a power dynamic, there is history, you've got to operationalize all of this stuff into a grant or a funding relationship. Even a trust-based relationship has to start on day one with two parties who don't know each other. They're just dating, they're just getting to know each other, right? And so my learning agenda is, how do we take all these questions, all these principles, and translate them into something that works for both the parties? That being said, I will try and tee up a couple of questions that we grapple with, which hopefully answer some of the points you're asking about. Many organizations have these amazing mission, vision statements on one side. Then on the other side, you have impact that you want to achieve. In the middle is that messy input, activity, output framework. And that's where we really have to get into conversations. And how do you unbundle that word impact? I mean, it's hard enough doing impact when you're talking very tangible stuff like, say, schools or vaccinations, immunizations, stuff like that. And you are actually teeing up stuff that is a little more intangible, like things on advocacy, trust, gender, equity. So going from lofty missions to impact, unbundling impact, that word in the middle is one thing I think we really need to participate with the nonprofit. So I truly believe, and this is something we like to do, I ask the organization across the table, please tell me, how would you know you have been successful? Right, in 5 years or 10 years down the line, what would you like to see? And I think that's the starting point of the conversation. The second question we grapple with is this entire MLE thing. I mean, all businesses need to measure input, activity, output. I mean, and a nonprofit should be no different. It's just that the way we measure it and the metrics may be different. But each of those things, M, L, and E, has a different burden of proof and how you go about it. So monitoring, for example, should be straightforward. If you're a school, how many kids show up, how many teachers, how many kids graduated, what are the dropout rates, but that's just data. It's of no use. And then that data has to be translated into something actionable, which is where learning comes in. If I see dropout increasing 3 years in a row, I want to ask myself as a program, why? And what do I do about it? Right? That's when it becomes actionable. And eventually, evaluations, when you step back, either individually or within the organization or with an external facilitator, and you ask, did we do what we thought we were going to do? And that's evaluation. The reality is you need all of that. It doesn't matter what kind of trust-based philanthropy it is. We need all of that, which brings me to the third question we grapple with. So much of this dynamic is this us versus them, right? The funder is telling us to do this, and I hate it, right? I ask the question, wouldn't I as a program want to know answers to those exact same questions to make my program better? And so if we can figure out how to craft this language where it's like win-win, both of us want to know answers to those questions, and how do we make it happen? And to do that, finally, that's the pragmatist in me, you need to fund it. Everybody wants MLE, nobody wants to fund it. And as a result, people are chasing the program and executing the program. Funders don't want to fund it. It becomes under-resourced. And this is just a hypothesis. I think trust-based philanthropy is going to make it even harder because we're taking away stuff that is tangible that we can measure, putting in place principles that we can't yet measure, and I don't quite know what everyone wants to do about it. Anyway, I'll stop there, and I'm not sure if I answered all your questions, but these are just more questions to add to what you had.
You know, what I loved about what you said, Shri, was also this piece that's not us versus them, but really like it being together, and the human connectedness piece that I again will pick from what Deep said in the morning. And the reason I ask you, you know, how there's a lot of conversation that started happening in the last 2-3 years about how do we design for scale, how do we build scale in the beginning of the program. But who's talking about how do we design for equity and well-being, right? Lobo spoke about it in the morning when, you know, that he's saying that, yeah, design for, or ask me money for your team's well-being, right? But how many times are we beginning to evaluate that? And I'll share this little story from the spaces where, you know, we work on the ground. So there is this girl called Choti. Like I said, you know, the names are Choti, Antim, Kafi, basically a symbolism of you're enough, you were never needed, you're small, and so on and so forth. And this child, who's 8, no mom, the mother had moved, you know, was trafficked to Punjab and killed along the way and all of that. And father, a very loving, doting father, but is a dihadi mazdoor, is a construction worker. So this Choti stays with the Chachaji, the paternal grandfather. There's a reason why I narrate the story in the MLE platform today. And the Chacha says, so he spits on the floor or on the wall and asks Choti to lick it. And only if you do, you can go to Protsahan to get your whatever, you know, studies and things that you want to do at the center. And a lot of times, you know, the amount of home visits increase, the amount of, you know, psychosocial first aid counseling to this child and her family increases, bringing the father in the conversation increases. And although we may say the number of home visits, because it's still a more tangible way of looking at it. How do you account for that hurt and the childhood trauma that gets into, and sometimes maybe the crisis intervention officer who's on the ground directly will be able to narrate the story, but will the story be passed out even within the organization to come on the final report is really what we kind of deal with, struggle with as a tension as a smaller nonprofit. And that brings me to you, Rohit. In terms of, there's always this lot of tension, and Shri kind of, sorry, I just constantly keep saying Antara. This conversation that you kind of left the threads on, right? There is this trust-based philanthropy piece, especially after the McKinsey Scots and all of that has happened in the last few years, at least in the spotlight, has been happening for quite some bit. There's always this little tension that I feel in my head as a grassroots nonprofit, between the trust-based philanthropy pieces that say, hey, okay, don't give us reports, and the basic MLE premises that Shri spoke about. Is there a middle path that you've been able to at least begin conversations on or analyze at Brisbane?
Yeah, thanks for the question. And before I answer that question, I want to first just congratulate Dasra on the Rebuild India Fund. I've spent the whole day just sort of sitting here and basking and being inspired by all the various folks who've come up on the stage and who have had a chance to connect with. Really remarkable work. I think, one of the biggest tensions you have with the concept of trust-based philanthropy is that people have internalized a very particular form of trust-based philanthropy and decided that that's it. And that is what I would call windfall philanthropy, where a nonprofit is sitting, sitting quietly in your office in Jharkhand or in Detroit, and the phone rings, and someone says, congratulations, I'd like to give you $5 million. And there are philanthropists who operate like that, and then they walk away, and they have very few requirements associated with reporting, and that's that's been largely the discourse I've heard today about when we talk about trust-based philanthropy. But I would like you all, and I think we believe that there's a huge spectrum of what trust-based philanthropy looks like. And so the first thing we want to establish very clearly is that trust-based philanthropy does not represent an absence of rigor or an absence of expectations. It does not preclude relationships, communication, conversation. And so while we all love the idea of the windfall philanthropy, and I think it has an important role, there's an opportunity to think about trust-based philanthropy as not so much stepping away from rigor, stepping away from accountability, but thinking about, to Lobo's point earlier today, whose data, I think it was Lobo's point, it may have been Alex's point, whose data are we talking about? Who gets to determine what impact looks like? So I think it's really important to broaden our understanding of trust. When we think about things we trust institutions, we trust people, we trust so many different aspects of our life. There are many aspects of our life where we experience trust. Very rarely is it lobbing something in the direction of the counterparty and walking away. So invite the rejoining of rigor to the conversation and asking ourselves a question fundamentally of who gets to have a decision of what that rigor looks like. I think the problem is what we're all reacting to, where the problem is big philanthropy in a particular way, and Bridgespan contributed to this in some ways in the early days, big philanthropy having a theory of change and having a uniform set of expectations across a diverse portfolio of actors and imposing those expectations on that diverse set of actors, as opposed to centering the experiences of those actors, centering the experiences of the communities those actors are serving, and surfacing up from that end of the sort of the chain of activity what the best thing to measure and act on is. The other thing that I think, having said that, and the recognition of the role of power in that comment, there are also some really cool things. This is not quite answering a question, but I'll just take a moment. There's some really cool things that have emerged in the trust-based philanthropy world. So I encourage you all to take a look at the Center for Effective Philanthropy and their analysis of the McKinsey Scott grants 1 year in. What the research shows is that there are these incredible organizational effects on the recipients and the leadership effects on the recipients. And Bridgespan actually did a little bit of research on a set of folks who received large unrestricted funds from the Bomber Group. In 2017, we looked at them just last year, 5 years later. So these folks received large unrestricted funds. It was a version of windfall philanthropy, so they got a phone call and they were told they received, 21 organizations were told they would receive this funding. The only difference is that they were told that it would be spread out over 5 years, and there were very minimal reporting requirements, as I understand it. And when our team checked in with 18 of the 21 recipients, we learned these wonderful things that were kind of resonant with some of the comments we heard earlier today. So we heard that basically 3 things happened for these organizations. Number one, these organizations who had been starved for resources all this time were able to invest, 90% of them invested in foundational capabilities, IT, measurement and learning, fundraising. So one thing we learned immediately is like, oh, people like there's tech debt. We talk about tech debt in the Valley here. This is like operational debt. All nonprofits, I would argue, pretty much 99% of the world carry operational debt. And once they receive funding in a trust-based mode, they're able to fund the foundational capabilities. The second thing, which I think is most fascinating, is that the nonprofit leadership and their teams had an emotional response, where the way one leader described it is they went from a scarcity mentality to an abundance mentality. And instead of playing defense all the time and worrying about having to switch the lights off, they saw opportunities and were able to seize them. And that, for anyone who's had the experience of scarcity, that is a profound shift in mindset. And the last thing is they imposed rigor. They actually chose themselves to do planning or to do succession planning, to do a whole bunch of things to steward those resources well. And the reason I wanted to raise rigor, and then I'll wrap, is that some of this measurement and learning conversation is a conversation purely of power, where the funder feels, in my experience, that absent their attention, the nonprofit leader is not going to impose rigor, that the nonprofit leader is not going to do. And I've now been at Brisbane for 15 years, had the pleasure of working with dozens of nonprofit leaders. I've never met a nonprofit leader who doesn't want to have impact and want to demonstrate that. So the imposition of rigor in a trust-based philanthropic model, I think, frame, is something we should take comfort in, because I think it does, it is something that the early data suggests does occur.
Thanks, Rohit. And I'm just constantly thinking about, from wearing the hat of an NGO, I don't know if I call myself a leader as yet, but really, somebody who represents the civil society here. And the more I understand where, Brisbane or your perspective for the trust-based philanthropy comes in, my questioning and my reasoning constantly takes me back. And thank you for being so humble about saying that Brisbane contributed to these pieces in the beginning, because not a lot of times we also have the humility of acceptance, because the road to hell was also paved with good intentions, right? Not always do we have the humility as a sector, from the NGO side, from the funder side, right? Where we accept these pieces. So thank you for doing that. That brings me to you, Paige. At school and otherwise, we've been constantly looking at learning. So there was MNE, or monitoring, and first there were metrics, then comes along monitoring and evaluation, then came along MEL, monitoring, evaluation, learning. Just a couple of months back, I learned it's MEAL, monitoring, evaluation, assessments and learning, or something. So the lexicons are evolving at a speed and a pace faster than, it's not that NGOs are stupid or dumb to not get it, right? But there is so much of, our languages may be different, right? But we get it, because if not for us, who wants to see the impact of the work that we are trying to do? It's the stuff that doesn't let us sleep, right? It's the stuff that makes us question. So for example, this little kid, again, 10, 11, father abandoned the mom. I don't want to make it sound corny, but that's the truth. So if it sounds corny, deal with it, right? The father abandoned the mom was pregnant, delivered a baby, and this 10-year-old, because she delivered her brother and saw the mucus and the blood and all of that and the trauma that comes with it, a lot of times, again, the number of home visits increase, the psychosocial counseling piece and the psychosocial health first aid pieces, in the mental health well-being part of it increase. And a lot of times, just 2 weeks back, one of my auditors, one of the funders' auditors comes and says, ye rubber or ye pencil or ye sharpener, kis bacche ko gaya hai, which basically means where the breakdown of the stationery of the rubber and the sharpener and the color pencils have gone in. the fact that we have a child protection policy, which is another form of evaluation and learning, we haven't been able to convince those guys as yet. And this is when we say we've been doing this work for 14 years. So Paige, how does school look at it? Or how do you look at it as an expert in the field, right? Where there's a conversation about learning and assessments, but how do you really bring the funder and the NGO to really see the merit of doing learning piece together and building it participatorily?
That is such an important question. Thank you. Thank you so much for asking it, and thank you all for having me. So excited to be here. So from Skoll's perspective, what we are really trying to do more and more is leaning into the L, leaning into the learning piece, and moving away from the idea of we have to evaluate, we have to meet a certain set of metrics. And so I thought a good story to tell actually is right now we're in the midst of, we're about to launch our annual reporting process, and I thought it could be illustrative to share some of what that looks like with you all. And so we work with all of our grantee partners to just once a year touch base formally and to say, how are things going? How are things going for you? What are the things you're excited about? Like what's gone well over the past year? What are the challenges you've been seeing? And there are two really important pieces in there for me. The first one is we're not asking for a certain report full of has to be the structure of it. You have to have X metrics. We need to see all the research. We need to see like RCTs. We're not interested in that. We want to know, how do you tell your story? And how do you determine what success looks like? Because we know that we're not the experts in your field. You're the experts. We want to hear how you're talking about it and how you judge success to be. And the other thing that I think is really important is being able to say there are different ways of knowing things. And there is like the data and the analytics side of things, and everyone loves to be able to say, oh, we saw an X percentage increase every quarter for this thing. And especially when we're talking about these huge systemic problems, you can't do that. You can't say, so has your justice and equity increased 5% last quarter? Like, no, that's not something that you can do. And so we want to hear from grantees, like, how do you think about it? Or are there stories that you can tell? We do a lot of narrative change work. And so thinking about, how do you think about whether you're actually shifting narratives? And sometimes you can measure perception change over time if you have lots of money and lots of time and lots of patience, but sometimes you have to look for those indicators as well. And just something that we're spending a lot of time thinking about at Skoll is how can we be even more open to learning about that? And I think the other piece that's really important when we're talking about the learning relationship is we don't just want our grantee partners telling us what they're learning. We want to find a way to make sure that they're having that conversation amongst themselves, that we're not just extracting learnings, but we're sharing that back with the field. And that's such an important thing. That's something that we're still spending a lot of time thinking about. What are the best ways to do this? How can we share? How can we bring people together so the learnings can increase and the work can be done even better going forward? So
we'll try to do all of that with 5% admin costs one day. And hence, as much as we try and understand, from the nonprofit side of things, we try and understand the need for, and I think more than us, it's really coming from the funder side of things, and we appreciate that, and I spotlight that from the civil society side to the funders in the room and elsewhere, that when conversations on trust-based, multi-grant, philanthropy, sort of multi-year grant, and philanthropy based in feminist justice principles kind of comes alive, we have seen it. We have lived on the other edge of the table, and we are beginning to look at what a multi-year grant kind of feels like, but like Paige really, rightly kind of spotlighted. It's also, even a longitudinal study that just happened, that just lasts 2 years. We're not even looking at a 16-year-old, 16-year study. A 2-year study, how many of the people sitting in the room will fund a data-backed study like that? Right? And to what Ria said in the morning, it's not innovation as in a software tech product that you're building in a community, but just a newer lens of which should not change every year. If it's gender today, should not be climate tomorrow, should not be. It's an intersectionality that exists as a layer across and through, right? And that brings me to the last question, which I open up to everyone. What should NGOs do? And I don't speak for the ones that can do a lot of RCTs. I speak for the ones who are completely on the ground, still figuring out what that budget from 3 crores to 5 crores would look like, INR. I'm still considering organizations which have lived for 10 years, have proven their proof of concept, have figured out, failed, fallen 7 times, gotten up 8th. How do those organizations which are on that scaling or the growth journey look at M&E from an anecdotal piece and a big data piece in a way that will really help them scale their work, whatever that work may be? Starting from Rohit and then proceeding in this order.
Yeah, I have a colleague who I've worked with for 15 years and we think that NGOs should band together and unionize. So that's honestly where my head went first. It's very hard in a philanthropic ecosystem for NGOs of the size you're describing to exercise power and influence unless they're part of a collective. So I wouldn't want to put the burden, frankly, on the folks who are subject to a power imbalance in a system. I think the reform does start with philanthropy because that's where the power resides. So I think you have to do, if you're solving a problem, you have to do a critical analysis and see how does power flow and where do you need to actually apply that analysis and apply the change. I think there are tremendous opportunities for philanthropists to just widen the lens of what they do. And I think this room, I mean, trust-based philanthropy is a phrase, it's existed in many communities for a long, long time. Let's not pretend that that's not true. And it's a phrase in rooms like this that's only come up in the last 3, 4 years, 5 years. So the folks in this room are at the vanguard, actually, of the formal philanthropy movement. And so there's an opportunity to lean into this moment to sort of experiment with how you share and seed power in an M&E conversation. There's a great piece done by, I think Shadi Salehi is one of the co-authors from the Trust-Based Philanthropy Project. I forget the name of her co-author, talking about reimagining learning in a trust-based world. And the learning around long-term impact, which is what we've been talking about mostly on this panel, is just one element of the learning. The invitation is for funders to think about long-term impact, but again with multi-year horizons, asking the folks most proximate for what's most useful in measuring impact. But also for the same philanthropists to engage in learning for accountability, which is asking yourself, getting anonymous information from your grantees about how you're doing in terms of amplifying your trust. And it's also learning for decision making, which is getting concrete data on whether or not the choices you're making are actually resulting in better outcomes for your grantees. So there's an invitation, I think, I guess, so my short answer just to summarize this is I think the power, you have to go with do the power analysis and hold folks accountable for changing their behaviors on the philanthropy end. We have many great examples in the room today. We've heard great stories around that and great experiences. There's more to be done. And then really nudge philanthropists to think beyond the impact piece to more about the accountability and decision making. How do we, when we expand the learning lens to philanthropic practices to amplify the results, what do we come up with? And I think the exciting part is we're in the early part of that conversation. At least from where I'm sitting, it's the relatively early part of the conversation. So everyone in this room gets to be co-creator of that journey. Having said that, there are others like Thousand Currents who's here and who've been doing work like this for a long, long time. So it's not just a total vacuum. There are lots of bright spots and people to learn from.
Sure. So we're in the Valley. And in the Valley, people who are venture capitalists would evaluate a startup very differently from if you were investing in public equities. If we can bring that differentiated mindset to investing in companies, what do we learn from that for nonprofit investment? I use the word investment because these are investments. It's an investment in an organization's future. So when we look at philanthropy, I look for what I call surrogate indicators. If it's a small organization, it's a newer organization, they're not going to have the fancy $1 million RCTs and tons of data and stuff like that. So I might want to spend a lot of time with a founder, understand their personal story, their journey, resilience, ups, downs, stuff like that. Spend time with a couple of their senior leaders. How long have you been with the organization? What keeps you ticking, right? What keeps you up at night? Look at who their donors and advisors are. How long have they stuck with the organization? Maybe ask to speak with one of them just to understand backstory, context, what has worked, what has not worked. Sit down with the organization, as we spoke earlier, and say, how would you define impact? And try and understand their way of thinking about the problem and problem solving, because it's as much about understanding how they think about it. Look at their history of execution, right? So I am a strategy consultant, but I will admit that strategy is not worth the paper it's written on if you can't execute. So I might want to spend some time asking, what were your 3 priorities last year? Where did you end up on those? How was execution? What came in your way? So just try and understand, do they have the execution muscle? Maybe there's some basic housekeeping around finances, governance, and stuff like that. Very important, visit the program. Spend time in the community and see what relationships that organization has with program participants and beneficiaries. All of this takes a ton of time. But time is the essence of a trust-based relationship. I mean, we would do that in real-life relationships, so you need the time to make that happen. So there's no easy way around it, but that's how I would look at it. Now, of course, that's also a big ask of the nonprofit, especially if it's a small one. So there has to be a materiality threshold to that organization wanting to invest that time in you, which then takes me to multi-year funding. If both parties are putting in that much time to building a trust-based relationship, it's a no-brainer that multi-year funding has to be a part of this conversation. I will end with one thought. I was at a philanthropy forum last week, and there was a lot of talk about risk-taking and how do you de-risk. And this person said this line, which just stayed with me. She said, the problem with philanthropy is we're all trying to bet on a sure thing. That is the problem. We're all trying to bet on a sure thing. And really, is it that much risk when you're investing in a person who has risked everything in their life to achieve this goal? And so I loved that line. And then, of course, I became a pragmatist again and said, how do we operationalize it? So again, it's kind of trying to figure out that balancing game, but that line really stayed with me.
Yeah, that's amazing. The first thing that I was really thinking about when you shared that was just the longer term viewpoints. And I think that's such an important thing, this idea of having long-term relationships, the trust-based relationships, and knowing that you're in it for the long haul. And I think that's a really important part of it, is like seeking to establish, both from the funder side and the grantee side, actual relationships about more than just a transaction. Because a lot of the time, the impact that's trying to be had is you want to help as many children as possible, you want to educate as many people as possible, whatever your metric might be. But over the long term, what you're really trying to do is change attitudes, change the system, change the way that people think about themselves, think about their communities. And I think that's something that's really important, and that we like to think about a lot at Skoll, is that we can see these signals of progress. Maybe you've worked with X number of children this year, which shows that you're establishing those relationships in the community, but what you actually are doing over the long term is setting this infrastructure for yourself, setting this baseline. And so I think I would encourage grantees and nonprofits as well to rethink about it in terms of not only what are you doing right now, but how is this setting you up to have stronger relationships with local governments, with other funders, with other nonprofits, because that's another really important part of the story and the impact that you're having, is to establish yourself. And so I think that's really important. One other thing I would say is, this doesn't get talked about enough, but it's okay for things to not work. And it's important to be able, from the funder side in particular, to be able to say, like, oh my gosh, a global pandemic hit, so of course your numbers weren't what you thought they were going to be. You want to be able to say, like, wow, this system is changing a lot. Maybe there's a new government in place, maybe there's been some other major change, and that's okay. Have you learned from it? Are there things that we can share with others that we can then take this into consideration? Not necessarily the next time the global pandemic hits, but that too maybe. And just coming really back to the L side of things and to the learning. And I think that those are the best kind of funder partners that you can have as well, the ones who want to be part of that with you and close to those problems and continue to learn and to push and not expect perfection.
Thank you for saying that, Paige, because, and I would not leave you there at governments being changed and philanthropy doing or having the burden now to do a lot more, because if Because systems change will not come without systems accountability, right? Or asking, why should it just be the burden of NGOs or civil society, you know, for advocacies and policy change? And why shouldn't the philanthropy stand up? I understand it's not going to be easy. We get that. NGOs see that. We get that. How do we make philanthropy more courageous? How do we make philanthropy, M&E aside, right? You guys probably have better frameworks than NGOs that we can learn from, absolutely. But the courage that we have takes some from us as NGOs. We always constantly hear what NGOs can learn from Coca-Cola. What would really make the philanthropy or the funder or the the stakeholder with power, as Rohit rightly said, right? What would it make that side to take a little bit of courage from the nonprofit side of things and looking at scale and M&E and all of that, and funding the front lines? The conversation since morning has kind of, I think, sort of, if I dare say, you know, has been around this theme of going more grassroots, going where it matters, right? Navchet does, Deepa. How do we really go back and fund the front lines? Let's not be scared of doing that because it involves, you know, a lot of work. Bhavik, it will involve a lot of work. Let's do that work. We will support you because it's only in our favor to kind of take that impact in a crazy, amazing way at the level of the communities, right? But one thing that I think a lot of philanthropy should take away from NGOs, and with that I'll close, Vrinda, maybe open it up for questions if there's time, but also Hindi mein bolte hain, and I'll also translate that for sure. ये दुनिया तुम्हें भागना सिखाएगी, तुम ठहरना सीख जाना. Shri was saying it so beautifully in the morning that these problems have existed 100 years back. They will probably in all its entirety exist 100 years hence. It's not that you and I are fools. Yeah? We are trying to solve a problem or a host of insane problems. But ye duniya tumhe bhagna sikhayegi with scale and all of that. This world is going to make you run and rush. But learn to take a pause, reflect, do the L with the M and E, and maybe we'll reach a common middle path. So if there are questions, one or two, happy to take them, Vrinda, if it's time. And you can pinpoint your questions to anyone on the panel. Wow, we really left a mark, right?
Absolutely. We've answered every question on M&E.
I just have one simple question. Sure. Again, I represent Ekal Vidyalaya, which is basically we have established several 80,000 plus schools in India. We can certainly measure impact, but what we have learned over the process is it's a slow process. You have to accept the system as it is because we are in deep rural villages where there is a lot of culture, everything plays into it. So you can't just have a financial goal saying that this is the speed at which we want to reach because it may fail. So over the last 10 years, what we have realized is let's accept the reality, build something, make sure that that is scalable, and then start moving forward. Always, as a nonprofit, we also have this issue, like you rightly mentioned, we want to keep our overhead as low as possible. And how do you build these compromises to, especially from a donor's perspective, because they want to see results quickly. And we are able to show everything that we can do, but still the expectation is there. How do you balance that?
One of my colleagues has this great phrase saying, if you choosing your nonprofit to support on the basis of their overhead, their low overhead, is like picking an airline based on who spends the least amount of money on maintenance. And I think that's fundamentally true. I think the sector is having an awakening around that. There's many movements to actually expand that funding. The closest thing, I mean, I know you've had many conversations with funders. The simple truth is there's a thing in the for-profit world called SG&A. And I invite any funder who has a business background to explain why they have any money in SG&A if they're expecting an overhead of 10 or 15%. That's sort of like one observation. The second observation is a recognition that flat overheads are just weird because different nonprofits have different models. And so a research institution is going to have a different overhead than a delivery institution like an ICL or like a Akshapatra or something like that. So I think there's more education to be done, and it's going to be this constant battle around recognizing the importance of healthy overhead. I was also turning you over, if you're interested, we're happy to talk, but there's also a whole bunch of resources around the starvation cycle, that's the frame that we use in the US sometimes with nonprofits, that can be convincing, well, we think can be convincing to donors. So there's good data to suggest that underfunding nonprofits is actually a challenge to impact.
I'd just like to piggyback on that. I think organizations like Dasra could play a pivotal role on educating philanthropy. Education is the word you used, and I completely agree with that. M&E is hard, period. And M&E, when it comes to solving for complex problems of the kinds we are talking about, often involve an ecosystem of things to do. You are working on the supply side, demand side, government, parents, schools, and then you have donors who want you to scale to 1 million kids before you figure out how to do the first 100,000. They only make it harder. So there's a good component of donor education here. SG&A, absolutely, and since we're talking MLE, I don't think that should be an overhead. I personally think it should be a line spend. Like in the context of schools, like ACL school, I don't know how you run a school without having data, right? And so there is a lot of donor education that needs to happen, and there is just no two ways about it, because you can't do this kind of work in the dark and, you know, nickel-diming your way through it. You just can't.
And I think all the NGO leaders should also be unapologetic, unabashed on social media and talk about this, because unless that, nothing's much going to change. So with that, we close the panel. Thank you for your time and patience with us.
Thank you, everyone. Lots to unpack there. And with that, we've now reached the last session of the day, and we are thrilled to present a very inspiring conversation on one of the most pressing challenges we're facing, that's climate action. And we've been talking about this since morning, so it'll be nice to culminate with this as well. India is currently the 7th most vulnerable country in the world when it comes to climate extremities. Global warming has resulted in a disproportionate increase in risk for vulnerable communities with low adaptive capacities, affecting their access to resources, livelihoods, housing security, and dignity of life. And hence, we have a bunch of very exciting speakers who are going to speak to you about this. We have Rikin, who co-founded Digital Green as a research project on Microsoft Research India's Technology for Emerging Markets team. Digital Green supports government partners as they take on ambitious digital transformation agendas. We have Shruti, who's a director of the newly established India Energy and Climate Center at the Goldman School of Public Policy at UC Berkeley. She has previously worked with the Observer Research Foundation and the Clinton Climate Initiative in India. We also have Deepa, who you've heard since morning. She is a nomadic and denotified tribes activist belonging to the Kesari nomadic tribe. By leading her organization Anubhuti Trust, she has developed a deep understanding of how climate impacts vulnerable communities. And this session will be moderated by Rajiv Khanna, who leads the Philanthropic Partnerships Program at 1000 Currents, overseeing individual and institutional donor engagement, education, and fundraising. Over to you, Rajiv.
Hi, everyone. I'm Rajiv Khanna from 1000 Currents. Thank you for that. We've made it to the last session of the day, y'all. You can get up, do a little stretch, we are at that time, the witching hour of the day, right? But hopefully the discussion is riveting and invigorating enough to wake you up. I belong to an organization called 1000 Currents. Rohit, thanks for giving us a shout out. We are a US-based public foundation. We raise resources and re-grant them to community groups and social movements around the world, working on climate, food, and economic justice. We also have a robust donor education program where we try to influence donors to shift philanthropic practices so that they are more movement and community aligned. You heard from Vrinda about the scale of the climate crisis that is confronting India, which is one of the most vulnerable regions and countries in the world. The scales we are talking about are absolutely unimaginable right now. The climate crisis affects agriculture, fisheries, livestock. We're talking about at least 2/3 of the Indian workforce. We're talking about 900 million to 1 billion people whose livelihoods would be directly impacted by the climate crisis, not to mention the overwhelming amount of climate migration that the subcontinent is going to experience. And you've already seen a taste of that, right? With the incredible floods that happened in Pakistan recently, where at least 1/3 of the entire country was displaced, right? And we're still counting what the impact of that was. Given that this is such a massive crisis, it's going to need all of us to solve it, right? And at this point, who we've eliminated or marginalized from the conversation on climate solutions are communities themselves who are on the front lines and experiencing the most direct impacts of the climate crisis. We know communities who experience injustice are critical to overcoming it, and they often have the best solutions. So at this moment, the question before us is whose leadership do we wish to follow? Whose visions, dreams, and practices do we wish to follow? And whose solutions, right, does philanthropy want to resource? Traditionally, philanthropy has looked at just a couple of levers of change in society, markets and governments, and we've invisibilized and completely left out of the discourse people-powered social movements. The metrics of history are on our side. Our country gained independence because of a social movement, right? Women's rights, labor rights, environmental rights movements are powered by people-powered social movements. Social movements in the United States, like the Black Lives Matter movement, are the result why we're having these conversations here today. Why organizations like Dasra and others are even considering adopting or moving towards a GEDI framework. Where are these coming from? Social movements have the power to shift political will, to shift public discourse and public will, and completely reshape the public conversation. Yet, philanthropy has left out climate justice movements from the solution. And we know we're going to need climate justice movements if we're going to make any dent on addressing this climate crisis. Just to give you an indication of where the money in climate philanthropy is going, a few years ago, Climate Works Foundation released a landmark report on climate giving. They found out that only 2%, just 2% of all global philanthropic giving is going towards climate. Wow. You want an example of how out of touch philanthropy is with current crises? Look at that stat. Out of the 2% that's going towards climate philanthropy, less than 1% is going towards indigenous or Adivasi people. Indigenous people comprising 5% of the world's population are stewarding 80% of the world's global biodiversity, yet receive crumbs of crumbs, right? 1% of the 2%. Less than 1% is going towards women. Women, especially in India, we know play an absolutely crucial role when it comes to running the rural economy. 75% of women, rural women in India are involved in agriculture, right? But they own less than 14% of land or control less than 14% of land. When we look at the stats of Dalit women and Adivasi women, that's even more abysmal. Just 1.5% of Dalit women have access to land. Less than 1% of indigenous or Adivasi women in India have access to land. But they are the ones who are running the agricultural economy in India. And they've been completely left out and marginalized out of the solutions. So, today, in this conversation, we want to talk about how can we bring communities back into the climate conversation? How can philanthropy put communities at the center of funding and at the center of solutions and at the center of shifting power, right, to the communities? And I'm joined today by Deepa of Anubhuti Trust, Rikin, and Shruti, who are all going to speak about this issue from their vantage points. I want to begin with Deepa and ask her, Deepa, ground us in you are experiencing the direct impacts of the climate crisis. What is your experience and what are you seeing on the ground?
Big task, Shreya. Hopefully सब जिंदा है. Great. जिंदा रहने वाला हमारा सेशन है. हम क्लाइमेट चेंज के बारे में बात कर रहे हैं. मुझे लग रहा है कि सबसे पहले फिलॉन्थ्रोपिस्ट हो या कोई भी कंट्रीब्यूटर हो, जब क्लाइमेट चेंज को लेकर खास तौर पे हम बात कर रहे हैं, बहुत ज़्यादा सीखने के गट्स शायद हमें रखने होंगे, बहुत ही ज़्यादा। क्योंकि सदियों से, काफ़ी सालों से आदिवासी, एनटीडीएनटी, दलित, ये जो ग्राउंड में बसने वाले लोग हैं और इनका जो एनवायरनमेंट के साथ कनेक्शन है, इस नॉलेज को हमने बैकवर्ड बोल के बहुत प्रॉब्लम किया है। इसको हमने सुपरस्टिशियस बोल के बहुत प्रॉब्लम किया है। ये जो नॉलेज है वो बस एनवायरमेंटल H2O, कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड तक लिमिटेड नहीं है, राइट? उनका जो नॉलेज है, हमारे जो प्रैक्टिसेस है, जब आप हमारी कम्युनिटीज़ में आओगे तब आप देखोगे कि एनवायरनमेंट बस ट्राइबल कम्युनिटी के लिए रिसोर्सेस नहीं है, बस रिसोर्स कंजप्शन का मार्ग नहीं है। तो वो उनके लिए उनका आर्ट है, उनके लिए उनके लैंग्वेज है, उनके लिए उनके बिलीफ सिस्टम है, उनके रिचुअल्स है, और उनकी सारी चीज़ें जो है, उनका एग्जिस्टेंस जो है, वो एनवायरनमेंट जस्टिस के साथ जुड़ा हुआ है। तो इन शॉर्ट अगर मैं कहूँ तो ये कम्युनिटी का जस्टिस इसीलिए नहीं सामने आ पा रहा है क्योंकि एनवायरमेंटल के साथ बहुत ज़्यादा इनजस्टिस हो रहा है।
When talking about climate change or talking about climate action, these conversations can only happen when we have a learning mindset and a learning outlook. It's very important to have an open mindset because for a very long time, the knowledge and the connection that Adivasi and nomadic tribes or tribal communities have had with the environment has been called backward and superstitious. What we need to realize is for these communities, environment is not just a resource, but it's also their art, their language, their belief system, their rituals, and their existence. When we talk about climate injustice, it's not just injustice that therefore happens with climate, but with these communities at large.
इम्पैक्ट अगर मैं राजीव कहूँ तो जीने मरने के सवाल है यहाँ पे, राइट? दीप जो सुबह बात कर रहा था, फ्लड का इम्पैक्ट हो, ड्रॉट पड़ने से जो गांव की गांव माइग्रेंट कर जाते हैं। माइग्रेशन बस ये आंखों को दिखने वाला सफ़र नहीं है कि एक गांव दूसरी जगह से तीसरी जगह पे गया है, राइट? ये उनकी स्टेबिलिटी का विषय है, उनकी सोशल सिक्योरिटी का विषय है, उनके एग्जिस्टेंस का ये बार बार सवाल है हर इंटरसेक्शनलिटी में। क्या वो एग्जिस्ट करेंगे स्कूल के अंदर, क्या वो एग्जिस्ट करेंगे लाइवलीहुड के अंदर? उनके रिचुअल्स, उनके कल्चर लॉस जैसा बहुत बड़ा लॉस कोई नहीं है, क्योंकि ये कम्युनिटी के कल्चर जो है वो इतने एनवायरमेंटल फ्रेंडली और एनवायरमेंट बेस्ड है। लेकिन अचानक जो ये उथल पुथल हो रही है, और ये उथल पुथल थोड़े से पावर रखने वाले लोगों को देर में दिखाई दे रही है, ट्राइबल्स को पहले ही दिखाई दे रही है। उनके स्टोरीज में, हमारे गानों में, हमारी भाषाओं में, हमारे नरेटिव्स में बार बार एनवायरनमेंट का सम्मान है, लेकिन वो सम्मान जो है वो मेन स्ट्रीमिंग कम्युनिटी की मुख्य धारा का मुख्य भाग नहीं बन पाया है।
If we start to talk about the impact that climate change has on communities like tribal and Adivasi communities, it's safe to say that it's a question of life and death. Deep was talking this morning about areas and communities impacted by flood and drought, how it causes migration. It's also important to look and understand that migration is more than just moving from one place to another. It affects stability, social security, and most importantly, it causes loss of culture. Communities that live in areas that are impacted by climate are heavily dependent on their surroundings, and therefore environment losses caused by migration and climate change impact them heavily. Tribals see the danger that we pose to climate and the impact that climate sees today much before anyone else does, and yet they are the ones who are impacted most heavily because of climate change.
लास्ट में इसका जवाब देके फिर रुक जाती हूँ कि अगर आपको कोई अभी बोले कि आपको आपके जॉब को रिज़ाइन देना है, आप 10 बार सोचोगे, प्लान करोगे और फिर दोगे। एक्सट्रीम जो ऑक्यूपेशन क्राइसिस हो रहे हैं उसके बारे में हम कैसे देखेंगे जो लाखों करोड़ों में हो रहे हैं। कई ऐसे कम्युनिटीज़ है जिनका ऑक्यूपेशन, जिनका एम्प्लॉयमेंट एनवायरमेंटल साइकिल के ऊपर डिपेंड है, सीजन के ऊपर डिपेंड है, उनके मैप, उनके रूट ऑफ माइग्रेशन ये एनवायरनमेंट के इर्द गिर्द होते हैं। एनवायरनमेंट जब भी डिस्टर्ब हो रहा है, वो जवाब मांग रहा है, वो अकाउंटेबिलिटी मांग रहा है, तो सबसे पहले वो उसी से अकाउंटेबिलिटी मांग रहा है जो उसके ऊपर डिपेंड है, जो उसके साथ जुड़े हुए हैं, जिनकी नीव एनवायरनमेंट के साथ है, राइट। तो ये बहुत ही बड़ा एक पैनिक भी है जो सेटल्ड है, जो इमोशनल मेंटल हेल्थ के ऊपर असर कर रहा है। इंटरनल कम्युनिटी एक ट्रॉमा क्रिएट कर रहा है, उनको समझ में भी नहीं आ रहा है कि ये सारी चीज़ें अपने आप जो है वो कैसे चेंज हो रही है। लेकिन समंदर के अंदर जो पॉल्यूशन है, कितने मछुआरे उसके ऊपर डिपेंड है। समंदर के अंदर से नमक बनता है, उसके ऊपर एक कास्ट जीती है, राइट। कई सारे कम्युनिटीज इस तरह के हैं जो एनवायरनमेंट के कुछ कुछ पोर्शन के ऊपर सदियों से जी रहे हैं। तो एनवायरनमेंट से जुड़ा हुआ डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन, ओवर रिसोर्स कंजम्पशन, हमारा स्टैंडर्ड ऑफ लिविंग का हाई डिमांड, और अच्छा जीना है, और अच्छा जीना है, और अच्छा जीना है, ये बहुत डिमांड कर रहा है। और जो लोग बिल्कुल भी कंजम्पशन नहीं कर रहे, बिटर ट्रूथ ये है कि रिटर्न्स उनको देने पड़ रहे हैं बहुत बड़ी मात्रा में। इसलिए कभी कभी मैं डिसएग्री होती हूँ कि क्लाइमेट चेंज ये सबके लिए उसी बड़ी मात्रा में सेम सवाल नहीं है। ये किसी कम्युनिटी के लुप्त होने का सवाल है, किसी भाषाओं के लुप्त होने का सवाल है, और यस फिर किसी को गर्मी लगने का सवाल है, किसी का टेम्परेचर चेंज होने का सवाल है। सभी तकलीफ में है, लेकिन कुछ सबसे पहले डूबेंगे और फिर लोगों तक आते आते हम अवेयर होंगे।
If you think today that you have to leave your job or place a resignation at your workplace, you will plan, you will think about it and then resign. But what of those communities whose occupations, whose professions are being impacted because of climate change? Many times they don't even know why the climate around them is being impacted the way it is, because they are not the ones consuming all the resources that they're actually trying to preserve. Many communities that are rich and are dominant communities around the tribal communities that Deepa speaks of are the ones consuming these resources, but unfortunately, returns are being paid by those who are trying to preserve resources and environment. Therefore, climate change is not an equal conversation and an equal discussion to start with. For some, the climate change conversation is about rising temperatures, about having to turn on ACs and feeling hot. But for some communities, it's a conversation about their very existence.
Thank you for that, Deepa. That was so important for all of us to ground in that crisis and the experience and the unequal impacts of the climate crisis. And we see this at the global level as well, where the global north has produced historically 92% of all greenhouse gas emissions, but the global south is experiencing its worst impacts. Within the global south, you mentioned indigenous people, Dalit people, women, they are experiencing its worst impacts, right? Thank you for that grounding. I want to shift the focus of the conversation a little bit to Rikin and Shruti as well, and hear how they are approaching this crisis from their vantage point, and also how they are thinking about incorporating community voice and agency in their solutions. And then Deepa will come back to you and ask you the same question as well. So let's start with Rikin, then we'll go to Shruti.
Yeah, I'd echo what Deepa has shared, which is we can listen to the statistics around IPCC reports around how India is not going to be able to produce rice in the coming decade, and we're already seeing increasing prices for rice. We can see the effect of other parts of India seeing extreme weather events like floods that are destroying crops en masse. But it's really those individual stories at the community level where when you meet individual farmers in our case and see that loss of hope. Agriculture itself has always been a major source of livelihood for most of India, but yet it's become this vocation of last resort that people are trying to migrate out of. And the loss of hope is demonstrated by the types of reflections that especially women farmers will share, which is that the markets have failed them. The soil has failed them. The weather has failed them. The government has failed them. Sometimes their spouses have failed them. And in a lot of cases, they've even given up, sometimes even on God, as being a source of hope for themselves. And I think the pandemic, which really demonstrated the worst possible shocks to this exact same segment of people, is now being compounded even further by climate. And of course, the root cause of the pandemic was what? It was this same climate and human infraction on animal communities that resulted in COVID-19. And so where did those people of these farming communities or tribal communities, especially of women, find connection? Was each other, right? Where there was resilience, to the extent that there was resilience during this super tragic period of time of the pandemic, was where communities came together, where they had these informal social networks with their family members, with their neighbors, that they shared information with each other about things like what were the crops that I grew and how did I grow them. And sometimes we have a thrust towards formalization of supply chains in agriculture or formalization of metrics to try to reduce climate emissions. But sometimes we don't value the power of those informal social networks that people have, that define community and define the power of even India, right, in terms of its vibrant and diverse society. And that's been a similar trajectory for our work, where we're layering digital technology onto these informal social networks, not to thrust some foreign piece of information, but rather to see how we can elevate the voices of the community members themselves and build stronger communities that can be more resilient in the face of the types of shocks which are only going to keep exacerbating for the foreseeable future. And where, even for me personally, I came to this work from a totally different background of computer science and aerospace engineering. But what motivated me to study those things? It was looking at peers who had studied computer science and aerospace engineering before me, and that's what motivated me to do those things. And the same thing is what we have to try to do for this demographic of people: elevate their voices, elevate their stature, so that they themselves can see themselves as role models of inspiration who are able to overcome these seemingly intractable problems of climate change and this lack of hope.
Thank you, Rikin. Shruti, let's hear a little bit how you're approaching this from the policy angle. Yeah, tell us about your work.
Yeah, thank you. Namaskar, good afternoon to everybody, and it's very inspiring to hear the stories of my fellow panelists. I think I want to just reiterate one thing, that climate injustice is at the heart of climate change, right? So people who have done literally nothing to contribute to this problem are going to suffer the worst impacts. And I just want to add one more statistic to it because it's mind-boggling. The top 10% of the world's population contributes to about half of global greenhouse gas emissions, and the bottom 50% contributes less than 10%. And coming, if we come at the country level, so India has historically contributed less than 4% of cumulative greenhouse gas emissions, but India is actually the country which will suffer the most in terms of climate impacts. And studies have shown that for every ton of carbon emitted anywhere, whether it's in China or the US or India, India will suffer maximum damage for every ton of carbon emitted. And why is that? We understand that, right? Because we have a huge percentage of population dependent on agriculture. We have hundreds of millions of people living downstream from Himalayan glaciers, which are projected to melt in the second half of this century. I have no idea like how we are going to handle displacement and migration of that scale. And anyways, I mean, enough of the doomsday talking here, but now I want to switch to a slightly brighter side of the clean energy transition that we truly believe in at the India Energy and Climate Center. There are a lot of co-benefits of this clean energy transition which are actually going to help enhance equity. And let me take a couple of examples. So one is just simply air pollution. So you might have heard, and a lot of us have lived that, India is one of the most polluted countries in the world. We have over 1 million premature deaths every year due to outdoor air pollution. And a huge percentage of that, over a quarter of that, is caused because of coal power generation or due to petrol or gasoline or diesel vehicles on the roads. And the disproportionate burden of this air pollution is not coming to people like us who are roaming around in air-conditioned cars, but people who are driving auto rickshaws and are on two-wheelers and pulling cycle rickshaws. And also people who are living close to coal power plants, right? And dealing with the air pollution and the water pollution close to these, you know, or the coal mines for that matter. So moving to clean electricity generation and moving to zero emission vehicles, or what we call, you know, what we call zero emission vehicles, but basically not running on oil, which causes wars and destroys communities, is going to help, you know, clean up the air. It's going to help increase equity in terms of right to clean air, just as an example. The other big thing I would say is from a jobs perspective. Now, India is the most populous nation in the world as of this month or last month, I lose track. We have about 600 million people in the age bracket of 18 to 35 years, you know, in that age bracket. And I think just in terms of our poverty alleviation goals as a nation, you know, we want to pull out 225 million people out of poverty. And to do that, job creation is a huge, huge part of that solution. And we truly believe that India has this real opportunity to become a manufacturing hub of clean technology products, because especially with the current geopolitical situation where the world is looking for an alternative to China, and India has made certain strides there, and studies have shown that moving from a fossil-based economy to a clean energy-based economy, there's a net gain in jobs. In fact, you know, India's renewable energy sector, which is doing great wonders and has become a case study for the entire world, it's expected to employ about 4.5 million people by 2030, which is already more than what the coal economy employs today. So anyway, so those are the couple of, we feel there are a lot of great, you know, domestic interests that will be met. Also in terms of energy independence, India imports 90% of its oil, which causes a lot of, basically the inflation index directly tracks global oil prices for India. And who, you know, disproportionate burden of inflation comes on vulnerable and poor households. And if you can decouple those two things by using domestically produced clean energy, we believe that India will be a lot better off in terms of macroeconomic stability as well. And let's say, what else? I think from a macro perspective, it will be worth you know, reiterating that at 2 degrees Celsius, all of coral reefs disappear, right? And that is 500 million livelihoods that are dependent on coral reefs. So we really can't, I mean, I think we have to do all that we can to not let the world reach there. Unfortunately, it does mean that we have to change the way the top 10% of this world lives, right? And that it means that we have to change the way we produce our energy, which will be needed to develop the global south. We have to change the way we move around. We have to change the way we produce our goods. And you know, 80% of current energy supply is coming from oil, coal, and gas, and we have to tilt that balance heavily towards clean energy. And at the India Energy and Climate Center, what we are doing is we are saying, when we talk about policy frameworks for this clean energy transition, we have to put equity in transition at the core of our work. So it is a horizontal pillar informing all our work. Just again, taking an example, what that means is that tomorrow when we are incentivized domestic manufacturing of batteries, can we incentivize investment into rural areas or into disadvantaged communities, into fossil-dependent communities, and transition them and make sure that the investment goes there? And when we are talking about adaptation, yes, we are going to try as much as we can to double the energy efficiency of air conditioners so we don't need extra electricity, but we are also going to work on affordable cooling solutions at the district level for rural areas because we are going to see deaths due to heat waves. So that's just a couple of ways we are thinking of incorporating equity into our work.
Thank you for that, Rikin and Shruti. That was so important to learn about small farmers and how technology can be used to advance their goals, and then the important work happening in clean energy policy, right, at the governmental levels. And then just something to add, right, to the clean energy policy is let's nuance it about what equity could mean here, right? And what it would mean to involve community voices in clean energy policies. That what we don't want, what climate movements in the US have called green colonialism, right? We don't want another ExxonMobil running solar power plants or wind energy. That would be the nightmare scenario, right? What we do want is decentralized energy systems that are managed, run, and controlled by local communities. And what the government of India, while commendable in some ways in the transition to solar and wind, some of the work has also been problematic. Because some of these solar missions, there's a public-private partnership in Assam right now, some of these clean energy missions have only become an excuse for land grabbing. And land is being grabbed from Dalit, indigenous communities, from small and peasant farmers, who then lose their trust in the government, who lose their livelihoods without adequate compensation. So this is what it would mean to bring communities to the table when devising clean energy policy, right? And that's how we can have policy that can be equitable and can place communities at the center. Okay, so now that we scared you, with all of these abysmal climate stats, let's turn the focus a little bit to solutions and see and hear from Deepa about what are the solutions, climate solutions that communities are leading in this time.
सॉल्यूशन के ऊपर जाने से पहले एक मेरे दिमाग में जो थॉट आ रहा है कि एनवायरमेंटल के साथ जो भी शोषण है वो अगर हम फेमिनिस्ट लेंस से देखें तो औरत के साथ जो भी शोषण हो रहा है वो सेम शोषण एनवायरनमेंट के साथ हो रहा है। औरत जिस बच्चे को जन्म देती है उसके आगे उसका नाम ही नहीं लगता है। उसी तरह एनवायरनमेंट को जिन्होंने पाला पोसा, जिसका संरक्षण किया, उस इंडिजीनियस एंटीडियंटी लोगों का नाम ही उसके आगे नहीं लगता है। ठीक है, मेरे लिए डेमोक्रेसी बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है क्योंकि क्लाइमेट चेंज के इसमें भी डेमोक्रेसी बहुत काम करेगी। तो एक सवाल जो है वो मेरे दिमाग में आता है कि क्लाइमेट सॉल्यूशंस किसके नज़रिए से चाहिए और किसके लिए चाहिए, राइट? ये फंडामेंटल सवाल है। क्लाइमेट सॉल्यूशन जिसके नज़रिए से होगा, अगर वो थोड़ा सा पावरफुल होगा तो सॉल्यूशन भी उसी तरह से होगा। लेकिन क्लाइमेट सॉल्यूशन ईमानदारी से अगर ग्रासरूट दलित आदिवासी एंटीडियंटी के लिए चाहिए तो उसका स्वरूप थोड़ा सा अलग होगा, उसकी रचना थोड़ी सी अलग होगी, उसकी प्रायोरिटी थोड़ी सी अलग होगी।
Before talking about solutions, Deepa wants to first just call out the similarity that exists between the environment crisis and the feminist crisis, or the similarity between the two narratives. When a child is born, traditionally the child does not take the name of the woman, the person who really nurtures the kid. Similarly, the communities that today preserve environment the most are not the ones who are enjoying the benefits of the resources that other communities consume. Therefore, when we define solutions, it's also important to think who are these solutions for, and therefore these solutions need to be looked at and defined from the lens of tribal Adivasi communities. They need to be not defined from the lens of the communities who today consume the resources and to some extent contribute to the climate crisis.
सॉल्यूशन की तरफ मुझे जो दिख रहा है, मैं क्लाइमेट एक्सपर्ट बिल्कुल नहीं हूँ, लेकिन मैं एक्सपीरियंस के साथ जो महसूस कर रही हूँ वो बात मैं यहाँ पे रख सकती हूँ। क्लाइमेट चेंज ट्रूली पॉलिटिकल मुद्दा है। पॉलिटिक्स के अलावा ये मुद्दा अधूरा है। तो बहुत ज़्यादा हर तबके में जो लोग हैं उनकी ताकत बढ़ानी पड़ेगी कि हम क्रिटिसाइज करने के लिए कितने तैयार हैं। क्योंकि मैं यहाँ पे भी सुन रही हूँ, इंडिया में भी सुनती हूँ कि कुछ कुछ चीज़ें तो अच्छी हो रही है, किसके नज़रिए से अच्छी हो रही है, किसके लिए अच्छी हो रही है, वो बहुत ज़्यादा इम्पोर्टेंट है। डेमोक्रेसी एक्सेस करने वाले ग्राउंड के लोग क्या महसूस कर रहे हैं, उनके पास आते हुए जो भी अड़चने हैं वो किस अड़चनों में है ये उनकी नज़रिए से सुनना बहुत ज़रूरी है। सॉल्यूशन की अगर बात करें तो यस, सॉल्यूशन कुछ सामने है, मे बी 100% नहीं होंगे, लेकिन हर गांव में, हर देहात में, अर्बन में, स्लम में अगर आप जाके देखोगे, शायद उनको नरेटिव क्लाइमेट चेंज के नहीं आएंगे कहने के लिए, लेकिन वो क्लाइमेट चेंज के लिए ही काम कर रहे हैं। जब कोई बारिश के पानी के खिलाफ काम कर रहा है और वो एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन को बोल रहा है कि भाई हमारे घरों में बारिश का पानी आ रहा है, वो क्लाइमेट चेंज का काम है। शायद वो उस सर्कल में नहीं है इसलिए वो बात नहीं कर पा रहे, वो डेटा, वो स्टैटिस्टिक्स वो दे नहीं पा रहे। तो कम्युनिटी लेड मूवमेंट है, रिसर्च कम्युनिटी लेड है। मैं जानबूझ के कम्युनिटी ऐड कर रही हूँ क्योंकि रिसर्च की भी अपनी एक एलिड भाषा है, राइट। कम्युनिटी लेड रिसर्च है, लीगल सपोर्ट करने वाले लोग हैं, एडवोकेसी करने के लिए रेगुलर पॉलिटिकल डिसीजन मेकर और एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन के पास जाने वाले लोग हैं। अगर आप रिबिल्ड के ही कोहॉर्ट में देखें तो जैसे देवल ने सुबह का, मैं बिल्कुल एग्री करती हूँ, मैं उन ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के साथ में थी, मैं और भी सर्कल में हूँ जहाँ पे कम्युनिटी बेस्ड ऑर्गेनाइजेशन ट्रूली क्लाइमेट चेंज के बारे में सोचकर एनवायरमेंटल जस्टिस के लिए काम कर रहे हैं। तरीके अलग है, इन डेप्थ है, जहाँ पे कोई ऑक्यूपेशन को लेकर काम कर रहा है, कोई माइग्रेशन को लेकर काम कर रहा है, कोई डिजास्टर को लेकर काम कर रहा है, कोई फ्लड अफेक्टेड एरिया में काम कर रहा है, कोई मेंटल हेल्थ को लेकर काम कर रहा है। ये सारा क्लाइमेट से कनेक्टेड है और मुझे लगता है कि क्लाइमेट चेंज को लेकर अगर इंक्लूसिव काम करना है तो फिर हम इन सारे मुद्दों को ध्यान में ले सकते हैं।
Climate change is a deeply political subject. Therefore, one way to fight climate change or to hand power back to the ones impacted the most is to improve the political agency of communities. Action is already happening, be it in India or be it in the US. But the question we need to ask is, whom does this action benefit? It's important to listen to the problems of the marginalized and their solutions. There might already be action that's happening on the grounds. The issue is that a narrative or a lexicon might not exist. There are many community-based organizations that are already working with climate, and as we heard earlier this morning, they might be working on different aspects of climate change. Some might be working on livelihoods, some on mental health. If we want to have an inclusive dialogue or inclusive solutions towards climate change, it's important to view all aspects that community-based organizations today work on to address the challenge.
एक यहाँ पे ऐड करने की कोशिश मैं कर रही हूँ कि हम सब बैठ के यहाँ क्लाइमेट चेंज के बारे में बात तो कर रहे हैं, लेकिन ये भी सच्चाई है कि पावरफुल हैंड जो है वो अभी भी रिसोर्सेस के पीछे बहुत तेज़ी से भाग रहे हैं, उनका स्पीड कम नहीं है। और जो भी एनवायरमेंटल जस्टिस के लिए आवाज़ देगा वो थ्रेटन और रिस्क में जा सकता है। लेकिन उसके आगे जाकर मैं फिर और बोलूँगी कि कम्युनिटी बेस्ड ऑर्गेनाइजेशन और ज़्यादा थ्रेटन और रिस्क में है। इंडिविजुअल लीडर खुद थ्रेटन में है, उनके ऑर्गेनाइजेशन रिस्क में है, और फिर वो जो मुद्दे उठाते हैं वो डायरेक्टली पब्लिकली और लोगों के सामने आते हैं। तो मुझे लगता है कि देर आए दुरुस्त आए, ये वक्त सही है कि हमें CBOs के साथ, ग्रासरूट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के साथ, और वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट जो राइट बेस्ड अप्रोच के साथ काम कर रहे हैं, अधिकारों की परिभाषा जानते हैं, अधिकारों के दायरे में बात कर रहे हैं। नहीं तो अभी मुंबई में सब जगह पे पेड़ लगाए जा रहे हैं, कौन से पेड़ कहाँ लगाना है, बायोडाइवर्सिटी कुछ पता नहीं है। तो वैसे भी एक्शंस है, उसका क्या करेंगे? तो इसीलिए इंक्लूसिव, इंटरसेक्शनलिटी और डाइवर्सिटी के डिग्निटी के साथ अगर काम करना है तो हमें क्लाइमेट चेंज को लेकर जो एनवायरमेंटल जस्टिस के लिए आवाज़ उठाने वाले लोग हैं उनका रिस्क और उनका थ्रेटन, थोड़ा सा बोझा उसका उठाना पड़ेगा, शायद उनके साथ खड़ा होना पड़ेगा। और मुझे लगता है कि ये काफ़ी ब्रिलियंट समय है जहाँ पे हम वो कोशिश कर सकते हैं। हर किसी को सामने आने की भी ज़रूरत नहीं है, लेकिन आपका बोल देना कि आप किसी के साथ रिसोर्सेस से हो, सपोर्ट से हो, आप उनके थॉट के साथ कंट्रीब्यूट कर रहे हो, तो ये भी एक तरह का मॉरल बूस्ट करने वाला और इंटेलेक्चुअल प्रोसेस में कंट्रीब्यूट करने वाली जर्नी है।
While we all sit here and talk about climate change, it's important to realize that the resource rich are still chasing resources. Those who question will continue to be threatened. A lot of the CBOs that are doing work in climate change continue to be threatened even today, and therefore it's important to support their work, support the work of organizations that work with a right-based approach. If in order to build inclusive and intersectional solutions, it's important to respect the knowledge of indigenous communities. Otherwise, the actions that currently are taking place, for example, in Mumbai, where trees are being planted across the city without having information and knowledge about what tree should be planted where and how it impacts the environment, will continue to take place. Therefore, while recognizing that we might not all be able to work with indigenous communities, it's important to support the CBOs that are actually doing work with them. And in that way, we can support some of the community-led climate solutions that these organizations try to foster.
Great. Thank you so much, Deepa, for inviting us into this holistic and interconnected solution nature of the climate crisis and how communities are addressing this crisis in this way, about tackling immediate needs, long-term needs. Here in the global north, we have an academic debate about adaptation versus mitigation, but for lived communities in the global south, this is an existential struggle, and they have to do all of it, right? Not adaptation versus mitigation, but all of it. So thank you for sharing that. I know we have a few minutes remaining. I hope from the Dasra team we can get a few more minutes. I would love to turn it over to all of you and invite some questions for our panelists. So.
Thanks so much for the great panel. So I wanted to pick on what Shruti were also talking about in terms of livelihoods and the intersection of livelihoods and climate. And so one option that you mentioned is if we have more manufacturing and production of clean energy in-house, then maybe that can provide more employment opportunities. Can you think about maybe other ways of employing people in India today, especially the youth, in some sort of climate change related or supportive efforts?
See, from my perspective, I think India has done a great job in terms of, the services industry, for example. Of course, still 60% of our population is employed in agriculture. I personally feel that, with the kind of youth, numbers that we have, the only sustainable way of creating jobs is large-scale manufacturing. That's just my understanding of how it's going to evolve. And I think the Indian government realizes that, and there is a lot of now incentives for setting up manufacturing. For example, there is a production-linked incentive scheme which has put out about $6 billion of incentives to set up battery manufacturing, EV manufacturing, solar module manufacturing. In terms of resilience, of course, there's a lot of community-based organizations like Deepa's and many more who are trying to work with grassroots communities to build their resilience. But I think, not to dissect, keep those two terms separate, but I think mitigation and resilience have to work hand in hand. We only have this decade. Let's remember, if we don't act in the next 10 to 20 years, no amount of resilience building and no amount of adaptation can save us, basically. So it is that dire a juncture. But having said that, we are also at the best possible point in time where clean energy is so much cheaper than it was 5 years ago that we actually have some solutions in sight to actually control the carbon emissions. But unless we do that, nothing is going to help.
I have a probably follow-up question, may just affect Shruti as well. I think there's always this question of policy and whether what you give policy, yael hoga, banayege, it'll happen, right? It's hard to see that change will happen or that it'll go to the right places. And maybe if you can, other examples where you've seen this happen, right? Where policy has moved things in the direction where there is benefit. And it's a yes and option.
Yeah, thanks for that question. I think it also will connect to what Rajiv mentioned in one of his remarks. So actually, let me just share a personal story. Back in 2012, I was working at the Observer Research Foundation, and I was looking at solar mini-grids as an option for electricity access and development in rural areas. At that time, India had 200 to 300 million people who lacked electricity access. And nobody was thinking that it's even possible to electrify India in our lifetime, right? So we were thinking, oh, everywhere we are going to put up solar mini-grids. I have friends who have been putting up solar mini-grids in tribal villages for the last decade. And in 2015, the central government of India said, nothing doing. We are going to electrify each and every village, each and every household. And over the next 8 years, they have done it. They have electrified 98% of India. And I think that's a tremendous achievement. And that just came from sheer policy will. Now, of course, the detractors will still say that, oh, the supply, quality is not there. I agree with that. But step one is to electrify. Step two is to improve the quality of supply, and that will happen. When I was in New Delhi working at the Central Power Sector Regulator, and people at control centers of the power distribution system don't go home when there are heat waves. You have to keep lights on, So people are working hard to make it happen. It is not very visible from outside. So I think just as an example, so just to go back to Rajiv's point, yes, I think distributed energy systems are a great way to build resilience. But if we are talking about climate scale, for the kind of scale and pace of deployment that we need, policy and technology is essential. With the 40 gigawatt target that India had for decentralized systems, we were only able to achieve 5 gigawatts because the transaction cost is too high, but we were able to put 60 gigawatts of large-scale solar. We just don't have time in climate. I'm sorry. It's just we need the scale.
I was just going to add one thing, which is, obviously there is a rural to urban shift that's overall happening. But I think sometimes it's a bit sometimes overstated in the sense that I was just, visiting some of the villages that we started our work with just outside of Bangalore, 30 minutes outside of Bangalore, and Kanakpura, if anyone knows. We started working there in 2006. And when we started to work there in 2006, already they were starting to think about building the ring roads around Bangalore for whatnot. And there was a real feeling that these farmers were going to be no more in the not so distant future. Guess what? Even just in March, they're still there. What's happened is that the next generation is still farming, but they've upgraded. And they're starting to tap in to some of these government policies that do exist to support some of these farmers' transition to some of these more climate smart practices. Things like investing in a polyhouse nursery so that they can sell saplings as a business to their fellow farmers and at the same time support climate goals of doing agroforestry and the like. And I think that we're starting to see that this next generation is actually starting to move forward into the leveling up of agriculture. Instead of the subsistence form of agriculture, when 17 years ago when we were just starting up Digital Green, most of these farmers were just to be able to meet their own food sufficiency goals, and in a lot of cases not even meeting those food sufficiency goals. Now they're starting to become these front lines of the climate change movement because in a lot of ways, unlike the Green Revolution era of the 70s and 80s, where it was just a tech transfer of hybrid varieties of seed and fertilizer as being the things that were going to boost farmer productivity, the reality of this new climate change era that is obviously going to be with us for the foreseeable future is that it is super dynamic and super variable. And certainly research has a huge important value to play, but it is the farmers who are actually the most prevalent researchers because they're the ones having to deal with these climate change changes firsthand, and they're experimenting often through just trial and error to see what makes sense and what doesn't make sense from a super practical point of view. And to Rajiv's point, I think the danger is that there's a potential power grab that could take place as this climate change movement takes place, which could be land grabs or grabs of people's data in a super centralized way. And we've seen that story play out. Where? Right here in California, right? And that's resulted in what? Topsoil degradation and water depletion, and the consolidation to only 4 big ag companies, right, in the US. That is not the future that we should hope for India and India's farmers. We should leverage distribution and decentralization, which is really the great power and resilience that India has, and we should leverage digital technologies that now allow for people to take control over their own data and their own choices in a way that doesn't have to just follow the normal process of consolidation. Because the reality is, that's not going to happen. There's 120 million farmers in India. Don't expect there to be less, because what's happening generation after generation is what? Further and further land fragmentation. And it is also the case that many of these people are still remaining in there. And they are our new sort of champions of thinking about how to overcome these climate change challenges that we have ahead of us.
Thank you, Rikin and Shruti. I want to ask Deepa to jump in here and talk about the impact of policy on communities.
शॉर्ट में मैं ट्रूली कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन के ऊपर विश्वास करती हूँ. तो अभी वैसे कि कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन ह्यूमन राइट पर्सपेक्टिव से जो भी चीज़ें सामने आएगी वो हमारे लिए काम की ही होगी. लेकिन 2-3 डाउट मेरे दिमाग में होते हैं कि बनाने वाले लोग कौन हैं. पॉलिसी हो, प्रोविजंस हो, ये सारे स्ट्रक्चर और ड्राफ्ट करने वाले लोग कौन हैं. यहाँ पे ग्राउंड रिप्रेजेंटेशन अगर नहीं रहेगा तो उनको जिस चश्मे से उनके प्रॉब्लम दिख रहे हैं वो वहाँ पे नहीं आ पाएंगे. दूसरा, क्लाइमेट चेंज अगर हम बस पोल्यूशन, एनर्जी यहाँ तक की बात करें तो मेरे ख्याल से वो लिमिटेड हो सकता है. क्लाइमेट चेंज के अंदर GEDI लेंस क्या है, क्लाइमेट चेंज का अभी तक हुआ इम्पैक्ट उन कम्युनिटी के बारे में हम क्या सोच रहे हैं, क्या पॉलिसी उसके बारे में बात करेगी, क्या पॉलिसी के बारे में मतलब पॉलिसी उसके बारे में वोकल होगी. और आने वाले दिनों में ये इम्पैक्ट ऑब्वियस है, जो पहले जिनके ऊपर इम्पैक्ट हुआ है उनके अंदर कोई भी बीमारी का कारण न होते हुए हम उन्हें फिजिकली, सोशली हर अंग से बीमार कर रहे हैं. तो फिर क्लाइमेट चेंज की जो पॉलिसीज होंगी वो एग्जिस्टिंग इस कम्युनिटीज़ के ऊपर GEDI लेंस के साथ, डाइवर्सिटी, इंटरसेक्शनलिटी, इंक्लूसिविटी के साथ इनके ऊपर जो उसका इम्पैक्ट हुआ है उसके बारे में क्या बात करेगी. दूसरा कि पॉलिसी कई बार अच्छे थॉट से बनती है, वहाँ पे कई सारा जो है वो सोच विचार होते हैं, लेकिन वो जब एग्जीक्यूट होने जाती है तब वहाँ पे जो ये एक बीच का ब्रिज है वो कई बार फिर से आदिवासी, दलित और एंटी-DNT को क्रिमिनलाइज करना, उनके ही रिसोर्सेज से उनको परहेज करना या क्लाइमेट चेंज के मैटर्स में उनको लेबर बनाना, ये सारे मैटर्स इर्द गिर्द दिखते हैं. तो वो एक्चुअली ईमानदारी से इंक्लूसिव कैसी होगी, वो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल और ह्यूमन राइट के पर्सपेक्टिव में कैसी होगी, शायद मुझे लगता है कि मेरे नज़रिए से, कम्युनिटी लेंस से, वो सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज है.
Deepa truly believes in the power of the Constitution, the Indian Constitution. Therefore, anything that sort of comes out of it or from human rights charters, she has full faith in it. But the important question to ask here is, who are the people who are drafting policies? Who are the people who are writing laws? And therefore, ground representation at that stage is extremely important. Right now, when we talk about climate change, we often talk about pollution and energy, but that might be a slightly limited lens of looking at it. What about the impact that climate change has on communities? And therefore, the question to ask is, does policy consider this impact? If it doesn't yet, it should. Policy formation versus its implementation is also an important consideration to keep in mind. Often policy is drafted and is written when people are thinking of it from a good place, but the implementation is incorrectly done or is compromised. Community members or members of marginalized tribal communities end up becoming laborers of climate solutions that are crafted by dominant communities.
Thank you, Deepa. I know there's another question at the back, but do we have time? Okay. So I'm sorry. Maybe we can chat during the reception. And I just want to thank Deepa and Rikin and Shruti and remind everyone that yes, this is an absolutely critical decade for us to get it right. What we do in these coming years will have an impact on how we live for the next several decades. And so there's a lot at stake. And that's why it's important to include communities at the front lines into any climate conversations that we have, because one can argue the reason we are in this mess in the first place is because we have marginalized communities. Indigenous communities have been stewarding land resources for millennia before the advent of climate change. Once land was taken away from communities, we suddenly had the climate crisis. What's that about, right? So it's a greater risk not including communities. We get the scale and speed question, but what are we compromising by not including communities, and in what ways is that a solution? So there's a great opportunity in this moment to get it right, to move more and better resources towards communities in a way that's aligned with their visions and practice, and to learn about community frameworks and keep uplifting them, and then influence your peer funders to do the same. So I'll leave you on that note. Thank you, and thank you to the Dasra team.
And number three, it's providing them the long-term support, whether it's in conversations, whether it's in trust building, whether it's in funding, whether it's in managerial support, pretty much whatever they need. Because I think those of us who have the privilege of either being a funder or many of us even to work in the NGO sector, we have to realize this is what society gave us, and that's why we're here today. And so the least we can do is provide these organizations, these communities, the same that we got in our own family structures and community structures. With that, I just wanted to say thank you. All of us that are wearing the Dasra badge are still very much here. I think we have cocktails and drinks later on, but if you have any questions about Rebuild, how you can fund some of these grassroots organizations, please come to us. I'm also gonna ask some of the Rebuild funders, if you don't mind, to stand up. So Sharish, if you can stand up. Empowerment Foundation, TAC. Ria and Bhavik, I think, may already be at the bar. And Lobo. And the reason, well, they don't want the applause. But the reason I'm saying this, because if you are a funder and you have the ability to give, I would request that you ask any of these individuals of why Rebuild India Fund is important and how they chose to support it. And I say this because at Dasra we really believe in peer, in community, so don't listen to us. Don't even listen to the phenomenal NGOs that you've heard, but listen to those who've made the investment already, and they can sort of answer any questions you have in addition to the Dasra team. So thank you, and see you, I guess, in another room, is it? Right here. Even better. And Vishal is here on the West Coast. For those of you who don't know, he's in Oakland. He's here for good now. And so any other things you want to speak to him about post the gathering, just ring him up. Okay, thank you. Good night.